Your fault. Your fault. Okay. Sorry about that.
My fault.
Merry meet weirdos and welcome to Fight Night. I'm your host Gory B Movie, and with me today we have my fabulous, very weird, very awesome guests.
Bekki.
Creep
It Clean.
Hi, I'm Danny Knightmare. I'm wearing my cool slasher shirt here, and we have another guest. It's kind of breathing back there. The fuck?
What the fuck is that?
It's Mikey. I didn't know Mikey was gonna be here. Anyway.
Don't we have security in this place?
Doesn't Mikey like this?
Mikey gets around. I think security is probably dead.
Do we kick him out?
No, it's just.
I thought we had Canadian Jason hired for security.
He's still up in Canada.
Fuck, dude. Fuck.
The border's been shut down, man. COVID.
It's kind of creeping me out, but okay. Anyway, it's fight night. It's Sunday. We've got a great lineup of slashers for you tonight. We've got a lot of fights. But before I get into that, sorry for the late start today. And let's say hi to some people in the chat. Okay, let's see who's here this week. We got Tatum Dawn, nice to see you. The Torchbearer, Mr. Beefy Fantastic. I'm adding the Fantastic. Maverick Media, Zigma. Now It's Dark. Elisa, Have Cheetah Wolf You with a new profile photo. Hobbs Horror. Mommy B Movie, that's my mommy. She's the best in the whole world. I just love my mommy so much. Ariel, my girl, Martin, my kiddo, my adopted kiddo. Let's see, HCF Love and Light, new friend of mine that I met over when I did Popping the Popcorns stream the other day. Axon 5150, longtime weirdo in the Gory Hole. And Lion Queen 06, another Gory Hole regular. We've got Horror Fanatic here, newcomer I think, nice to see you. And another newcomer, pardon me, Podcast in the Woods. Oh, and my friend Oracle 634. So many of the friends, so much exciting things. Why am I doing an accent? And is it a little racist? Kinda is. Let's stop doing that. Okay, so here are the fights I have for you tonight. And guys, I actually did my homework this week. I actually took time, even though I'm pretty familiar with these movies, and I brushed up on all the movies and how they were killed. I also gave Bekki the list, so she has seen almost all of them this week. And we prepared some cool new... Is he breathing?
Yeah.
He is. It's kind of getting on my shoulder.
I don't like having my back to him, right?
At least we can see. At least.
Okay. All right, so here are the fights I have for you tonight. We've got, for our first fight, the opening match, Leprechaun versus Chucky and Tiffany. We've got the Miner, and I'm not calling him Harry Warden because if you've seen the movie and you've seen the remake, you know it. You know why.
Spoiler alert.
I'm not saying why, but you know why. You know why. The Miner versus Ghostface. Norman Bates of Psycho versus Angela Baker from Sleepaway Camp. Danny Knightmare, the one, the only, the dead sexy, versus Pearl, the old sexy?
Old and
Maybe.
not
From-
sexed up enough.
From X, Maniac Cop versus the Creeper, Freddy Krueger versus Candyman, Leatherface versus Victor Crowley. Hey, popping the popcorns here, and and for our main event tonight, we have Jason Voorhees versus Michael Myers. That's not going to get weird at all. It's not going to get weird even a little bit, okay? We got a witch. We've got a slasher. We've got
Whatever.
Becky. We're going to be okay, all right?
We got
Go
two
to-
slashers.
I don't think that one's on our side.
I know, and I'm gonna try to plead with the chat. Try not to be intimidated when it comes to voting. I think that might be the strategy here. I'm not sure.
Martin says these might be the perfect matchups yet. I put a lot of thought into this week's card, trying to pick fights that are fair, that are pretty evenly matched as far as their powers go. You guys know how this works. For the first lineup, we do spend a little bit more time because we're going to go through and we're going to talk about their history, their powers, their abilities, their weaknesses, introducing each character, and then we're going to put them against each other. It goes a lot faster in the second and third round because we've already done that, and then we're just going to talk about who would win. And as soon as they're ready, we're going to put out the vote, and you guys vote on the winner, and we're going to vote on our phones. But we only get one vote, so it's like,
Make
you
it
know,
count.
It's, yeah, you only get one vote, so make it count.
Let's get more than one account.
All right, so our first fight of the night is Leprechaun versus Chucky and Tiffany. Because Chucky and Tiffany are kind of a duo, we decided to put them together. They're pretty much the same power set, and to keep it fair, because they're going as Leprechaun, who has a few more supernatural abilities, we let them be a team. Not usually how it's done, but this week that's how it's done. So, oops, wrong one. The Leprechaun. So I love the Leprechaun. That little man, he's just got my heart. As you know, if you saw my older Gory details that I did earlier this year, not gonna brag, kind of gonna brag, but the director did say it was the best Leprechaun video he's ever seen. So, you know, the guy who played Ozzy liked it, the co-producer liked it. So, you know, if you want to check it out, you know, it ain't too bad. But let's talk about the Leprechaun. So what are his strengths and abilities? So there is a popular theory, and it's one that I go with. I'm going to count all of the Leprechauns except for whatever the fuck that thing was in Origins, because fuck that movie.
Yeah.
Fuck it up its WWE bunghole.
So no gold vision then.
No gold vision. Anything related to that movie is not counted in this fight. But everything else, including Leprechaun Returns, will be considered in tonight's Leprechaun. So, Leprechaun, I tend to think of it, for the most part, as a different Leprechaun in every movie, with the exception of one, and Returns obviously are the same one. But we're going to use them all as a big smushed, all of it together in one Leprechaun, even though there are a few conflicting details. So let's talk about his strengths and abilities. Leprechaun can teleport. He can show up in like a flash, a green light, and boom, there he's there. Boom, there he's there. He can levitate. He can reattach his body parts. He gets his hand cut off in the first movie, and he just picks it up and pops it right back on, like he's an action figure. And it goes on a lot easier than it would when I'd pull off the heads of my My Little Ponies, which were impossible to get back on.
Yeah, they were.
I know, right? He can mimic other people's voices, including Jennifer Aniston in Leprechaun Returns, even though she's not, she wasn't credited in the movie. They just got a really good voice actress. He has magical telekinesis, so he can levitate things and bring them to him. He can create illusions, make you see things that aren't there. He can shapeshift into different things or different people. He has the power of hypnosis. He uses this to make like a whole bunch of, what does he call them, his zombie hoes?
Yeah, zombie hoes.
His zombie hoes and Leprechaun in the Hood.
Zombie fly girls or whatever they are.
He's extremely hard to kill. He's got almost like Toon Force. He's been run over. He's been burned. He's survived high falls. He's survived being starved for decades. And no matter how many times he dies, he always comes back. Also, I didn't put it on here, but he is a terrific rapper. Like, really good. Lep in the Hood, up to no good. Lep in the Hood, up to no good.
Kind of a lightweight when it comes to weed, though.
Truth. Though I did see no, that was Chucky. I did see a meme today, and it said Snoop Dogg said only one person's ever smoked him out, out-smoked him, and it was Chucky. They should Chucky with a joint.
When we get to Chucky, that's where I'm going to say his
His strengths are.
He's
His
better.
strength.
He can handle his weed better than Leprechaun.
All right, that's true. Okay, so for weaknesses, he has quite a few because, like I said, they kind of change the powers and abilities up with each movie, especially in the first movie and especially in like Leprechaun in the Hood Part 2. Four-leaf clover. So not only the four-leaf clover does have to touch his body to hurt him, but it will burn him. If it goes into his mouth, it will make him melt from the inside out. And a four-leaf clover can be put on like a box or something, and he can't cross it or open the box. He'd just be trapped in there. Wrought iron. So in part 2, he's put into a safe made of wrought iron. He can't get out of that. There's a medallion in Leprechaun in the Hood that makes him turn into stone if it's placed on him. He is weaker without his gold, but he isn't powerless. He doesn't do, his magic's not full power. But if you watch the first movie, he doesn't have his gold for most of that movie, and he's still able to do things. But you know, he's able to do the telekinesis and stuff a lot better. You know, that's when he's like, "Oh, my powers are back," and it's like, "Dude, you've been doing magical shit this whole film." Whatever. Anyway, he is easily manipulated. He's a trickster, but he is very trusting. He's also easily mesmerized by anything cool, new, and shiny. You got a cell phone, he's never seen that. He wants to take a look. If you make a deal with him that you'll give him his gold, he will believe you. He will let you go before he counts it. He's pretty naive and easily manipulated. He's also kind of like a fish out of water because he's from old Ireland and he's a magical creature. He's not a human being. So he doesn't know a lot of our ways and customs, and he is very curious. So that's what I mean by he's out of date. Now his weapon of choice is, I can't pronounce this, it's his shillelagh, I think. Shillelagh. It's kind of like, it's a stick. It's his stick is better than bacon. It's a stick. He can like hit people and stuff with it, but he also loves his toys. He loves toy cars. He loves pogo sticks. He loves roller skates. Whatever it is, he loves it. So that's what we got for Leprechaun. Did I forget anything?
A little bit. The shillelagh has a big knot on it. That's what makes it different from a regular stick. He also is a weakness to have to shine shoes.
Yes, if you throw shoes at him, as the monkey mentioned in the chat, he doesn't even do a very good job, but he will have to stop what he's doing and shine each and every single one of them. So that's a compulsion he has. He's obsessive compulsive, I guess you could say.
Also with counting, like you said, he will take his gold and count it before he comes back after you, so you could, trick him that way. Yeah. So that's some compulsive weaknesses there. He also sometimes, like if he's captured or if you have his coin, he has to grant wishes. Granted, usually he will twist them to screw you over, but he still has to do it sometimes, so it is a bit of a weakness if done correctly.
You have to really think about your wishes.
Yeah, you gotta be very
I'm gonna disagree with Have Cheetah Wolf You. He says he's a good pro wrestler. The only time a pro wrestler has played him was when Hornswoggle played him, and that was in Origins, and that movie's terrible. Terrible.
He didn't even look like Hornswoggle.
And it doesn't even look like Hornswoggle.
He just looked like a...
And Hornswoggle had no respect for the franchise. He was like, "Oh, I've never even seen a Leprechaun movie." Dude, don't brag about that. I've seen all the Leprechaun movies more than once.
He just had like a weird... He looked like a derp version of the creatures from The Descent.
Also, if you sneeze 3 times around him and no one says bless you, you have to marry him.
Yep, you become his bride.
Yeah. Weird
Just
rules.
so you know. Tina, nice to see you. I saw Leprechaun versus Chucky picture one year and thought it was going to be an actual movie, but it turned out to be fake. So bummed out. Yeah, me too. That would be really cool. The Don Mancini, who does the Chucky movies, says that he personally thinks the best matchup for Chucky would be Freddy Krueger, since that was kind of the inspiration for Chucky's personality. The writer in the Leprechaun in the Hood is an actor in my local Shakespeare company. I've seen him on stage a few times. That is so cool, Martin. So did Carolyn Williams get killed by magic in part 3? He did. He used magic on her.
Her wish went wrong.
Her wish went wrong. Does he clean flip-flops? Yes, he does.
Pretty much any shoot.
How would Leprechaun and the Djinn from Wishmaster go? That would be really interesting. That's actually really... Well, we might have to put that in our dream matchups.
Oh yeah, the vacuum of space is also a weakness.
Oh, yeah.
They told him not to watch the other movies? Okay, then I'm going to forgive Hornswoggle, but that whole movie was terrible.
It's still awful.
They should have just not called it Leprechaun, because it's not Leprechaun, or even said it's a movie about a leprechaun, but it's nothing like the franchise. just be clear, it has no connection to the franchise. So when they're making it and you watch the special features and they're basically bragging about how it's superior,
And
they miss the
they're
point.
like, you'll never even remember that other guy after I'm done with him. I'm like,
yeah,
okay,
that's what
Hornswoggle.
Hornswoggle said. I did not like it.
Which, when I first heard Hornswoggle was going to play him, I'm like, okay, I'm open to this. But then it wasn't good. It wasn't.
It really wasn't.
The guy who did in the Returns, though, he was good. I liked that one.
Yeah, Lyndon Porco.
Yeah, he did a great
He's
job.
really good. Oh, my
But
head
they also
hurts.
showed respect to the previous movies, like, or at least the first movie.
I mean, I liked Lennon Porco, but
I liked him. I thought he did a really good
I liked
job.
a lot of the kills in that movie. That was a lot better.
He has a lot of respect for Warwick Davis, who said he did not want to do another horror movie while his children were
yeah.
on. So he wasn't disrespecting Warwick.
No,
he says
no, I
he
don't
loves
think
him,
he's
and he
disrespecting.
said, I don't want to do a bad imitation of Warwick. I want to do my own thing that pays respect to what's come before it, but I don't want to do a bad impression of him. I want to kind of do my own thing. So I think he did a really good job of making it his own and being, still a funny and scary leprechaun. Do you want to poke him?
I want to talk about more of his strengths and weaknesses here a little bit, though. If he dies, he can go up your pee stream and then come, out.
Like a Kandira
Yeah, and then be
fish.
born out of you. He also, like I said, vacuum of space can kill him as well. But yeah, okay, he can do a lot of weird shit.
You swallow one of his coins, many, many years later, he can just, rip out of your body.
Yeah, he can. So, there you go.
It never came out.
I disagree. I don't think Annabelle would do crap to Chucky, since Annabelle, the doll, doesn't do anything. I guess the demon attached to it, I don't know.
She never kills people as a doll.
All
She
it
just
ever
moves
does
around.
is make the doll's head turn and stuff. So if we're doing it against the actual doll, the doll doesn't ever do anything. Maybe the demon could put up a good fight, but that doll, not against my Chucky. I love Chucky. All right, speaking of which, let's talk about our next contender. I went way overkill with Leprechaun, introducing him. So would either of you like to introduce Chucky?
Go ahead, Danny.
All right, well, Charles Lee Ray learned some voodoo in prison, and when he was being hunted down and gunned down in a toy store by cops, he used that voodoo knowledge to put his blood on a doll and basically transfer his soul to said doll. So they thought they killed him, and case closed for them until he gets given as a gift to Andy, a little boy. He then runs amok and has this little boy doing all these things for him as he gets revenge on people for reasons. And he's a serial killer, so he just wants to continue to... I wouldn't do that.
I was going to poke him with this broom.
Later on, his girlfriend resurrects him with voodoo as well, and then she gets put into a doll. And, from there on, he's got a whole army of Chuckies because he can splice his soul and keep putting it in different dolls and other human bodies. You want to go through his strengths and weaknesses? What you got, Liv?
And also, like I said, it's a team up here. So we have Tiffany. We've also seen that she can, her soul can be put into a doll. And based on the new series, which has her as a human, her soul in Jennifer Tilly's body, the actual actress Jennifer Tilly, and then she shows up as a doll later on. Like Chucky, it shows that she can have her soul in multiple places. So let's talk about the strengths and abilities. So, even though Chucky's small, I really hate the argument. People are like, oh, you could just punt him. You really can't, because Chucky possesses the strength of a full-grown person, possibly even stronger. He's overpowered people who are twice his size. He is extremely strong. So is Tiffany. They are both very, very strong. So you could try to. He also could just probably grab your leg and, pull you off balance. He is very strong. And even then, good luck finding him, because Chucky and Tiffany are very good at hiding in plain sight. They can look like regular dolls. They're very stealthy. A lot of times people do not know they're being hunted by killer dolls until it's too late. Chucky loves stabbing. They both do. Tiffany's more fond of the slitting someone's throat with a nail file. But, as Tiffany says, do you have that thing glued to your hand? A classic never goes out of style. He knows a bit of voodoo, as Danny mentioned, that he learned from a voodoo practitioner that taught him the ways of the voodoo.
You do so well.
And killed that guy with a voodoo doll, so...
Yeah, so he's used a voodoo doll. He is good at setting traps for his victims, He's done that multiple times, like when he killed the person who puppeteers him, Tony Gardner. He is very hard to kill. You can throw him out of a building. You can burn him. You can... unless you've completely eviscerated the doll by blowing it up from the inside with air or throwing it into a giant fan, it is really hard to kill Chucky. Even though, as we get to his weaknesses, he is been in the body of the doll for so long that he's essentially a human doll. He will bleed and he can feel pain, but he can be stabbed and stuff and keep on going and going. You really need to kind of just destroy the doll completely to kill him. Mm-hmm. He can possess multiple bodies at once. So even if you kill one Chucky, there's a good likelihood that there are more now. In fact, the last we saw, there was at least 50 some odd Chuckies. Though for this one, it's one Chucky. We're only going to use one Chucky, so that is not a bonus to him in this fight. Same thing with Tiffany. One Chucky, one Tiffany. And he also has attachable limbs, so he can take off his arm and put it back on. He can remove his head, and he's still completely fine. And he's really, really smart. He knows how to mess with his victims. In Chucky, the series, he completely manipulates a bunch of teenagers. He's able to get them to kind of be on his side. He's able to get them to kill for him. He's really smart. Mm-hmm. His weaknesses is kind of ties into that. He's extremely arrogant. He's very overconfident, and usually he has a tendency to underestimate some of his victims, and they are able, especially children. He underestimates a lot of the children he goes after, and like Andy Barkley is kind of a little badass. He's also very impatient. He just wants to kill and move on to the next thing. Killing for him is largely a fun thing, so it's not something he's going to spend a lot of time planning unless it's somebody he really truly hates, like when he goes after Nika's family. And his weapons of choice, nails, and for Tiffany, nail files. All right, so I think that's everything. Did I miss anything with Chucky?
He's pretty remorseless of a killer, master manipulator, as you said. He claims he's not a monster, but he used the opportunity of a killer breaking into his home to kill his father for him himself to kill his mother. And so I'd say he is kind of a bit of a monster.
He is. I mean, he says he's not a monster because he tells somebody that he has a queer kid, and the guy he's talking to says, did you disown him? It's like, I'm not a monster.
He's pretty woke, I guess, but he's still evil.
He loves his family, but outside of his family, like, he has no remorse. He doesn't really consider people outside of his family to be people.
Even his family, though, they can push him to the point where he can even turn on him.
But for the most part, he loves his wife and son. But yeah, they have pushed him. He has killed Tiffany, and he's killed his son/daughter. So they've been separated at different points, so the pronouns with them are very, very confusing. We'll just call them them.
Waiting for the next season to kind of clear a lot of that up.
Yes. Okay, so that's a lot. I'm going to check back in with the chat, see how you guys are doing. Don't get me wrong, I love this series, but Chucky is not that strong. You are right, he has been overpowered even by Andy, who is pretty small. But a lot of times he does have the strength of somebody much, much bigger than him. He has been able to, kill people that he shouldn't be able to kill if he was a doll of that size. But yeah, he has been overpowered sometimes, but I do think he is pretty strong.
I think it's because he doesn't technically weigh that much, and it's the leverage. Like, if he's up in the air and dangling, you could probably toss him, but if he's got some good leverage, he could strangle you very easily with his strength.
Yes.
He's got to, he's got to have something to push his feet off of.
Yeah, he shouldn't be able to strangle you from the backseat of a car, but he is strong enough to do that. However, if he jumps on you and you're able to use his momentum against him, then yeah, you could chuck him off.
He's got a low center of gravity, so as long as he uses that low center of gravity, he can be strong.
Okay, are you okay?
I'm fine.
I'm sorry.
I'm fine.
Disco Lover, I've never seen you here, but welcome to the Gory Hole.
Is he a disco path?
You make him sound like Voldemort. I don't know how to take that, but I'm going to say compliment. Tatum and Ariel, I'm glad you guys are talking because I feel like you guys could be really good friends. I love you both, and I'm glad you're both here. Kevin McAllister versus Chucky. I need to see this.
That's a home
Sandy Absolute, it is not Fight Night without you. I'm glad you're here. I've always wanted to be Tiffany for Halloween in 2004. Do it now.
Yeah.
Leps Magic for the win. Michael in the background is freaking me out. Awesome touch. Yeah, we didn't invite him.
He's sort of there.
He just showed up. So if you guys can keep an eye on him and let me know if he moves, that would be great. Thanks. It's kind of we're too afraid to kick him out. I think it's because he's on the card this week, so for some reason he has been summoned here, and he left Haddonfield, which was actually quite a ways away, so I'm a little flattered.
He's behaving himself thus far.
Mostly. He did, like, kind of let one a while ago.
Oh.
It might be that mask.
Oh, could be.
The mask looks
His eyes are shifty as fuck. Oh! He's creeping me out. Okay. Okay. I'm going to open up the voting. Let's see. The wife here showing Gory some love here. Oh, nice. Oh, Disco Lover. Nice to meet you. Movie Massacre. Our very good friend is here. I love that Chucky says gender fluid. As a gender fluid person, he does not support Glenda and Cedar Chucky. He does sort of, but he kind of pushes. He doesn't care about Glenda's gender identity. He wants them to be a killer. That's mostly, and it's kind of like used as a metaphor for not supporting gender identity, but he does not support that Glenda is a pacifist.
Yeah. Originally he does want a son, but he gets over it.
He gets over that pretty quick. The gender identity thing he does come to terms with pretty easily. It's just the you need to be a killer if you're my kid type thing. I have Chucky and Tiffany exploit a lot of Lep's weaknesses being a master manipulator, but once Lep catches on and uses his magic, it's over. Have to say you guys are the best. This channel is horror comfort. Yeah, podcast, that just warms my heart. Thank you. And you are making the Gory hole warmer just by being here. We like a warm Gory hole.
It
Warm
is extremely warm in this Gory hole.
It really is. It gets a little too warm. But
I
I did
I
meet
like
her
it,
a
Buggy.
while, but it's nice to have her in the chat because Tiffany can flash her chest and her husband. Oh my god, you guys are hilarious. Watch Pray Pray is amazing. All right, guys, I have talked way too long. Let's get on with this fight. I am sorry we explained these ones too much. It's just because we love these characters. And with slashers, I'm going to say, we do not know a lot about these things. So who do you guys think is going to win?
I'm going to vote for Leprechaun.
Why?
Just because his magic is
A
a lot
superior.
more than what I think Tiffany
It's
and...
not because his steak is better than bacon?
No.
Not
But
Yoda.
she's pretty cool. No, I definitely...
Sorry, are we boring you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Who taught him how to use a cell phone?
Probably the same
Well, he
person that
doesn't
taught him how to
talk, so at
drive.
least he
Yeah, it's like,
communicate,
well, he
right?
was doing very well a minute ago, so someone must have gave him lessons. Oh, you've
Yeah.
seen Halloween too many times. We can start quoting it. All right. What am I talking about? You can never see Halloween too many times. Boulder Dash. All right, Danny, I want to hear your thoughts.
Tell Mr. Beefy that.
Well,
because
I mean, I could definitely see this going either way, but I think Child's Play is going to be that for Leprechaun. It comes down to it, Chucky is just Charles Lee Ray. He is a man.
I'm a human.
Where Leprechaun is a magical, mythical creature. I think that Chucky and Tiffany are gonna at first be a little put the Leprechaun off his game because he's not gonna, he gets like I said, he gets distracted by new things. 2 little killer dolls, but stabbing Leprechaun doesn't kill him. I mean, that's what they're gonna try to do, that kind of stuff. And even voodoo, I don't think is going to work on him like that because it's a different type of magic. I think a superior type of magic, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I just think he's going to eventually win because he'll get tired of playing with these 2 toys and his magic. They're also very greedy, and the fact that they are a team is sometimes a detriment to them because they get off the wrong page sometimes. They're not always on the same page when it comes to stuff. And eventually they're going to bicker and fight kind of
And they turn on each other a lot, too.
They do, and the Leprechaun is good at that kind of stuff. He is good at,
I said he's naive in some ways, because he is, but he is not naive about, relationships and stuff. Like, he knows in returns that this girl is dealing with the loss of her mom, and he uses that against her.
Yeah.
He's not stupid. He's naive about modern technology and American customs, but he is not stupid by any means.
He's good at really putting fuel on fire when it comes to greed and arguments and stuff. He's done that in a lot of the movies where he's made the people together turn on each other in a sense. And I think eventually he'll exploit that. I do think they'll come at him strong and have initially the upper hand, but they won't be able to put him away, and eventually he'll just out-magic them.
Unless Chucky brings a wrought iron knife.
But he'd have to have one, like, just, know about it. I don't think he would. I mean, I'm not saying he couldn't win. He's done voodoo for dummies. So
well, that was Tiffany. That was
yeah.
Tiffany in fairness.
Either one of them could do a voodoo for dummies. They could also Google it. So they could find out the Leprechauns thing. I could see it happening. I'm just saying the more likely win for me is with the Leprechaun. I could see him, if they fought like a bunch of times, I'm sure Chucky and Tiffany would
Michael's
win.
voted.
L and a leprechaun? So, Michael, do you like the show? You watch this a lot? You texting your sister earlier? Do you have a sister? Because it's kind of...
Oh.
Nobody's really sure about that.
Some people say it's just a myth.
Do you have a sister? Not going to answer. All right, fine.
It's true,
Kinda
Michael's
rude.
style.
Kind of rude, but whatever. All right, I'm going to weigh in on this. So, you guys, if you watch this show, I have said it before, I'm actually going to be making a video going into depth about it. Chucky is my favorite franchise. I think it's the most passionate. It's the most innovative. I love that franchise. I'm not saying Chucky's my favorite slasher killer. I'm just saying as a franchise, I fucking love it. Though Chucky probably is. I'd have to think about it. But I love Chucky as a character. I love Tiffany as a character. So this breaks my heart. But I try to be fair on here. This isn't a popularity contest. It's about who would actually win a fight. I would love to just hang out with Chucky. And if it was a smoke out, Chucky wins. Chucky always wins. If it's a bake off, Tiffany wins. But
as long
it's
as you
neither.
do the dishes.
Yes. Well, she still wins.
I'm like,
But making Swedish meatballs, making cookies. I say that all the time.
for you.
All for a man who isn't even a man.
Can't even do the dishes.
Yes, can't even do a dish. Anyway, I'm off track. So I'm gonna go with Leprechaun because I think the way this fight's gonna go is initially Tiffany and Chucky are going to have the upper hand. They are smart, and when they work together, they're very, very good. They could set a trap for the Leprechaun. Honestly, there are scenarios where they could trap him in a safe or in a box with a 4-leaf clover easily because they are smart enough to set that kind of trap. But most I would say, it's like the whole Doctor Strange thing. There are a lot of fights, I think, that end that way. But I do think, like Danny said, Tiffany and Chucky turn against each other a lot. They bicker a lot. Chucky also gets really, really impatient. I don't know if Chucky would be satisfied with him just being in a box. Chucky would probably want to kill him, and that is ultimately going to be his undoing. Do you want to turn it down a bit? Or
No,
are you trying to
I'm trying to get some to Michael so he doesn't.
Does he need
overheat.
it?
Michael might be a little.
Oh, he wants that frosty fall weather. Yes?
He likes October coolness. That's why he hibernates usually.
I'm trying not to piss him off. I don't think I'm doing a good job. Anyway, so I think they're going to get the upper hand here. I think Chucky's going to want that kill, and that's going to be his undoing. Because at the end of the day, Leprechaun, he's a little naive, but he is a fast learner, and he's got that magic. Voodoo is not going to do shit to Leprechaun. It's just not. He's got that old, like, Celtic magic. He's a supernatural creature. It is not going to hurt him. Stabbing him isn't going to kill him. Slitting his throat with a nail file is just going to make him... It's just going to be a tickle. It's not going to kill him. So none of the things in their arsenal are going to work. Except for trapping him, but like I said, that's not going to be satisfying enough for Chucky, so it won't end there. Leprechaun has a lot of things that could kill Chucky and Tiffany. I mean, he always comes back, and he will come back. But Leprechaun could easily, kill him some way by, exploding his body or doing something to him to kill him, throwing him someplace like a fan. He can kill him.
I also think, like I said, he can turn them against each other. He's good at that. They also are both greedy for lots of reasons. He's got things that he could make deals with them, aka wishes, aka treasure, aka all kinds of things that Chucky would probably like to have. Magical artifacts, magical flute, magical coin. He would like to have these things, and he wouldn't know how to quite use them. The Leprechaun would exploit that. Tiffany also just likes to be, fancied up and stuff, so he could do all these things to prey on them in their greed. And
yeah,
it would backfire.
Chucky exploits people's hopes and desires with wishes too.
Exactly, and they both have a lot of they desire power. Tiffany desires to be treated like a princess in a sense. He could do these things to her and them and make deals with them and obviously turn on them and get them to turn on each other.
And Lep's naivete makes him underestimated a lot because people are like, wow, you don't know about stuff, and so they think he's stupid. But like I said, he's not stupid, and I think Chucky is going to underestimate him.
Yeah.
So yeah, between all of us, we're going with Leprechaun and checking in with the chat, and then I'm going to call the vote off. So get your votes in now. Leprechaun is winning. I agree. Chucky is a superior franchise, but Lep wins the fight. I agree. We need Leprechaun in the White House. That's an idea that almost happened. It was Leprechaun in the White House or Leprechaun in the Hood, and they went within the Hood. I still would love to see Leprechaun in the White House.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
Daniel Boisman wants to make one with Leprechaun where he goes back to the Gold Rush age. And Warwick Davis, if he comes back, he really wants a Pirates of the Caribbean Leprechaun. A Pirates of the Caribbean Leprechaun movie. So I think that could be cool. All right. I stand united with my Irish heritage. Yes! Now it's dark. I love it. I'm glad Michael is back there and not Art the Town. If it was Art the Clown, I don't think we'd be alive. Luckily, Michael loves stalking, so I think I've got a few hours before anything bad happens. Let's see. Where is Tiffany tonight? She's usually in the background. I don't see her anywhere. I can't possibly think of anything that would have done that. Who's on my right, Graby? This is my lovely friend Bekki, my best in the West, since we live in the West. Best in the West. Let's see. Yeah, Tatum and Ariel are becoming friends. I love matchmaking friends. I do this a lot with a creepy channel crawl, so I'm glad you guys are becoming buddies. Chucky would want to transfer in Leprechaun, have those powers in gold.
I don't know if that would work, though.
I
don't know if he could transfer into the Leprechaun's body.
Like, Chucky's also very vain. Like, he likes the way he looks.
Yeah.
I don't think he would want to be a
like
ghoulish-looking creature.
I think he'd want some of his artifacts, but that would also be a bad thing for him, like, to try and steal these artifacts. Also, I mean, if we had the whole Chucky army on here, maybe they'd have a better chance, because I think then he thinks he already killed them, and then more would keep coming, and they could maybe overwhelm him, but we're not doing the whole army of Chucky, so I think Leprechaun would take on at least one Tiffany and one Chucky.
Martin, I think you might have something there. All right, I'm calling the vote so we can move on to our next one because, yeah, we loved that one. But, yeah, it looks like, dun, 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 the winner was Leprechaun. Ow, ow, ow. How do you feel, Michael?
Good. Feels good.
He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. We're fine. Everyone's fine. Everyone's fine.
Don't talk our ears off.
Yeah, really. Jeez. Motor mouth over here, right?
Shut up.
All right, Leprechaun is moving into round 2. And like I said, I know this first round does take a while, but then we just get cooking. Okay, so let's get our next fighters into the ring. This next fight is the Miner. Who will win? The Miner from My Bloody Valentine.
This is the one that I did not get to watch, so I don't know.
It is okay, because I'm going to fill you in with all the... And Ghostface. So this is a little confusing. I mean, as you know from both of these movies, a little refresher. The Miner is... there's a legend about Harry Warden, a man who was trapped in the mines and ended up eating all the people he was trapped down there with. And so when a miner starts going around killing people with a pickaxe, they initially think it's Harry Warden. Spoiler alert, it's not. It's a person dressed up as Harry Warden. So technically they don't have any supernatural abilities, which is why we thought they'd be paired well with Ghostface. So yeah. And then we're going to use both the original and the remake. And then with Ghostface, yes, it's usually 2 different people. We are going to use the fact that there's usually another, because that's just part of the Ghostface lore, but not more than 2. And not at the same time, since most of the time when Ghostface kills, it's one-on-one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say the Miner's going to have to probably take out 2 Ghostfaces, but 1 at a time. And we're going to use an amalgamation of everyone who's ever been Ghostface. But they are all human, varying degrees of clumsiness, but they are all human beings, just like the Miner is a human being. So those are kind of the rules I'm setting forth. Let's go with the minor. I would have asked you to introduce him, but you haven't seen the movie.
Not this one. I got all
It's
the other
fine. You
ones.
did a lot of homework this week, so
I
I'm
did.
proud of you. I am proud of you.
Thank you.
And you look lovely today.
Oh, thank you. So do you.
Wonderful. I love the headband.
I know. I got it at this
Headbands
place
are
called
cool.
Gory's Closet.
I
This
have-
is also at Gory's Closet, too.
You can vouch that I have a lot of headbands, yes?
Oh, yeah.
I have a lot of headbands. I love headbands.
Don't ever ask her for a headband and then, like, she didn't have one.
She asked me, she goes, do you have a headband? I'm like, I'm not easily offended, but do I have a headband?
And
Yes.
a
She asked me
giant
for a red
box
one.
later.
Michael, you want a headband?
Would you like a pretty hairband?
No. Okay.
No.
He's good.
He seems kind of mellow. I mean, I don't. It's weird. Like you meet your idols, you never know what to expect. But he's bigger in person. All right. So let me break this one down for you. I'm gonna try to not spoil it, but you guys have seen it. Basically, the only thing I'm not gonna spoil in this discussion is who the person dressed up as Harry Warden is. I think we can avoid that and still talk about their abilities. That's kind of the big fun twist. You need to check this out. So, the strengths and abilities of the Miner. Brute strength. The Miner is almost supernaturally strong. He's not supernaturally strong, but it's pretty damn close. I mean, this is like, I'm thinking like Brock Lesnar strength here. Really strong. Can just like lift up people like they're nothing. His weapon of choice is a pickaxe, though he's also used boiling water and other various things in his environment. But typically he loves that pickaxe. And a shovel. But yeah, he's so strong, he's able to lift somebody up in the air with the pickaxe, which for a normal person, even of athletic ability, that's pretty tough. But this guy is a bear, like, get these hands. He's durable as hell, so you can stab him, you can hit him. Even though, like I said, it's kind of like Ghostface, he should be just a normal person.
All slashers have a mild healing factor.
But he has almost like a supernatural durability. He can be stabbed, he can be kicked around, he can be shot, and he's still alive.
Keep coming.
Even though he's supposedly mortal. When he's in costume, he's got this like insane durability and endurance. He can just keep going even after he's been injured.
Beast mode.
He's an experienced miner. I mean, he's not just wearing the outfit. Like, he can do it. He can walk the walk. He can do some mining for you. And, he probably was an experienced miner before he was 18.
Yeah.
So there's that. He can face multiple opponents at once. So if you want to gang up on him, say if you have more than one person. In fact, for that reason, I actually forgot about that. You could even have both Ghostfaces against him at the same time, which isn't often the case until the final reveal of a Scream movie. But you could, and I still think it's a fair fight. Mm-hmm. He can face multiple opponents. He's able to navigate mines. And extreme pain tolerance. At one point, his arm is stuck, and he removes his own arm and doesn't seem to feel any pain. Badass is too light of a word to describe the pain tolerance of the Miner. Weaknesses. He is a mortal human being. He should theoretically be able to die, though the movies, kind of make you question, like, is he still alive? Because he just keeps getting up. He keeps getting up. The person in the mask in both of them is traumatized by events in his childhood. Both movies, it's actually a different story, but he does suffer some PTSD, which means, he can be triggered. He also experiences hallucinations, especially in the remake. He has visions of Harry Warden because he's haunted by him. So he can't always trust what he's seeing. In both movies. Now, there is differing takes on the film. Some people believe that the Miner is actually, the person in the suit is possessed by Harry Warden. And that is a way you could read the film entirely, or you could say that he has DID and he has a multiple personality, that he's adopted of Harry Warden, his own boogeyman. Either way, it still kind of works. And that's about all I have for the Miner. What else you want to chip in?
Despite the fact that he is in that mining gas mask, he can still be very surrounded. He knows his surroundings regardless, even though that would, you think, limit your vision and hearing and stuff. No, he's still very sound of mind with that on. Like I said, he's strong. He can survive down there. He's quick too. Even for the fact with all that gear on, he's still very quick. And yeah, he's possibly possessed by Harry Warden, but he's also possibly just has DID, like you said.
Or like
I think you
X's
covered it
comment.
pretty good. I think you covered him pretty well. He also, hates Valentine's Day. For reasons.
Somebody must have.
I love that you guys
Shunned his
appreciate Hocus
affection.
Pocus. As a witch, I'm actually going to be planning a series of movies where I just review movies, give you my thoughts, but then I also tell you, as a witch, how accurate they are. And definitely, I think Hocus Pocus is going to be one of them.
Like I said, most slashers have great durability and a little bit of a healing factor, and there's usually, even when we're mortal, there's still a bit of a supernatural element.
There is a good comment here from Martin. Isn't the fight taking place in the mines or in the suburbs of Scream? Now, I will say in Ghostface, they tend to go to the location of their victims. They're never on their home turf.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I would say they'd go to the mines. It doesn't mean that they might lead him out of the mines. But usually in all the movies, even the final showdown, it's at the theater. It's at, Stu's house, which I guess it's Stu's house. But they do tend to go to the victim. So I'm going to say it is in the mines.
They lured their victims to Stu's house in that first movie anyway.
Yeah, that was where they set the trap.
The miner, though, I wouldn't say it's that big of a deal because he kills plenty of people outside of the mines. He'll kill you in a hotel. He'll kill you just in the city. He'll find you.
He's
if he
an
has
equal
to.
opportunity killer.
Aw,
He's
that's
very
so
woke.
nice.
So I don't think it's a big difference factor. I mean, for the miner to be out of the mines.
I mean, he's minor, so he's Gen Z.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't think it's a big difference from him to be out of the mines. I do think it would be a bit of a hindrance for the Ghostface in the mines, though.
Dude, I just noticed something. The word maniacs perfectly goes under my boobs. Like, I didn't even plan that.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It's kind of like shadowing
Just
it in a way,
saying,
like a little.
I'm kind of feeling myself right now.
Nice.
Pretty good. Your boobs also great. Awesome. And I love your shirt, honey. Oh yeah, I didn't show off my shirt today. I got Jason, Leatherface, and Freddy, and then I've got these
Maniacs.
Jason leggings on. But I'm way too fat to show you everything, so that's all you're getting. All right, Miner is a lover and a fighter. I agree.
Is. Has a broken heart.
Yeah, I love that you're redeemed, but Michael needs a hug. Elisa, you are more than welcome to come over and hug him. I am not that brave. You are a braver woman than I.
I'm going to say one of the
I
weaknesses.
hate it when he leans forward. I'm gonna pee myself.
I'm going to say a weakness for the miner is that he has a broken heart.
Aww.
Oh, you're such a romantic.
I think he, in his own way, is too. Like a psychotic romantic, but he is.
He is. I mean, there's something about that. I feel like a lot of these holiday killers, they kind of embrace the essence of their holiday. Like, there's something about My Bloody Valentine the Miner that he embraces that essence of the broken-hearted person on Valentine's Day.
Aww.
Michael Myers embraces that essence of fall and the trickery of, tricks and stuff of Halloween, which we like.
And
And our favorite, Billy and Silent Night, Deadly Night. You have to be good if you want presents. Like I love how they kind of they embrace these essences of the holidays.
as Dave Brockie once said, love hurts more than hate.
Torchbearer says, I was dressed as Shaggy today and I got pics of Michael and Ghostface trying to kill me. That's so cool. If you were at Emerald City Comic Con, I was looking for you because I was kind of hoping you were there. I took my son. We had so much fun. But I like that you dressed as Shaggy because me and this gal and this guy, we're going for our anniversaries, which are all in October. We're going to go to Halloween Horror Nights, and I'm kind of thinking I want to dress as Velma. I think it could be fun. I don't know.
Make it cute, though.
Tatum, I missed you too. I love you, girl. You're awesome. All right, Tatum, long-time Gory Hole member and supporter. Love Tatum.
Let's move on to his opponent.
All right. Thank you for keeping me on track, baby. All right, Danny, I think, would you like to? You'd like to weigh in on the fight, yeah?
I like to weigh in on the fight.
All right.
I like you guys go ahead. You do so
don't-
well. It's like
I
you
don't
both
wanna-
have these encyclopedias
You're
in
part
your
of the
head.
team.
So I'm like,
You have insights.
You love Scream, so give him his
You have
intro.
insights.
And then I'll kind of go into
you
the
go ahead.
Okay, I feel like I'm talking more than you guys, and I feel bad.
Sure.
But
No, you're doing great.
This guy, though, he won't shut up.
I know.
don't piss him off, honey.
Sorry.
Be nice to the nice man in the mask. Hi, Michael. You comfy? Need anything to drink?
Drink. Man, I hope he's
Got
not
some
sore.
dogs
I hope he's
running
not sore
around
about
if
that
you're hungry.
Halloween. Remember that Halloween where I said I drank a lot? And I hope he's not.
I don't
know. I took 6 shots.
We have like a vape back there if you want it. No?
Anyways,
You want like a joint or something?
who's Ghostface?
I don't know what his poison is, dude.
Well, I mean, offered one of the dogs, because, I mean...
No, I love my dogs.
They're sweet.
Bad, Bekki, bad. Okay, Ghostface. So like I said, this is going to be an amalgamation of all the Ghostfaces. So especially if you look at the first one, Billy and Stu, Ghostface is clumsy as fuck. Ghostface, I guess I'm starting with the weaknesses here. Ghostface, however, in Scream 5 is a lot more focused, a lot more methodical, so it does vary. But I'm going to throw in a certain amount of clumsiness here, because like I said, it's an amalgamation. And yeah, despite the fact that Ghostface is clumsy, Ghostface gets back up. Ghostface has brute strength. Again, very much like the Miner. He's not always... I don't even want to say he. They are of varying sizes and strength levels in human unmasked form. But for some reason, when they're in the Ghostface thing, they share a shared supernatural strength. And they're roughly about the same size. I like to believe that it's something to do with the mask and that costume that kind of has like a supernatural essence to it. That's how I read the films. That's why it doesn't bother me when it's like, well, why is Amber so tall? It's something about that costume, guys. That's how I read it. Anyway, brute strength. So no matter how big or small the person in the mask is, they are about as strong as Brock Lesnar, I would say. Stealthy. Especially if you watch that first movie, there are scenes where Ghostface has been in the scene the whole time, and we might see it, but the people in the movie do not see it. Ghostface stalks and is happy to just stalk. I mean, honestly, you could say he's better in some ways at stalking than Michael Myers. Because at least Laurie saw him. Like, nobody sees Ghostface sometimes stalking.
No, he just kind of...
I'm going to get killed. Damn it. Extremely durable. So like I said, you can throw beer bottles I keep saying guy, you can throw beer bottles at them. You can stab them. You can shoot them. It's a kind of a running thing in the Scream movies. When it's Roman in part 3, they're like, Dewey, shoot him in the head. He's wearing a vest, but a lot of Ghostfaces can be shot multiple times, and unless you shoot them in the head, like a zombie, for some reason they don't die. And they almost always have a teammate. So for this one, we're going to go with 2 Ghostfaces. You can pick whatever 2 you want. It doesn't matter. They're all in the costume. Their abilities are pretty similar.
Well, like how we said how there's a possible possession with Harry and the Miner, my theory has always been there is a supernatural possession of Ghostface. The Miner is, like I said, finds that strength and power from a broken heart and kind of love. Ghostface is a supernatural, pure hatred for Sydney and her mother. Like, it's just something that is manifested into something that is supernatural and possesses people. That's why they all sound the same. They all talk the same. Just mannerisms. I know there's a voice changer, but they still have the same mannerisms on how they talk. And they shouldn't know that because they should not have been able to see or hear that from the
That's
other
also not
movies.
how voice changers work.
Exactly. They also know how to fight
anyone who's ever bought a $6 voice changer wanted to sound like Roger Jackson.
Exactly. They all... It doesn't mean you talk like Roger Jackson, though. Just because you... So that's what I'm saying. I do think there is a supernatural element there as well. You have to usually remove the mask and shoot them in the head, usually. Or kill them a different way.
So again, like the Miner, that's why I think they're very well paired, is they are mortal people. The Miner's a mortal person, but for some reason in that costume there's a supernatural strength and durability. But yeah, Ghostface can be killed. It is a human being. You shoot them in the head, they are dead. That rhymed. And I would say a big weakness of the Ghostfaces is they have that James Bond need to monologue. They have to brag. Every single Ghostface, they have to brag about what they've accomplished, who they killed, why they killed them, and a lot of times that's when whomever is they're facing gets the upper hand. Usually it's Sidney Prescott where they get the upper hand because that Ghostface is just monologuing on and on. There's 2 of them, so it takes a while.
James Bond villain syndrome.
Yes, James Bond villain syndrome. And they are much less strong once they are unmasked. That's usually when they get killed. It's after they've been unmasked and they start monologuing. They go down a lot easier. You look at Richie. I mean, I think if you do the math, Richie only killed maybe 1 person in Scream 5. But Richie gets his ass kicked pretty easily. But in the suit, they're all badass. They're all really tough.
And then I think this is the problem. They all die after they've revealed themselves and taken off the mask. They lose that ability in a sense like that.
Except for frickin' Jill, who's a badass even out of it. She kicked her own ass.
Well, she did, but she's still...
She cool. I love Jill. All right, and weapon of choice is a hunting knife, which I honestly think that came from Stu initially, because he's the one who talks about how he can gut a deer. So it probably was a knife he had in his possession, and that's become the staple with all the Ghostfaces. They all have a hunting knife. So that's Ghostface for yes. Don't you know?
I would say Ghostface is a little faster, but the Miner's a little stronger. They both have a little above average on both of those things. But just from what I've seen in the movies, I'd say the Miner is a little stronger. But I'd say Ghostface is definitely stealthier.
Looks like a very
Quicker
even fight to me. Like, there's...
Oh, so we've done introducing them. So this is when I open up the vote, so you can start getting your votes in. We are going to now get into who we think would win. So if you want to wait and hear our explanations, by all means, maybe you got this shit figured out. Then, help yourself. I'm going to check in with the chat really quick, and then I'm going to ask everybody here who they think would win. Michael wants candy corn. Michael hates candy corn.
I'm not going to piss him off.
In the Rob Zombie movie, I've done my homework. I'm not giving the man candy corn. Dog blood and vodka. Fresh out of dog blood, guys. Yeah, Gory, my girl. Kari said, Dad, COVID sucks. COVID sucks, Tatum. I'm glad you're back. Leave the dogs out of this. Rich would not be happy if anything happened to his sweet his little nephews. He's their adopted uncle. Ghostface just jumps off the toilet to go after singing that out loud. Kal-El! I actually met Kal-El when he was on Mr. Flixter's, when he was watching Mr. Flixter's stream that Danny was on. Kal-El's awesome. I love, Kal-El gives a good debate. So, as you'll see, because I don't think you saw me on camera on that one, as you'll see, I like to debate. That's what these fight nights are all about. Shooting is not effective in the Scream universe. Ghostface or not, Gale is shot last movie and moves around like it's nothing. Yeah, unless you shoot him in the head. Bullets don't seem to be that effective in the Scream universe.
They're hard to hit those vital organs for some reason.
Great point, Ben. Great point. Apparently you have to actually get two knives on either side of a person to rip it all the way up. Because knives are better in a gunfight in the Scream universe.
You gotta actually gut with that knife. Just stabbing isn't enough.
Roman and the girl in the new one put together. Now I'm starting to wonder if Funland, who makes Ghostface masks, are a subset of Silver Shamrock. Martin, I've kind of always had that thought. Like that's how I feel about the Michael Myers mask with Silver Shamrock. Ordering my shirt. Oh, awesome. Oh, very cool. I feel like Ghostface would lose, as some of them do it for fame and recognition. Plus, they also out themselves in every film. I agree, Rich. Lots of people voting for the Miner. Yeah, awesome, Kal-El. Kal-El, you know what's up. All right, everyone go check out Gory's merchandise. Thanks, Tatum. Okay, so, Bekki, let's start with you. Who would win?
Oh, I think it's going to be a really tough fight. I mean, I think in my layman's description is that if one of them can get a part of the other one's costume off, then that would be the person who would win.
Well, I will say the Miner
has... give them some kind of... This is the one I didn't watch.
Yeah, the Miner, like, in Scream, they typically reveal themselves.
Well, no, but that's when they die, though, once they...
I've always thought if the Scooby Gang went up against a Ghostface, they'd be so disappointed because they take the fun away from them. Like, no, we unmask you. Right? We do that. I undress you. But Ghostfaces do it themselves. But, yeah, the Miner, I can't remember how does he get unmasked?
Well, I think in the remake, he does unmask himself. And the
think
first
he
one, I
does.
don't think he does. I think they unmask him when they have him down.
Well, you know what I mean, though, like...
After they've kind of got him killed.
No, I understand, because then he's more vulnerable.
Yeah, it's like, with these guys, once they are shown...
Fun fact, the Scream mask was originally a Spock mask, and they just modified it.
Oh.
You're such a dork.
Long and prosper.
I'm so gullible. We were doing one where we were talking about cricket bats, and someone's like, "Did you know in America it's called grasshopper?" I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting." And I thought about it later. I'm like, "I'm a fucking moron." Okay.
Mike, you a Star Trek fan? You like Ghostface Spock mask? No. Okay.
I'm just guessing that he's more of a Captain Kirk guy.
Oh, yeah. Kind of strikes me. Well, I don't know. You a lady killer? He definitely is.
So, did you have anything else you want to add to your explanation?
No, I'm literally, I think both of them.
So, Mikey, can I call you Mikey? 2 versus 1. Ghostface wins. Okay.
That makes sense.
And this I'm actually gonna go with that, and this is how my theory. I think with the Leprechaun, it was pretty even, regardless of being two. If we're gonna go with two ghost faces, which makes sense, there usually is two. Except for part 3, had 3 killers because counting Jay and Silent Bob, they were killing it. Anyways, I'm gonna say the miner kills one of the ghost faces, finally catches him, but then the miner takes off his mask because he feels like it's done, and the other Ghostface catches it, like, off guard, comes up from behind and kills him. So I'm just going to give it to Ghostface because there's 2 of them. The miner would easily take out one, I think. Well, not super easily, but I think he would take out one and not realize there is 2. Because I don't think he's going to figure that out. I don't think the miner would figure out that there's more than one killer with the Ghostface. I think he would find one, they would run around in the mines, and he'd eventually corner one and kill it. But I think after that, he would let his guard down, and the other Ghostface would take him out.
So, I'm glad you guys gave me your explanations, because I actually already voted, and now I'm changing my mind. But I think it's fine, because the chat is reflective of what I've changed my mind to. I initially would say the miner, because I do think the miner's weapons are a lot scarier than the hunting knives.
Yeah.
I do think we're in the mines, and the miner knows his way around a lot better than they do. And I do think that while they both have endurance, the miner has endurance that's like much more. I mean, the miner took off his own arm. I cannot see a single Ghostface doing that without at least bleeding out or screaming in pain. The miner's level of endurance and durability is next level. It definitely outbeats Ghostface. The Ghostfaces are also a little overconfident. But I think definitely the miner's going to kill one of them for sure.
Yeah.
I think they're going to fight. It's going to be pretty even. The miner's going to kill that one and go, I don't know, what does the miner do in his off time? Can't get into a bar. Probably going to go mine for something. So, but then I think your other Ghostface, because they are extremely stealthy, your other Ghostface is going to come in, and they already know kind of how he fights and stuff because they were probably watching, and have another fight and, hopefully maybe even get the drop on them.
Yeah.
But then again, I also don't know, because those Ghostfaces are going to have to fucking monologue so that he would know there's 2 Ghostfaces. See, that's the problem. The Ghostfaces are going to be like, see the miner, and then they're going to take off their shit, and then they're going to monologue about why they did it. And then I don't think the miner is going to give 0 fucks. So then I think the miner could kill them both. He's gone against, like, multiple groups of people at once. He's gone against, like, 4 people at the same time and killed them all. In the original, there's, like, 4 people in that tunnel, and he kills them all. Mm-hmm. And without their masks on, the ghost faces aren't that superior. You know what? I stand by my original opinion. I'm staying with the miner. I went with the miner. I got switched over to Ghostface, and then as I was talking about it, I switched back over to the miner thing. And I think I gleeked on you.
Yeah, probably. I'm so used to it at this point.
I'm so sorry.
I'm going to have to vote Ghostface.
Gory sprinkles.
I told you, it's like Luther. Ghostface, I like Dan's theory on there's 2 against 1 and the whole stealthiness.
Like I said, you haven't seen My Bloody Valentine. The scene I'm thinking about, really there's one where there's 4 teenagers who look like they're 30 because it's done in the 80s, and they're Canadian. I don't know what that has to do with it. But they're in there, and he plows right through them. He puts one of them up at, like, a gas thing, and they're nothing.
But they're not killers.
Okay.
But they aren't killers. However, at the end of the remake, he's going against a cop who is able to kill people, who has a gun, who is an experienced fighter, and he's going against the cop's wife, who also doesn't fuck around, and, yeah.
I'm not saying
Granted, he doesn't win that fight, though, so, that's a good point.
Real quick. No, Ariel, I know of the show The Loud House, but I've never watched it.
I only know it from playing the Nickelodeon Kart Racers game.
And one of them has a cool hearse.
Yeah.
Lucy Loud, I think. I've never watched the show, though, so I don't know.
I think I've seen half of an episode, but I've not really watched it.
I think The Loud, they're also in that Nickelodeon fighting, like, Smash Brothers type game, too.
Oh.
That's the only thing I know them from.
I think these fighters are evenly matched, but the miner does not fuck around. The miner isn't going to monologue. The miner actually doesn't want you to know their identity, because the miner doesn't even know that they're doing it. The miner is a person who's suffering from either possession or DID, depending on how you read the film, but they don't think they're doing it. They think Harry Warden is doing it. Okay. So they don't know what they're doing. So they're not going to stop and monologue and tell you because they think they're innocent. The whole movie, they think they're innocent. They think they're helping you catch the killer. They don't realize that physically they're doing it. So I think, honestly, that's another thing I think helps the minor. I think the two Ghostfaces are going to monologue to the person who is innocent. And they're going to be like, yeah, okay, this sucks. You're going to kill me. They think that they're a victim, and then they're going to switch personalities, or that possession's going to take over, and they don't realize who they're really messing with, which is the persona of Harry Warden in there. And Harry Warden, he's plowed through multiple people at once. The Ghostfaces without their masks on usually are killed pretty easily. Granted, it's usually with a shot to the head, but I think Harry Warden could easily take a pickaxe and slam it, into their head, and I think it would be just as effective. He's done it as a kill before with his pickaxe, so I'm going with the minor, guys.
I want to point out, though, the Ghostfaces don't always monologue. They kill tons of people without monologuing. They do. They don't.
Yeah,
always...
but not the big hitty one. And the minor isn't just a throwaway kill in a movie. This is the final fight of the movie. This is not.
And I think
off.
the one Ghostface is gonna get cornered and start monologuing, and he's gonna get killed. Then Harry's gonna let his guard. Well, Harry, the miner's gonna let his guard down, thinking it's time to just leave the mine, and boom, killed from stealth.
All right. Well,
he could kill them both. I can see it happening. I can also see the mine collapsing and killing all three of them. So.
I'm going to call off the votes, which are really tight. So if you want to get your votes in, now is the time to do it. We've told you what we think. Now I'm going to check in and see what you think. And as soon as I'm done reading them, I'm calling that vote. Let's see. Ghostfaces out themselves way too easily. See, Rich and I, you and me same page, buddy. You and me same page. If they're fighting the mine, the miner knows his way around better. I agree. There's a minor. Four Canadians equals 2 people. You also are forgetting that they have denim armor, so I don't know. Canadians are pretty tough. I say this with all the love of Canada. You guys know
what was the name of the town the miner's from?
Something Bluff.
But I know in the
Valentine
beginning.
Bluff. No.
In the beginning of that movie, they say it's the murder capital of the world.
Oh yeah, that's so
like,
ridiculous.
Bullshit, it's the
like
murder
5 people have died there. What is something Bluffs? I bet Ben knows.
Big cities like Mexico City or New York would be the murder. I don't know.
Yeah, it's Valentine Bluffs. I was pretty close.
But it's not the murder capital of the world. According to the beginning of that movie, it says that it is. Like what?
Gory is holding down minor fans.
Michael thinks to have a minor problem with this outcome.
Like
I don't like it either. Apparently, Lucy Loud reminds Ariel of me.
Aww.
There you go.
No, I kind of want to see it. Hopefully, I know Ariel loves me, so I'm sure this is a compliment.
She drives a sweet hearse in that one.
Harry Wardlow. I thought it was Warden, but maybe I'm getting the name wrong, or I don't know. Maybe it's a joke that's going over my head. The mineral takes himself seriously. The miner takes himself seriously. Wardlow?
Because you said he had like the strength of Brock Lesnar, Wardlow's basically.
Oh, I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying.
I got from AEW.
Ghostface does what classic killers do. They can't help it. They talk too much when they should be killing. Vampires don't object to that, Cal-L. What did Cal say? All right, we're doing it. We're calling the vote. It was a close fight, guys. Close fight. But ultimately, the winner... Oh, you know what? I forgot I did this. The winner is the minor. Not minor 49er. Just the minor. Yeah, there I did it.
You think you
the
can take
winner.
The minor 49er?
God, we should... Oh my God, I kind of want to do a whole fight night and just Scooby-Doo villains.
Yeah.
Oh,
that would be
LOLZ
cool.
would love that.
Maybe
All right, so the minor won. Close fight. The minor's going to go against Leprechaun. That'll be pretty interesting to see.
Are we okay, Michael? You don't have a
Does he
minor
have any
problem
gold
with that?
from his
I know you
mine?
go to Ghostface, so...
How do you feel about minors
I
in
think
general?
he has a minor problem with it.
Maybe.
Did you vote, Michael?
I don't know.
He voted Ghostface.
Okay.
Well,
Oh,
with his
right.
tablet thing.
Yes.
Our next fight, we're going to keep it mortal with the next one. We've got Norman Bates of Psycho fame versus Angela. I kind of wonder that Andy thing to it. Angela from Sleepaway Camp.
Now I want there to be a Sleepaway Camp crossover with Chucky, just so you can say that.
I love that. Or Night of the Demons. Also has an Angela. There's also an Angela computer
Chucky
system
could be some kind of help to
in
Angela.
Critters 4. Okay, so we are moving right along. Getting rid of the minor. So Norman Bates versus Angela. Norman. You've seen Psycho.
Yes, I've seen Psycho. Many times.
So good. Do you want to
I
tell us
love
a little
that
bit about Norman?
Norman's a mama's boy who is tortured by his mother in, like, I don't know. He's just a crazy pervert.
Fair enough. Danny, do you want to talk about Norman?
Yeah.
Well, if you count the sequels, which we're going to, like, what, the first 4 movies at least?
Yeah, okay, I'm going to clarify here with Norman Bates, we are not counting the Bates Motel show, namely because we haven't seen it, and we don't want to give you anything that we're not, like, an expert on, and I know they take a lot of different directions with it. So this is the first 4 Psycho movies. That's what we're counting, and not the book either.
Well, counting those movies, you find out in the 4th one, they kind of relive it and other things, that he was technically raised by his aunt, who kind of sexually abused him and made weird... His life was weird. He also, when he found out who his real mom is, he didn't hesitate to kill her with a shovel because he didn't want to hear that. Nope, his mom is his mom. Don't you dare tell him that you are his real mom. He was not about that at all. His mom eventually does die by his own hands, I believe, and he keeps her body up in her room. He still hears her. She still talks to him. She still commands him. She possesses him, in a sense, his body. So, and yeah, she doesn't like him looking at girls. She still doesn't like him doing it. A lot of this stuff is loosely based off of Ed Gein by Alfred Hitchcock, and there was a book about that Hitchcock kind of adapted it from. And
Well, there's the book Psycho.
yeah, and so he took that and what he knew about Ed Gein and kind of made a movie, which gave us Norman Bates, who won't harm a fly unless, he
Well,
snaps.
his mother won't harm the fly because he's got like dual
Yes.
personalities going on,
Exactly.
and his mom won't do that.
And Norman is not aware, at least in the first
he's
movie.
too- yeah.
I think in the second one he is aware,
No,
right?
it's his mom who will kill you. It's him that won't harm a fly.
No, yeah.
No,
'Cause he dresses
no,
like a
she
dog.
says,
no,
I'm going to
no.
sit here.
Oh,
I'm
You're
gonna
wrong.
I am.
Haha, I'm
end
right
of the
about
movie-
something
Why
this
does he
time.
dress like her when he
Listen, at the end of the movie, to refresh you, at the end of the movie, they put a blanket on him, and he's holding, and he thinks he's his mom.
He's in his-
and he's waiting to sell. He's like, I'm just going to sit here, and I'm a sweet little old lady, and they're going to look at me, and there's a fly on her arm, and she's like, look, I'm not going to even swat it. I wouldn't even swat, so they'll think, she wouldn't even kill a fly. Because she's trying to manipulate them, like, oh, it's just a little old lady.
Yeah, she's
but
lying though.
she doesn't, she is lying. But she doesn't realize that she's not a little old lady. She's Norman Bates.
Yeah, it's like a dual personality thing, I think. He just had
Yeah.
such a break from the
So it's
the
like either a
abuse that he
DID
went
or
through.
a possession thing, however you want to read it.
And
But-
didn't he kill his mom when she had her lover at the house and he poisoned them both?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
But-
what I thought.
He still thinks it's his mom killing people because he's like, Mother, what did you do?
Yes.
But
no.
that's because he's too...
So it's kind of like we said with the minor. Norman is not aware that he is physically killing anybody. Norman wouldn't hurt anybody. Norman's very sweet and played beautifully. Oh, we're not talking about the fucking reboot here.
Oh.
Fuck that shit. Part of what works about Norman Bates is he is so gentle and sweet, and he's skinny as a rail. It's like, you kind of, I think when you're a woman, you're with a guy alone, you kind of size up the guy, like, okay, am I in danger here? Or am I potentially in danger? And Norman really just seems completely harmless. He's kind of dorky. He's very sweet. He keeps breathing, and it's freaking me out. He's very sweet, and so you underestimate him. And Norman truly wouldn't hurt anybody. He likes taxidermy, but those animals are already dead.
He poisons them though.
The
Yeah.
mother personality is ruthless. But yeah, Norman wouldn't hurt like a person but he also does have very kind of puritanical views himself, he doesn't believe that he should, he knows he's going to get in trouble for looking at a girl in the shower and stuff. He knows that by his definition of morals, that
He's punishing himself.
that's immoral. So, he has, because it's the way his mom raised him. He's not allowed to be sexual. He's not allowed to be a sexual being. So, whenever he does anything that he knows his mom would disapprove of, that's usually when he shifts to the other.
Yeah, I believe in the
personality.
4th movie there's like a flashback where she's playing very flirtatious with him when he's in his underwear. He gets aroused, she gets mad at him and locks him in a closet and tells him he needs to put that away.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's very weird behavior. Very
Played
mixed
very
signals.
well by Olivia Hussey. And then also Norman in that is, what's his butt from E.T.? Henry Thomas.
Oh, yeah.
So, little fun fact for you. So let's talk about Norman's strengths and weaknesses. Norman is too often underestimated. Even in the other movies, a lot of people just kind of discount Norman because he seems like a nice guy. He, in later movies, it's more he uses his charisma to get you to let your guard down. But especially in the first one, he just seems like a genuinely nice person, like, you know, wholesome, leave it to Beavery type. But Norman's also very stealthy. You know, he likes to watch. How's the peeping, Norman? How's the peeping? Norman is highly intelligent. He's very well read. He is a pretty good at, like, you know, understanding people's, like, you know, characters and stuff. That's not to say he doesn't miss stuff. I mean, even after he kills Marion, he has no idea Marion stole a bunch of money. Like,
No.
But he is very intelligent. He knows
Money's at the bottom
taxidermy.
of the lake now.
He has high endurance.
Yeah.
You know, can push a car into a lake by himself. He can, you know, so he can keep going for long, extended, like, fights. He can get his ass kicked and then get back up. Very physically strong. I wouldn't say it's quite the brute strength of some of the other fighters that we've had tonight, but he is very athletic. He's in great shape. In all the movies, even when he's older, he puts up a really good fight. One of the things about Norman Bates is he has, like, a rage mode. When he's really pissed off, the full mother personas come out, like, at the end of Psycho, when he's like, ah! You know, like, I mean, he goes into, like, a beast mode where he's nearly unstoppable in that state. He's just full rage. He's great at getting away, surviving to fight again another day. And
He's also really great at cleaning up a murder scene.
I agree. Yeah, there's a great scene where he knows exactly what he needs to do to get rid of blood and stuff. And it's part of because he runs a motel. He knows how to clean out stains and stuff.
But he's just like, oh shit.
So he once hit a body in the ice machine, and thankfully no one noticed because the camera caught the hand just sticking out of there, and he's like,
Yeah, do what you do.
He strangled a man who looked like they were physically superior to him. He also held them down as the car was half submerged with his foot so that they were at the pedal drowning in the water before the car went all the way in so he could escape by they had killed him that way. He's done some brutal shit when he's in this rage mode. He doesn't look that physically strong. He's even older in the sequels, and he still has usually a superior strength edge on those he's killing, regardless of their gender and what they look like compared to him. So yeah, heavily underestimated, like you said. Though, the only thing that comes off as a red flag in the creepy stuff from the beginning is the taxidermy.
Michael, you doing okay?
Cool off, guy.
Michael, I think your mask looks really warm. How's that? Yeah, that nice fall breeze.
And
Trying to
he's,
make you feel at home. Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I just knocked something over my knee.
Oh, you're fine.
he spent a lot of time in a mental
Sorry,
hospital
guys.
between the first movie and the second sequel. There's a big gap where he spent most of that time in a mental hospital. But did he ever actually get better? Not really. He just got better at hiding his crazy. Once he was made aware of his disorders, DID, he got better at hiding it and pretending to be more naive. If that's anything, that's what that taught him. How to hide it better.
Yeah, so weaknesses, like you said, he's a mama's boy, so he will do anything for his mother. He has, like, a love-hate relationship with his mother, but the personality you really gotta fear is Mother. So, and Mother is very controlling of Norman, and very overbearing. Norman's completely unaware that he has DID, that the mother personality is taking over. So that is a weakness because he doesn't know he's doing it. He thinks he's cleaning up after his mother's mistakes. So yeah, he doesn't have all the pieces of the puzzle. So he is kind of out of the loop on some of this stuff.
Like I said, when was given some of those pieces while being in the mental ward, he just learned how to hide it better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It just made him a little more dangerous, to be honest.
He's obsessive. When he gets fixated on something, he doesn't let go. He's very naive, especially in the first movie. Not so much in the later movies, but in the first one, he's not very worldly. He hasn't traveled much. And the mother persona is extremely arrogant and overly confident, particularly since it's still an old woman, even in Norman's body. So she's not going to do like fisticuffs. She can handle a fight, but she's still, she still thinks of herself as a little old lady, even though Norman
she has her own rage mode, but
Norman possessed by mother is strong. She's a little overly confident for someone who thinks of themselves. I guess that's the word I'm using. For someone who thinks of themselves as a little old lady, she's pretty confident that she can kick some ass.
She also doesn't think
under the unassuming.
Yeah.
She doesn't think far ahead either. She doesn't care sometimes that she made a mess for him that's going to be like problematic for them. She's like, whatever, deal with it, basically, son, because I'm mother and I get my way right now if I need someone gone.
And his weapon of choice is a kitchen knife. All right, anything else we want to say about Norman before we move on?
Nope.
Principal Skinner was loosely based off of it.
Michael is so still. I couldn't sit like that. Michael is hot. Michael's sick. Wait, hot like hot? Because we did put a fan on him, or hot like sexy.
Both.
Olivia Hussey, yeah, she's also in Ice Cream Man. She pops up in a lot of horror stuff in the It miniseries and the 90s version of It. Yes, I still prefer the first Mask. Don't know what we're talking about. I'm gonna move on. Norman is a sneak attack killer where Angela comes at you. I guess more directly is what he's saying. So yeah, I agree. Gotta head out. Night, Martin. Love that Buffy blanket. Just Glimpse that. Thanks. I got that at Crypticon this year. Danny got it from me. You like the Psycho remake? No shame there. If you like it, I'm happy for you. Personally, I don't, but we don't have to like all the same stuff to be buddies. My internet is rebelling, buffered, and then shut down. Oh, I'm sorry. I blame technical difficulties. Sexy hot. He thinks he's hot. He knows he's sexy. Sexy boy.
Silent boy.
I'm not your boy toy. Boy toy.
It's a slasher boy.
Kitchen knives are used by the best killers. All right, so I think we're good on Norman Bates, unless I'm forgetting anything. Angela Baker. So you just watched Sleepaway Camp for the first time. Thoughts?
It's a very pervy movie. Very pervy movie.
And the cook was
I
the
honestly,
wrong kind of pervy.
Knowing that Angela was who I was supposed to be looking for, I was like, what? At the beginning, because I was like, Judy's the bitch. Judy's a real, and then the weird ending. But she's pretty good at killing.
I will say, to get the full scope of Angela, you got to see all the movies, which we're going to break down for you in just a little bit.
Right,
to kind of fill you on what happens to Angela afterwards. So,
what does happen after she's...
Angela, unfortunately, Angela survives has a shock ending. If you haven't seen it, I'm going to spoil it for you. I'm sorry, you kind of have to spoil it for this one. It's not like the other one.
To explain.
But Angela was actually Peter. Peter's sister and father were killed in a boating accident. And Peter was adopted out to his aunt, who decided she already had a little boy, so raised Peter against his will as a girl.
That's what we do.
I think Peter's really confused in the first one, and I wouldn't be comfortable using the pronoun her, but the reason I'm going to do it for Angela is because in the second one, Angela has had sexual reassignment surgery, so I would say that Angela has embraced a female identity and is identifying as such. So I'm going to go with she, her pronouns for this one. It's a little tricky. If you disagree, by all means, you are entitled to your own opinion. That's just what we're going with today. Okay, so Angela, in the second movie, Angela's gone from sweet and demure in the first one, played beautifully by Felissa Rose, to full-on wackadoo, played by Pamela Springsteen.
Yeah.
As I've put in her weaknesses, varying degrees of batshit crazy. Full-on wackadoo in part 2. I love part 2. Both, fun fact, it's one of Jericho's favorite horror movies of all time. Not the first one, the second one.
I love the cover.
She fucking loves camping so much.
Nice.
She loves camp so much. She loves singing so much. And she will just kill you because she's bored, because you've annoyed her. She will kill you for any minor aggression that you've put her way. And we didn't have a weapon of choice for her because she will use whatever's there. Porta potty or outhouse, it's a weapon. Lawnmower, it's a weapon. Anything, why not? Drowning, fire. she's just not picky. And then the third one, not quite as over the top as in part 2, but she comes back and she's posing as a...
she kills a counselor in the beginning and takes her identity.
She's posing as a person who's attending the camp. And then, big spoilers for Return of Sleepaway Camp, played once again by Felissa Rose, but it's revealed that the sheriff in the whole movie is, in fact, Angela. So, that's just an overview.
Very Scooby-Dooey with the fake mustache and nose and everything.
Oh.
I'm going to go through strengths and abilities. So, Angela's very good at avoiding detection, be it by just being quiet and hiding in the background, or by using a disguise. Angela has dressed up as Leatherface. She's dressed up as an old man. Even having a voice changer in one of them, like, you know, the ones you get after you've had your larynx removed. Angela is wonderful at disguise. Angela's wonderful. She's pretty convincing liar. So yeah, Angela can kind of hide in plain sight a lot of times. Angela can hold her breath for a really fucking long time. She's done this to drown people multiple times and they run out of air, but for some reason Angela doesn't. Angela is a skilled archer and has used a bow and arrow to kill someone. We mentioned disguises, you know, makeup and stuff. Angela is very good at this. She has used a wide array of weapons: lawnmower, outhouse, drill, guns, guitar string used as a garrote, bees, fire, a curling iron up the hoo-ha, which is why I have a curling iron signed by Felissa Rose. I brought it to her and she's like, I love this so much, I'll do it for free. I hear that since then, though, a lot of people have done that, so it probably wouldn't work now. A log, she's used a water, a truck, a syringe, a hatchet, a lot. Angela is stealthy. She is really skilled at surviving in the wilderness, and she's remorseless. One of the kills, and the director kind of regretted it later because he thought it was a bit too much, but it's part of her lore now, is she kills a bunch of kids in sleeping bags who are sleeping out, and a lot of people are confused about that. Well, why'd she kill them?
Throwing sand at her.
If you watched the previous scene, after Judy bullies her, these boys start chucking sand at her, and yeah, that meant that they had to get their faces hatcheted off. And in part 2, like we talked about that one, why'd you kill those two guys?
They were boring. She first kills, like, the best way to encourage her wrath is to disrespect camp. Like when she's a counselor or an attendee in the second and the third movie. But if you go by the first and the fourth movie, being a bully will obviously do it. Like anybody who's bullying or just wrong, like pervy cook.
Because you're not being a good camper.
Oh,
exactly.
He deserved it.
But disrespecting camp in any way by bullying others or just disrespecting like sing-alongs and all the camp activities, if you disrespect that, she will kill you. But also, if you're boring.
She's kind of a hypocrite, too, because she expects everyone else to be nice and follow all these rules. But, yeah, Angela can be a dick. That's
She's
fine.
crazy, though.
She batshit crazy. So what she expects out of you is not what she expects out of herself.
Like Jigsaw.
Yeah. Her weaknesses, she's extremely judgmental. Like we said, she doesn't judge herself by the same standards as she judges everybody else. You're going to see more of that in the sequels, which is probably what you want to watch. Pamela Spring is a delight. Felissa Rose comes back.
I like
delightful.
The movie. I was just like...
But yeah, extremely judgmental. The slightest insult will get you killed. Or she's bored. Mm-hmm. You know, she might not like the way you're doing something, and she will kill you. She could think you're a bad singer and kill you. These are not actual examples from the movies. Just that's kind of how Angela is. Very judgmental, but usually it's based on morals. Like you're a bully, or you've bullied her, or somebody she likes was bullied by you. So yeah, she'll kill you.
She tends to have a favorite every movie, and those usually be the final people. But the fourth one's confusing because even though she has a favorite, that kid is a disrespectful little shit to everybody.
Oh, yeah.
But he does get bullied. I don't know. Either way, it's still weird. But, yeah.
She's also varying degrees of bad shit crazy. So I would say Angela in the first one, I honestly feel really bad for Angela in the first one. I feel like Angela is also a victim.
Definitely.
Not that crazy. More just damaged. Second one, full on wackadoo. We have broken the scale of batshit crazy.
Cartoon villainy.
Slightly down. Yeah, she is like a cartoon in the second one. Slightly down from that in the third one. And yeah, pretty much sticking with that mean in the fourth one. She is overzealous. She will not stop. She is very, like, she doesn't just move on. If she's decided that you have somehow committed a sin, usually a camping sin, she's just not going to stop until you and everybody you know is dead. That's just how she is. But she's very lazy with the body disposal. She will just leave them laying out, and she does it with all the movies. I guess in the second one, she kind of puts them in like a room and displays them, but she doesn't actually get rid of them very well. She leaves messes everywhere. And her weapon of choice, like we said, is anything.
Mm-hmm. And I'd say a weakness is she's very braggadocious. Like she will.
I love that word.
She will mock you as she's like about to kill you. Sometimes
she's mean.
She's mock you. She will insult you. She will do kinds of. There's a cop who like infiltrates in the third movie as well because he wants to get revenge because she killed his son in like the previous movie. But then like she's like, so what are you gonna do? Stab me or whatever? She's like, no, I'm just gonna shoot you. And boom. But she will throw some salt on the wounds as she does it. Sometimes that's a detriment. Sometimes she just gets away with it scot free.
I call it creativity.
Yeah.
All right.
Like you
Bekki,
said.
I don't know if you know how to do this. Well, you can do it. Will you check in with the chat? Just everything from down there. Just kind of check in with them, see how they're doing. I'm gonna get another drink.
Ask Danny to do it.
Shit.
Which part did she say?
Don't get
She
me.
said from Tatum down.
Have a good. Oh yeah, kitchen knives are used. The best killers. We've already seen that one. So, mine been having issues all massacre. I work from unpaid.
Oh, don't you get gory.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
Oh my god!
You alright?
Holy shit! You guys didn't watch my back at all!
I did. I watched
his.
this. As he went up there, I said, "Do you think that's good?"
Dude,
You're okay.
I had to teleport past him just to get here.
Good thing you're a witch.
Yeah.
We didn't get very
Comes
far.
in handy.
'Cause you were already quick about where you went.
I gotta get some of that Dr. Pepper.
I'm bringing LaCroix.
That was scary.
I bet.
Do you think he pees? Oh god, are the dogs okay?
Yeah.
He does eat dogs.
Oh.
You better not.
He
eat
was
it,
so
then.
scary. He walked right into me. Okay, checking with the chat. What movie is Angela in? Mommy, she is in Sleepaway Camp 1, 2, 3, and Return to Sleepaway Camp. I have a really cool box set that's behind Danny. It looks like a first aid kit. But yeah, we might have to watch this. I honestly, though,
There
the
was
first
a part
one's...
for The Survivor, but it never got released, and I don't think she was in it.
I think you'd like the first one the best.
Yeah. It's really pervy, though.
Oh, thanks, Tatum. I did get all better. Yeah, bullying sucks. Pamela Anderson, she brings so much energy to the role. I think Felissa Rose made the character kind of... What? Be careful!
I'm going. I'm going to take a knife with me, then.
Yeah, take a knife. Does your beautiful have a chant? What?
Okay, where was I? So, yeah, I think Felissa Rose is kind of famous for the role and iconic, but don't discount Angela Baker, because I think she is just amazing in the role as well. I think they're both terrific. Yeah, wackadoo now. It's dark. Full on wackadoo. Another drink is good. Dr. Pepper. We're not sponsored. Oh, yeah, then I tore my hamstring. Oh, that's balls. Michael went out. He did. Danny does have a channel. It's Horror Addicts, which I'm also on Horror Addicts, and so is our son. You can find that at youtube.com/Horror Addicts TV. Oh, hold on. I'm going to throw out the votes. You can start getting your votes in. After this vote, I got to take off. No worries. Pamela Anderson. Oh, shit. Oops. Sorry. Yes, I mean Pamela Springsteen. Sorry. Yes. First movie, but sequels are more fun. I agree. Dr. Pepper is amazing.
I thought we said Springs.
I have to go with the more... I did say it, but I might have said it...
At one point.
I think one of us might have said, you know.
Oh.
But we do know it's Springsteen.
Yeah.
And part 2 is Ben's favorite. I have to go with the more crazy Angela. Okay, so Danny, who are you voting for?
I think in the scenario, Angela has slaughtered a camp. She's on the highway heading to another camp, possibly. She's gonna stop at the Bates Motel. He's gonna check her in, everything. They're gonna have a nice little conversation as she like admires his taxidermy. He's then going to sneak up on Angela in the shower. This is going to get confusing.
For everybody.
Everyone involved. Especially when
Awkward.
especially depending on when it took place, too. I do think Angela's more batshit crazy, more versatile with anything lying around, like curling irons and any other type of weapons. She's a little better at traps, too. She can turn a bed into an upside-down pincushion and jump down on you. She has also used barbed wire and all the kinds of effective things.
Where's
Hi.
Bekki?
Bekki, you okay?
Bekki!
Uh-oh. Anyways, moving on.
You didn't kill Bekki, did you?
The dogs are okay. Rocky, go lay down.
Oh, good. The dog's okay. The dog's okay. That's good.
Oh, well.
Oh, that's nice of you. I mean, he's got manners, guys.
He does.
Well, no one's saying Michael Myers doesn't have manners.
So, I'm gonna give it to Angela just because her batshit crazy is a little more loud, a little more... I think it's gonna catch Norman off guard. It's gonna also mess with Mother, too, I think. I don't think Mother's gonna be prepared for that.
Norman obviously would never kill Angela unless, for whatever reason, Norman thought that he had to protect himself or his mother. But Mother is not going to like Angela. I have a feeling Mother's pretty dated in her. I don't think Mother is going to be all that accepting of somebody who is transgender. I think Mother's probably kind of a dick about that stuff. Mother's not going to be sympathetic or kind. Yeah, Mother's a dick. So I could see her going after Angela because Mother's a dick. Mm-hmm. I actually like Angela, even when she is a dick. But I think Mother is not somebody I would get along with. Whatever, dude.
Don't matter.
All shapes and sizes.
I'm just saying she cray-cray.
But, anyway, I don't think I think Mother will have bitten off more than she can chew. She's very overconfident. I don't think she could handle Angela's level of crazy. I also think Angela's a little better at what she does. Angela is fully aware of who she is by the second movie. She knows who she is. She knows where she's come from. And she knows what she's good at and what she likes. She is a happy camper. And you will be one too. Mother doesn't even really realize that she's not Mother. She's Norman. And she's a little old lady. Angela's going to kick her ass. Even though she is stronger than most little old ladies, Angela is, even the first one, stronger than most little girls. So I think even the first one, Angela is going to kick Mother's ass. But she's a full-grown woman in 2, 3, and 4. Very good with multiple different weapons. Honestly, Mother isn't going to know what fucking hit her. You know, freaking lawnmowers and stuff. They've never even left the motel, really. You know, they haven't even traveled that far out. It's like state or anything. So, Mother is not going to be prepared for this. What the? That is not a snack.
We'll order pizza or something. You don't eat the puppy.
Don't eat the puppy.
Puppy, don't eat him? Whatever.
All right, we both said Angela. Michael, your thoughts? He nodded. Oh,
I think Angela.
One nod for Norman, 2 nods for Angela.
Oh, Angela.
Okay.
Do you think you could like would you hang out with Angela?
I would.
You like camping?
I'd go camping with Angela.
All right. I'm pushing my luck with the responses. Bekki, what do you think? Oh, our friend.
I'm gonna go with Angela.
Our friend Tatum wanted to know if you had. She said, "Who is the beautiful girl next to you? Does she have a channel?"
I do not have a channel. I am Bekki. Hi. I do crafts and sew and do all kinds of creepy stuff like that.
We might be working on an Etsy shop here for you though, because she does everything. Like we just thought today that she could make scrunchies.
Oh yeah.
She makes soaps. She makes so much stuff. She makes masks. She's working on the mask for the. I mean, she's so incredibly talented. She needs an Etsy store. Seriously, she can make all of the things.
Thank you.
You're awesome.
Rocky's gone to the
And I interrupted you. Who do you think will win?
I think Angela. I mean, the girl's been at it since she was little. She's got the background, and she's just a freaking psychopath.
She survived a fucking boat to the head.
Yeah.
Back when she was Peter.
Yeah. Back when she was
They were
Peter.
both traumatized by not their biological mothers, but by motherly figures in their
Yeah,
lives.
both of them were made to feel that their sexuality is less than.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
but
their-
it wasn't
that
good
their
enough.
gender.
It wasn't acceptable.
I
Yeah.
feel like Angela has kind of empowered herself with it later on.
Yeah.
More than Norman ever did.
I think Angela started off as a victim, and it's really sad because Angela was Peter. That is Peter. Peter deserved to be a little boy, and unfortunately that was taken away from him. But I think Angela was like, no, you know what? I'm going to make it my choice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm going to, embrace it. And so I respect Angela's choice that happens. And, yeah, I think Angela's awesome. You know, I think Angela fully embraces who she is.
Where Norman, I still think, even at the very end, he's a little
Norman has some self-hating.
issues with himself and his mother, of course.
I think his mother kind of taught him to hate himself a lot.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's sad.
It is
It's
very
It's
sad.
really sad.
I think it's... but also, I don't think surprising Angela in the shower is going to work. I think she's prepared for almost every situation. She's killed a lot of people in a lot of bathrooms.
Oh, no. That would not.
Through the wall, through the shower stall.
I
all the way
could
down.
see Angela doing something with the shower head or the soap or something. I mean, Angela is
She probably
resourceful.
showers with a knife herself, so...
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm going to check in with the chat, and then I am going to call that vote. I'm going to make sure I voted really quick. Did I vote? Yes, I did. All right, I'm going to check in with the chat, so get your votes in now, because we're going to call it as soon as I'm done checking in with you guys. Tall, handsome, and quiet. Elisa, you have unusual taste, but, I married a slasher, so let's double date sometime. Oh, my God. I won't read that. I'm
What?
sorry. He said nothing. Mikey got a snack. Ben! Don't encourage him. Angela is more creative. I'm voting for her. Torchbearer, I'm so happy to see you. Don't harm the dog, Michael. I love the doo-doos. All the doo-doos. They are my people. I love it. Rich is by day, when he's not a pumpkin, he is by day a dog groomer and a massive fan of all the doggos. Funny thing is, Mother might like Angela, because she won't be attracted to her son. She might become adopted by Mother and piss Norman off. I don't think Mother would be accepting of somebody who's transgender. Also, it's kind of implied, never overtly, but especially part 2, it's kind of implied that Angela likes women. And I don't think Mother would approve of that.
The first movie, she had a
Angela likes
boyfriend.
boy.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
And then she kills him.
She's way obsessed with that girl. Yeah, maybe Angela's panel likes everybody.
I think that's it.
And I guess, okay, so Countdown makes a good point there, because Angela, when the boy pushes her too far past her sexual comfort zone, that's when she kills him. And Mother's kind of like that too, but mostly I think it's Norman punishing himself for having sexual urges.
The kill was kind of off camera, but it implied that they did get naked together. I'm thinking she killed that boyfriend because of his reaction to her.
Possible.
Possibly, yeah.
I mean, that's just what the movies made me feel. I mean, I don't know, because we don't see it, but that's what I think.
I want to know how she got his head off so well.
That
takes some
She's like
doing.
you, she's
sawing, yeah.
That takes some
But
doing.
Even with the
I
knife,
do
that's
think
gonna be
Angela isn't overly like sexual in any of the movies. She never has like a sexual relationship with anyone. So I do think that Mother would like that, but I just don't think Mother is ever going to be accepting of somebody who's transgender.
No.
Yeah.
I just don't think so. Also, I don't think she'd accept somebody who's really into camping, because I think Mother would be like, that's dirty. Mother's very prissy.
She is.
I just don't think she's going to like an outdoorsy kind of person. So, yeah, I honestly, I can't see Mother accepting anybody. Mother's a dick. Yeah, Accent, I'm concerned too. Brocky has gone to the dark side. Never! Never. Also, fun fact, just so you guys know, Brocky, a lot of people think it's an unusual name, like it's like Rocky with a B. He was named after Dave Brocky of Gwar. We love Dave Brocky. Rest in peace.
Of course.
Norman starts watching Angela through the peephole. And Angela turns around to see the heat she's packing. He sees the heat she's packing and stabs him in the eye. Angela wins without lifting a finger. Maverick, I love you.
Though it depends.
Oh.
Anyway. I don't think she's packing heat anymore.
Thanks for dropping. dropping the Horror Addicts link. For some reason, I wasn't a supporter until now. Thanks, Now It's Dark. Awesome job, everyone, on the likes. Yeah, thanks, Tatum, for being all that. Bekki does indeed rock. She's my favorite.
Thank you.
You too.
Sometimes I feel like a fish out of water on here.
I'm okay.
She's my favorite lady.
Good. Should be.
Well,
I have better moves than he does.
I don't have a favorite. But you're definitely my best friend. So there we go. Artwork for me, need some blah, blah, blah. Yes, the world does need more knights, and I think Tatum is wonderful. Tatum. Norman Bates, I voted. Ariel, Pangela. You know, as somebody who's pan, I'm on board with this. I think we need some more pan killers out there. Well, Movie Massacre, that touched my heart. Oh my God, I appreciate you saying that. I've been through hell and you by stand tall. And yeah, I'm very glad that you're in the Gory hole where you're loved and respected for the awesome person you are. I have watched the first season of Bates Motel. I started the second. It's just one of those ones I need to finish. I will get on it.
I should rewatch the first one. It was a long time ago when we did that.
I think we actually might have watched the first 2 seasons.
Maybe.
I haven't seen the ones where his mother died. I'm a happy camper. Yes, you're a happy camper. We need to watch. I think you'd love part 2. I think you would.
I'm down to watch it. I was just wow.
I was
surprised that came out when it did.
If they remake.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you surprised me again. If they remake it, they need to get Felissa Rose to play the aunt.
That would be
I
nice.
agree.
Did the aunt also remind you guys of Auntie Mame?
Who's Auntie Mame?
It's an old movie, like in the, I want to say the 40s and 50s. And Auntie Mame would come back, and she's so grandiose, and the way she talks, she's been all around the world, darling. It's amazing.
She wasn't even directed to be like that. She's just kind of wackadoo.
She just did that.
But she's lovely. It's one of the. She's just. I love that movie so much.
I mean, you're supposed to know she's bent, so I'm glad that she did.
Yeah,
I think
she
it's a good
really
performance.
adds to it. It kind of
as
gives you to. Honestly, when you rewatch it, you're like, why didn't I suspect her? I mean, because honestly, she's the true villain of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask me, I mean,
oh yeah, definitely.
There's a lot of people who are villains in that movie.
Too,
the cook is a villain, but honestly, Angela in the first one, I just feel really bad for it. And the second one's it's kind of like Chucky, where like, I know what you're doing is wrong, but I'm having so much fun with you.
Yeah.
Like if you're wrong, I don't want to be right because we're having a good time.
A lot of those slasher sequels, you root for us slashers because we're fun and
we're
more interesting than the teenagers that we're killing.
Sometimes they're really sexy. Hey, Elisa, hey. Apparently you're sexy.
More interesting than the teenagers.
Yep.
And so modest. Okay, all right. So we are calling the vote. Angela Baker wins. She is moving into round 2. All right, let's get moving. So this next one, Angela, there we go. There's your winner. And now we're moving on to somebody I think
Who's this guy?
Danny Knightmare is going against Pearl from Us.
How are we not supposed to play favorites?
We're going to be objective.
Right.
I don't know if I can.
We are professionals. Danny, would you like to introduce Danny Knightmare?
Tell us a little bit
Well,
about
I'll
him.
give you the backstory of my backstory, I guess. See, when I was a child, I always wanted this monster face toy. A toy that was cool in plastic, and it had a little skull, and you can make it talk and everything. Well, they didn't have any more at the store, but my grandma found one at a yard sale, and she got it for me. Stuff started happening after that. I had some cousins that disappeared. I lived on a drive-in. I was by myself, too, watching all these horror movies out my back of my window, even if I wasn't old enough or should be watching them. I was doing that all the time. Eventually, the lady who sold that monster face to my grandma was arrested for the murder of her husband. And it turns out that she replaced the plastic skull on the monster face with her husband's actual skull. And the cops stole it as evidence for whatever reason, so a young me broke in there and got it back. There's really no, I'm not going to tell you how I did it, but there was no cops left alive. Later on, I became a pro wrestler, and I met my lovely wife, who's a witch and a roller derby girl, and, we have a son who's half a demon, and this is our life. And I kind of tried to tone things down and start the whole family but my witch wife and my demon son leave quite a body count that I constantly have to dispose of and hide. And, sometimes people rub me the wrong way and I still kill them. So there you go.
He likes to be rubbed like this.
I also spent my days in camp as well.
He did.
Camp Silver up in Lake Silver.
Ugh, Fair Point Station. Yeah, absolutely. After that quote, I definitely wanted him to die. Sorry, I saw that. I had a comment on it. So, do you want to go through your strengths and abilities, or you want me to?
Oh God, yeah, that really bothered me too.
Oh, I hated it. Oh, so gross.
You can read them and then I will possibly.
You want to chime in?
I was like,
So, Danny is terrific at body disposal because I just don't have time. And honestly, I don't see what the big deal is. I feel like it's 2022. Can we accept people for who they are? And I am somebody who, on occasion, needs to get rid of people. It's just my way of life. We could be a little more accepting of people's differences. But no, people freak out when there's bodies, apparently. So, Danny takes care of them. Does a terrific job. Like, you wouldn't even know half the shit that goes on in this house. Danny's also got a really good healing factor. I'm not going to say how, but maybe numerous people have stabbed him or shot him or occasionally thrown
I got my scars, but...
Yeah. There might have been plates thrown at his head that got kind of embedded in the skull. But, he takes them out, things heal up Wolverine-like, and he's back to doing what he does. Husband's also a professional wrestler.
Yeah, take pile drivers with the best of them and glass tubes, barbed wire, and all that stuff as well. Which, hey, you can go watch videos of me doing that online, and yet still really not much messed up there, despite the fact
You're still beautiful.
Right?
And as you can see by the picture, he knows his way around power tools. He's great at evasion. He can slip away, like when you want him to do chores around the house.
Nope.
Just magically gone. He's stealthy. Sometimes I say we gotta put a bell on him because, he's just stalking around the house.
You scream a lot when you don't know I'm in the room.
Monsterface is an asset to him.
Alright, so with Monsterface, it was a skull of a dead husband. However, he was my imaginary best friend. Yet, you've all seen him, and the more I talk to him, the more powers he's got and more control. I used to even have to move his little mouths and stuff for him. He does it all by himself now. My imagination has actually given him life. So there you go. That is a part of me. It counts for Monsterface too. And Monsterface he's done a lot of damage, I have to say.
I feel like you need a Reading Rainbow song, like, I can't
Now,
do anything.
I can't.
no.
Yeah, so Monsterface does count as me. He's kind of an alter ego in a sense. I also have Danny with an eye when I want to be more feminine and still kill people.
And you're still sexy.
Thanks. Apparently, I've been told.
Yes. He's the looker, and I don't know. Can I be the brains?
No, you're the looker.
Damn it.
But you're also the brains.
Sweet.
Thank you for both brains.
Thank you. Let's see, what else? He's charismatic.
You say so.
He's very charismatic.
I have a dry wit.
Yeah, you can never shut
Very
him up.
dry wit, charismatic. People love Danny. I love Danny. Yeah. And he's able to get himself out of a lot of trouble with that. Extensive horror movie knowledge. He's seen it all, so he knows how to use that effectively to get himself out of trouble.
Said it started when I was little, living on a drive-in, watching horror movies all the time.
And that's why we we don't associate it with virgins, because we just know that they have secret magical powers.
Right.
Just avoid them.
And, instead of
That's
killing
my
your
friends
final
with you,
girl,
am
I
I
say, don't kill your final girl, marry her.
Aw, that's so sweet. That should have been etched on your guys' glasses at them.
Aw,
Especially
that's
when
so sweet.
I can't count Gory's magic in this fight. I can't count LOLZ's magic. LOLZ has resurrected me sometimes. He's also unzombified me. I've been zombified and I'm still here. But yeah, other than that.
Oh, I'm kind of excited. Cheetah says if Danny and Michael reach the finale, they can battle it out live. Wow, that's a whole new show.
We might have to.
Take it outside.
Let's be fair. Danny has his weaknesses. He has a hard time adapting to family life. He was a lone slasher for a long time now. He has a kid to look out for. He has me. Sometimes, he has responsibilities that get in the way of his pastimes.
My body count has shrank, and I just now mostly dispose of them.
It happens to a lot of guys as they get older.
Right.
Danny, like Angela, is varying degrees of batshit crazy. If you watched the videos, you know. Right now he seems pretty cool, but there are days where he's full on wackadoo. And a lot of times Danny sees and hears things that aren't there. We just accept it.
Well, like I said, I was originally talking to myself. Now myself talks back. There is a supernatural element to that, but I'm still kind of nuts for doing it to begin with.
Rich says Danny with an eye has the power of seduction.
She apparently does.
Danny with the eye has the magic of creating awkward boners.
Oh, also coming up lately, what are we going to be the face of? Rube Morgue magazine, Danny with an Eye, and Gory B movie are entering, so you can vote for us later.
That's awesome.
Cool.
Stay tuned for more information and links on that.
And his weapon of choice is anything sharp. Is there anything else you want to add?
No.
All right. Also, another weakness, he does have mother issues. It's something we just don't bring up. Like most slashers, it's a sore spot. So sometimes I think that's one of the voices he talks to.
He doesn't control me like Norman, though. That's a different type of issue.
Yeah, it reminds me more of Andy.
Yeah, more
Andy
like
from
Andy.
Together Pitch.
I have some, I guess, oven PTSD. But
Ugh.
there you go.
Yeah, we're at. If you want to put the GoFundMe for the short film LOLZ, Tatum, that'd be awesome. I love Sundays too. If throw out your dead. Throw out your dead. Oh no. Not the kitty.
Look what the Michael dragged in.
It's like I was just looking
I
for
think
another
he's kind of
snack.
making himself at home. Like,
Good.
I don't know. Do you want a drink or something?
I don't know what he drinks.
I don't know. We'll try it.
You know she's not going to stop until you do it.
No. We're gonna stop.
You think that guy who played Captain Man Danger Force will play Danny Knightmare? No, but we should look that up. I don't know who that is, but I'm excited.
Danny loves his mummy. Yes, I do, mummy. I love you. That's Gory's mom, but
what
my
was
mummy.
Danny's finisher in wrestling?
She's a great mummy.
Usually a 619 followed up by a swanton bomb.
We call it a 509, right?
Yeah, the 509 is what I usually call it.
Yeah.
Also, I got a bit of a diamond cutter, but I hook their arm in first. I call it a power switch.
Danny packs more heat than Angela, even when he's Danny with an eye. Anything. He's not going against Angela.
Yeah.
He is gonna go against Pearl.
I might
which
if
we're
I
getting
win.
To. Well, maybe if you win.
Pearl.
Anything not A24 gets our vote. Oh, hot takes. Thank you. That is the link right there is a link to the short film Danny is working on called LOLZ. Also, Danny is working on a second short film too because LOLZ
It has been updated. It talks about both of them now.
LOLZ is the filming is being pushed to to spring. As we wait for some things to get into place, and he's working on another movie. So yeah, Danny does love his mummy, and you know what? I love my mummy. My mummy is the best mummy. I've got the sweetest mummy. I've got the nicest mummy. What would you do if I gave you a basket of hugs, mummy? That's where you say I'd give you a basket of kisses.
Oh,
Anyway.
that's so sweet.
If you donate to that GoFundMe, you'll be thanked in both movies. That's just how it is.
That Michael is so hot right now. Danny, you think Cooper Barnes will play Danny Knightmare? Yeah, she's throwing out some good suggestions here. I think, Ariel, you need to message him, DM him on Twitter a list of your picks.
What did the chat want at one point? They wanted Danhausen at one point.
Oh, that's
I think
He knows how to wrestle. He's about my build and height. He's a little taller. but
Does
not much.
Michael have anything on under those overalls?
You're just gonna have to let your imagination. Didn't you used to have a calendar that had him on it?
Oh my god, I didn't used to have a sexy slasher calendar. I actually have a
There's an
poster
artist
over there,
out
you
there
see?
that does that.
over there. There's the centerfold from it.
Oh,
okay.
I gotta send you that.
Jason
Oh, it's
and
hilarious.
Frank, but still.
I found somebody who did.
A basket kissy, my mummy knows what's up. That's a quote from Bad Seed. My mummy and I love that. All right, anything to add about Danny Knightmare?
He's got an amazing wife.
Oh,
You're so sweet.
yes.
All right, Michael loves dogs. Well done with macaroni and baked beans.
And I'm sorry about killing you to begin with, Mummy, but at least we brought you back as a mummy.
You didn't kill her, you just put her in her sarcophagus.
LOLZ wanted to do the magic.
You brought
Throwing walls under the
I'm the one
bus.
that killed her.
It wasn't me.
I didn't know she was your mom.
I thought you just hid her in the sarcophagus. I didn't know you killed her.
I didn't know she was your mom.
Mean.
Well, brought her back, and she's charming.
She's
enough.
not my mom. She's my mommy.
Yeah,
Get
exactly.
it straight.
I didn't know.
Moving right along from this uncomfortable discussion.
You
So
knew
that
this.
was Danny. You know him. You love him. But have you met Pearl? Movie just came out this year. Look at the picture I picked. Pearl is the killer in X. I'm not giving anything away. It is not a whodunit horror film. It's pretty obvious from the trailers that Pearl is the killer. I'm really excited because they actually had time and money to make a prequel called Pearl that's coming out in theaters this fall. I think I'm actually I might even like that one even more because it's set, back in that like early days of Technicolor, like Wizard of Oz time.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's going to be really fun.
But however, that movie's not out yet. We don't know enough about it, so we're just sticking with.
We're
X
just
Pearl.
going with X right now because we don't really know anything outside the trailer, so there's not a lot to go on.
Old lady. Pearl.
But yeah, quick overview of X without giving away too many spoilers because that movie is new. X is about a bunch of filmmakers who go out to make a porno. They rent a bunkhouse from an old couple. And, Pearl starts sniffing around because Pearl is fucking horny. She is horny. She doesn't care if you're a guy or a girl. If you got the parts, she's going to make the arts out of your goodie basket.
She gets off at being lusted for. It's implied through her youth. It implies in her youth she was a sexy dancer, like more modest, not a porn star, but like a dancer.
Well, we see that she basically, it looks like they're going to explore that in the prequel.
Yeah.
But basically, when she was younger, she was somebody who was pretty and was used to like being treated like she was special and stuff. And then she got married to somebody who loved her very, very much. And she settled down on the farm and didn't really do any of the things she wanted to do with her life. And so she's extremely resentful. She's old. Her husband has a heart condition, so they can't even have sex anymore. And to make it up to her, he kidnaps people. That's why he initially rented out the bunkhouse, because he thought it was going to be one person. And then they chain them up so Pearl can...
have her way.
Yeah, so Pearl can essentially do horrible things to their bodies that they are not consenting to.
Danger.
Yeah, so that's how Pearl gets her rocks off, which is way fucked.
And from killing. Apparently killing gets her rocks off.
And basically, it's like a lot of people say there's a connection between sex and death, and so it's like, if she can't fuck you, she's gonna kill you. She's still gonna get her
she might do both.
rocks off. Michael's like way taking this personal. Sorry, didn't mean to touch a nerve there, buddy.
What is the name that you are putting for me?
I got a knife.
I got it.
Sorry, that's a quote from Happy Birthday to Me. I got a knife. But yeah, so talking about her strengths, we'll get to that. Talking about her strengths, she has a killer instinct. She enjoys killing. It is a rush for her. It's a turn on. She's a very frail little old lady, so she's easily underestimated. She looks like somebody that you could just like hug her and crush her. But
usually help her.
She's a lot stronger than she looks. She's remorseless. She does not care about other human lives. The only person she cares about is her husband. She loves her husband very much. And she wants to, obviously go on kicking. But aside from that, she really doesn't care. She gets kind of obsessed with a girl in X, but it's because she wants to have sex with her. She doesn't care about her. And she gets actually offended because that she's got that X factor. She's got it. And
Girl,
she's like me when I was young, which they are played by the same woman, but she's like, she's special like I was. And then she tells the girl at the end, because she's resentful, she's like, you're not special. She's resentful. She's mean. She doesn't really care about this woman.
Mrs. Voorhees was a little bit that way too. She'd be like, Jason, they're so young, they're so pretty. Kill them, Jason. Kill them.
Because Pearl's underestimated, she does get that element of surprise. She also lives out, in the boonies. And she has a pet gator, which it looks like she might do that in the trailer for the new one, feed someone to the gator. But in the movie X, she does use that gator to kill somebody. So that is something that she has in her arsenal.
She can't command it, but
she knows
she still knows how to use it.
She knows that gator knows that it's going to get food if someone's pushed off the dock. It knows
exactly.
It's hunting people in that lake anyway. So that gator has eaten people before and knows that that's a food source. And she knows to push people off the dock and feed them to the gator. Weaknesses. Bitch is entirely too horny. Like, and I'm somebody who enjoys those carnal delights, but I'm gonna have to slut shame her. I'm slut shaming her. I'm doing it. I know it's wrong. I am slut shaming her, and I don't think I've ever slut shamed anybody, but I'm doing it now. Bitch is horny. And I'm not slut shaming her because I don't think she gets a lot of consensual sex.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's.
And she's rapey. She's massively
Very
rapey.
rapey,
She's a rapist.
That's what
so,
we're shaming.
Yeah, I'm shaming her for being a horrible person and raping people. She has a very frail body. She has very poor mobility. She cannot run after somebody. She is terrible at seduction. She tries to seduce people in this movie, and they're like, "Gross, you're a little old lady." And they mostly just pity her, which works badly for them. Goes back to the underestimating thing, but nobody's. The only person who's actually seduced by her is her husband, which is sweet. And she's batshit crazy. Weapon of choice is her lovely lady lumps. They are not all that effective, but that is her weapon of choice. She'll go with whatever's sharp and nearby.
She'll go with a knife or a
when that
pitchfork
fails.
or a rifle.
You're like, I need to see this movie.
If there's anything that she can kill you with,
This one is
she'll
one
use
I
it.
didn't see.
Have you seen X? No, it's a new one. Pretty good. I mean, you got a new one coming out this year too. Halloween Ends.
Rumor is you die in it.
It's gonna be the last movie you're ever in, right? Last movie you're ever in. Halloween Ends.
Halloween
says
never
no.
ends. They'll reboot it. They'll give us another timeline.
All right, guys, I am throwing out that vote to you. It's time to vote. Do you think Danny McSexyPants Nightmare?
What did you put me down?
That's actually his middle name.
No.
Sexy pants.
Two middle
Okay,
names.
it's
They're not-
Daniel, Keith, Garrett, Bartholomew,
Nightmare.
Spencer, Nightmare. But for this purposes, I'm going to say Sexy Pants. Sexy Pants.
Mick sexy pants.
Mick Sexy Pants.
Makes me sound more foreign than I am.
Makes you sound like something tasty to get at McDonald's. Anyway, or Pearl. Pearl. So yeah, I'm going to check on that chat. I'm going to put my... Oh, wait. Actually, we didn't do what we do. We need to say who we think would win.
You can do that. I mean, right now, the chat usually is up for that.
I'm going to vote for Danny McSexyPants Nightmare.
I'll say it last.
Just because Pearl grosses me out from what you guys have been saying. Like, oh, God.
That's her, like, O-face when she's stabbing someone in the
Yeah,
picture.
that's... No.
I might...
No.
I'm not a monster. I might be a serial killer, but I'm not a rapist.
Right? God,
Jesus.
you have your dignity.
Right? The only consent I don't care about is your will to live.
I'm gonna have to go with Danny in this, just because who hasn't had to kill somebody? It's just, so it's like, garbage day. You gotta take out the trash. Sometimes you gotta kill
Part of
people.
nature.
But you don't rape people, guys. Rape is fucked up. Like, I'm never gonna condone that. So I have to go with Danny, but even if it wasn't a moral issue, and it's not, this is a fight, I don't think Pearl has a chance. She's a frail little old lady. Here's what's going to happen. She's going to try to seduce him, and he's going to be like, ugh. Kind of like how Chucky was at the end of Bride of Chucky when she's all burnt out, and he's like, ugh. I think that's how Danny's going to be with Pearl. Hopefully you're not like that with me when I'm old,
I'll be old and wrinkly too.
I mean, in her age and doing these things, you'd think, how'd she get any moisture down there? Is it like it up and
Corey's
what
favorite word.
exactly is going on
okay,
down there?
gross.
Oh, we gotta
Now
use-
I'm gross.
Wait,
Now I'm the
it's
gross
because you
one.
used
You are.
that word. Which
I
was
didn't
the
say
M-word.
the M word. I
It's
almost
close
did, but I
enough.
did not.
Close enough to where she...
Anyway, I don't think
The
she's
longer
strong
version
enough.
of it.
I don't think the element of surprise is going to work on Danny because, as everybody who's ever knocked on our door knows, Danny thinks everybody is somebody who potentially needs to get killed.
Yeah.
Which is just sad. I mean, we go through so many mailmen. The dogs have convinced him that
Neighbors
they're all
that brought
evil.
over lemon squares, they were delicious, but yeah, what was she doing asking about my wife?
Yeah, the neighbor's lemon squares taste like ass, Danny. Fuck that bitch.
She was like, is your wife home? And I'm like, why do you care? And then now she's in the garden.
Where she belongs.
Apparently she was trying to welcome us. Don't worry about me if I'm in your neighborhood.
I
We
think that
move a
shit's
lot.
sus.
All right, we move a lot. If you've followed Horror Addicts, you know that we have had different houses. There's reasons. Gardens
People-
get full.
People are not accepting of people who are different than them. It's like the whole plot of Addams Family. Anyway, I just don't think she's strong enough to take Danny down. I don't think her assets, as far as being easily underestimated and stuff, is gonna work.
I'm not gonna pity her.
And
assets.
Danny is a wrestler. Maybe he hasn't wrestled a pet gator yet, but you know what? I'm confident that he could.
If I had to.
So I'm voting for Danny. Michael, you want to weigh in on this?
Lemon ass swears.
Oh shit!
You scared me.
Hey, buddy. Think I could take Pearl? All right. Well, I got the Michael Myers nod of approval, so I
I like it when he just sits there still. Just be still.
I'm gonna be a lot more skeptical if I move up the line in this tournament, but I think I could take Pearl. I'm not gonna pity her. I'm not gonna be seduced by her. I'm not gonna try and help her. This is usually how she kills people. I'm gonna see her as weak, and I'm gonna act first. And she can't control the gator. I'm gonna feed her damn gator. All right.
We've had a gator balls.
I've seen her use a rifle or a shotgun or whatever, and it threw her back. It like hurt her to try and use it. She can't do much. And I've been stabbed, so even if she gets a lucky first stab on me.
All right, so we're gonna do it how we do. I'm gonna check in on that chat, and then the vote will be over. So get in those votes. I love it, Gory. The Michael accept that. The Michael accept that, Gory. Well, she's happy. Oh, I want to know what is underneath. Oh, I know what you're talking about. And oh.
Ah. I think Michael will text you what's underneath.
Yeah. I saw him bend over though. You know.
I don't know.
He got them buns.
Well, you know.
Sorry, I've been watching too much Nickelodeon. There's no such thing. Ooh, Pearl. So hot. We're talking, speaking of Nickelodeon, we're talking about Pearl from the movie X, not SpongeBob.
Also, they say Dan is the new Dexter, but I don't have a laboratory.
What about Hocus Pocus 2? Now that's scary. I really want to see that. And hey, Michael Bornstein, Pearl has acquired immunity from most STDs.
Oh boy.
She's actually worth
It's like that episode.
She's actually only 40.
It's like that episode of Simpsons when Mr. Burns gets a checkup and they have like all the problems and diseases that are wrong with him, but they're all clogging the doorway. So it's like that's what all the STDs are just clogged.
Or maybe they're all fighting each other. You've got like crabs fighting chlamydia.
being eaten by gonorrhea.
X is pure filth, and we're here for it. Does Pearl care if you're a farm animal? I think she wants them to be human, but I don't know.
There was a mutilated cow in the beginning of the movie. It could have been Pearl. We don't know for sure.
This one's a warm body and a heartbeat.
Pretty sure Car.
MM recommends X. So do I. I have a friend who works in a nursing home, and she tells me elderly people are very randy. Actually, I do too. True story. When I was about 19, 18, because my mom had worked in a lot of retirement homes, I started working in them. I worked in an Alzheimer's cottage for a while. But yeah, when I got started, I had a patient pull me into their bed. I mean, nothing bad happened, but it was still like upsetting. And the same patient, when I had to give him a shower, would like whack off. So yeah, and they were all fucking each other all the time. Like old people, they got hormones.
Well, they say that that's like the biggest spread of AIDS is in
no.
they give it all to each other. But I mean, they look at it as their end of their life anyway, so.
I don't know. Luckily, I didn't say anything like that, but yeah.
Gross.
Also surprisingly strong. I saw one lady who was in the Alzheimer's cottage who was really, like, upset, and I was like, I'm leaving her alone. The nurse thought it was a bad idea to leave her alone. She went in there, and the poor, very tiny nurse got kicked right against the wall. So, yeah, don't underestimate old people.
Mm-hmm, especially if they're afraid or confused.
I worked in one for 7 years. I can confirm they're dirty buggers. Lots of rocks getting off in the nursing home. Pearl looks like Doc from Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Great Scott. Ben, you would have thought of being old. You can't fuck a lot. You can surprisingly fuck a lot. Nothing you can't do without lube. I'd be scared to break a hip. I wouldn't. But I am a very randy middle-aged person. And will likely be a very randy old person. So I'm just gonna throw this out there now. They be fucking around. Does she live at Lake Placid? You know, kinda. kind of looks like it, but I'm a bigger fan of Betty White than I am of Pearl.
Yeah.
Though I do like the movie. I highly recommend it. I haven't seen X. You should check it out. Pearl looks like she'd have bad breath. Her teeth are horrible. So, Danny and Pearl in a bang out. Whoever taps first. I object.
Oh,
Let's go, Pearl fans. Dan all the way. Well, they're getting passionate. We've got like chants in the chat.
It's good.
Fight all night.
Fight
forever. That's what it is. Fight forever. This is awesome.
Me and her in a bang fest is not awesome, though. I'll tell you that
The
much.
Vegas odds are on this fight. Danny 1,000. If you're not a gambler, that means the odds on favorite to win. Danny is the new Dexter. Just kidding. I voted Danny. Thank you, Tatum. You can vote for whoever you think would win.
Yeah.
Danny is all muscle. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. You can bounce a quarter off of his tuchus. Danny will show Pearl his six-pack. Danny is going to make a pearl necklace out of Pearl, if you know what I mean, and you think I do.
Gross.
I didn't say not on her. I'm not a pervert. Her name's Pearl. He's going to, like, put her teeth on a necklace and earlobes and stuff.
You're the Randy one.
Jesus Christ. What kind of movies do you watch?
Oh, it's on me now, Haley.
Judging
Gory.
you. Judging you. Judging. Meh. Laugh out loud. You hate lemon squares? No, I hate when strange women bring lemon squares to my house.
Well, they're in the garden now.
Danny, just show Pearl what's in your sexy pants and she will be defeated.
Why is my name Mick Sexy Pants? Whatever.
Cause you're as good as chicky nuggets.
Chicken nuggets.
You guys are hilarious tonight. Hope it's okay, Nav. Some of you, dude, absolutely sub Maverick Media. He's awesome. I shot him 6 times. Good to see my buddy here in the chat. What's up, Gory in the panel? My boy Michael mops the floor with Jason Easley. We're going to get to that one. And nice to see there's some support. Glad you came to the Gory hole. Hope you're doing good. Hey, Gory. I already read that one. Well, the chat went down the toilet. Damn, Zigma. Hope you're having a great night.
Necklaces.
I can't help that the people who watch the show are filthy, all right?
Phil, you're all
I'm as pure as the yellow snow.
They're all going to laugh at
Yeah,
you.
the yellow snow. Don't eat the red snow down by the river.
I am with Gory anytime the Gory world. She's happy. She's my girl. You're my girl. All right, we're calling it, and a lot closer than I expected it to be, but Pearl is, like I said, often underestimated. And it looks like Danny McSexy Pants is going on to fight Angela in round 2.
I hate to toot my own horn, but Pearl died trying to toot my horn.
Ew! Ew, Danny Knightmare, you are the winner. Congratulations, baby. Congratulations. Oh. Oh, he's looking at the thing. You want to see how much longer it is till you're up?
We got like 2 more fights, I think, before you.
First
Three
round
more
goes a bit slower, but we got 1, 2, 3 more fights, and then the main event.
Got
All
like
right.
3 babysitters out there if you want to, kill a couple.
All right, and we did start half an hour later today, so we are running later than normal, but we'll get to it. So let's move right along. We finished up with Danny. Now we're going into Maniac Cop versus the Creeper.
Ooh.
Pearl Miss Sexy Pants. Curl Miss Sexy No Pants for the win. I love that you love Pearl. And I think Pearl, I like her. I think she's a cool villain.
I think if you're going to love Pearl, you want it to be dark. Now it's dark. So
I fully support you going pearl fishing.
Yeah, pearl diving. Diving for pearls.
Go pearl diving.
They're in those clams. You find the right clam, you'll get a pearl.
All right, now let's talk about our next 2 fighters. We got Matt Cordell, who is the Maniac Cop.
Yeah.
And we've got the Creeper from Jeepers Creepers. So, Danny, you want to give us a little rundown on Matt Cordell and his 3 movies, Maniac Cop movies. You okay?
Yeah, just my shoulder.
I'll give you a rub down after
It's
this.
all good. Well, Matt Cordell is a cop who was wrongfully imprisoned and then shanked by a lot of the people that he then put in prison. However, he somewhat survived, came back as a revenant zombie, resurrected by voodoo, used his police training, and just basically started killing a bunch of people all over the streets. Sometimes they're not always criminals, though, and he has more motives, if you especially watch the sequels, than what you would think. He defeated Bruce Campbell, and even though much it breaks my heart, if you kill Bruce Campbell, you're obviously someone not to be fucked with.
Or you're just mean.
Right?
So let's talk about his strengths. He was resurrected by voodoo, so he is a revenant zombie. He has police training. He was a cop, and he was effective at beating people up as a cop, and he is now as a zombie. He has supernatural strength. So this is that brute supernatural strength that even though he is a big guy, he is so much stronger than even that.
Catch a moving chainsaw in his hand, and it just stops because that's how hard he squeezes. It doesn't keep revving up. He can stop a chainsaw with his hand.
And he's not mortal. He is a zombie. So yeah, he has that supernatural, like Jason Voorhees type strength. He's immune to pain. He can't get sick. He's nearly invulnerable. He's stealthy. He's skilled at hand-to-hand combat. He is resurrected, able to be resurrected again and again. And yeah, he killed Bruce Campbell. Never forget. Let's talk about those weaknesses. He's been killed by explosions on more than one occasion. And then he came back. Fire.
Weak to fire.
He's weak to fire. He can be burned. And he's not killed by drowning, but he did get thrown into the lake or river or whatever it was at the end of the first movie. And that did keep him down until the second movie. So it definitely can incapacitate him and put him in a KO, which would be enough to win the fight.
Bruce Campbell drove a police van that he was also in and into the water. And Bruce Campbell jumped out of it just in time. And yeah, it took a little while for Matt to come back, but he did.
So yeah, with a lot of these fights, we go with, especially with these ones who can't stay dead, we usually go for KO. So if they're down for the fight, KO, then the fight is over and the other person wins. The weapon of choice for him is a police-issued gun and a baton.
Sometimes he has a Sharpie dagger as well, though.
Yeah. Well, weapon of choice, his favorite weapon.
I mean,
the baton is
he's used other things, but usually police assigned arsenal.
And the white gloves, don't forget.
Yeah.
He takes care of his kills.
Yes.
He gives them the white glove service.
Yes.
Oh my god, I can say like Mary Poppins.
That's what I'm saying.
One of my favorite St. Patrick's Day horror movies. I only know it because there's a St. Patrick's Day parade in part of the movie.
Do we have anything else we want to say about Matt before we move on?
He's ruthless and determined and vengeful.
And he's passionate. He feels justified in what he's doing, even though he was kind of a dirty cop.
He was kind of a dirty cop. He kills other dirty cops. He kills other people who are law-abiding if they're in his way.
He has his own sense of right and wrong, and anybody who goes against his particular parameters of right and wrong is going to get killed.
A prisoner... a criminal teams up with him in the second movie to break into a prison. He thinks to let all the prisoners out, but he just wants to get revenge on those who shanked him.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's move on to the Creeper. I know people have personal reasons for not liking this franchise. We are separating that from the movies. We are talking about the movies here. The Creeper, which was played by somebody who did a great job, and a lot of other people worked on these movies, and they did a great job, so we're focusing on that. Fuck disgusting, horrible people who are in jail. And I'm excited that it's getting rebooted with a whole new team. Not the rest of the team that he built. Whole new writer and director.
I don't think he's in jail.
Fuck that either. He's not. Oh, that's disgusting. He should be.
He was for a little bit.
You're going to tell me about that later because I have no
We'll
idea.
talk about it later.
Yeah, different conversation.
But yeah, just for anybody who is upset about it, I still think that there are a lot of things worthy about this franchise, and I'm not going to let one disgusting person ruin it for me or anybody else. So let's talk about the movies. Jeepers Creepers is a supernatural, really creepy demon-like guy with a really cool truck, with a really cool license plate that says beating you. Is it beating you? Or is it be eating you? Right? Creepy-ass mofo. Has 3 movies. Lots of cool shit happens. Unpopular opinion. I think part 2 is the best of them all. Part 3 was horrible, and 1's okay.
I think the only thing that 3 really serves a purpose for is his truck. It gets to see a little more of its abilities. But other than that, I like part 2 probably the most. Part 1, we get to see his little underground lair full of human remains. So that's kind of cool looking.
Let's talk about his strengths and abilities. So he is like a demonic creature. He has demon wings. wings, big leathery wings. He can regenerate any part of his body. If he loses an eye, he can just eat someone's eye and then he's got a new eye. Or take it out of their body and pop it in. He loses a head even at one point, and he's able to replace his head, so it doesn't really matter. And the body parts he takes adapt to him. I mean, some things like an eye color will stay with whatever it was, but like when he gets a head, it kind of goes back to being his head, and he still has this like fan head thing that pops up that's got like claws on it. If you guys seen the movie, it's like a clawed hood that pops up, which he uses to intimidate and scare his victims. He loves scaring people, and I think that is something that he actually gets off on when he's hunting people down. He has supernatural durability. He's survived gunshots, falls from high places, hits from vehicles, and impalement. He is tenacious. He does not stop. If he has decided that you have the body part he wants, he will not stop until he gets that body part. He is extremely thick skin. He's got this thick, leathery skin. He has a third nostril that he can use to smell specific organs. So he needs to regenerate all of his body parts every 23 years. And so if he knows he needs, a specific organ, and he knows that you have it and he wants yours, then he's going to go after you until he gets it. He has that clawed hood I mentioned, and he has supernatural strength and speed. At one point, he's flying and he's able to keep up with the car, and I think he actually can fly faster than that. So he is very, very fast. He's able to travel to other towns and stuff, flying and stuff very, very quickly. His weaknesses, kind of like Pennywise, in the fact that he has a dormant period. He sleeps for 23 years. Yes, the number 23. Sleeps for 23 years and hunts for only 23 days because he is massively obsessed with the number 23. I'm willing to bet Michael Jordan is his favorite basketball player.
Didn't Jim Carrey do one of those movies?
The number 23
Yeah,
is probably his favorite movie.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then he has to rebuild his body after hibernation. His weapon of choice is his truck, which has lots of supernatural abilities. You want to tell them a little bit more about the truck?
Well, the truck is buoy-trapped in itself. If you try to go in through the back, spikes will come up and down, which makes no sense because where did those spikes come from and why they're so long and how do they fit like that? But they're there because they're supernatural, I guess. It also has a cool, scorpion, get over here spear that can fly out and pull you in and kill you other ways. It's, I don't know where he got it. I don't know where he got this truck.
It's going to go on your keyboard.
I don't know where he got this truck. I don't know where...
Hurry, move the keyboard. I'm only holding it back.
Oh, I'm going to hold it here on the bottom. Okay. All right.
Well done.
I know, it's almost all head, too. No.
I don't know where, not only did he get a truck, but where he took
Use
the time...
the cat. The cat's right there.
Where he...
I'm not using the cat.
Thanks,
I'll just
Michael.
wait. I'll wait.
Thank you.
Oh,
The mouse. I got
sorry,
the mouse.
guys. This is what happens when you do live shows. Weird stuff happens. And great, now he's going after my
I
cat.
have that, please.
I'm sorry, sweetie. Here you
Oh,
go.
forget the cat. We already have the mouse.
Ah!
Alright. So, like I said, I don't know where he got the truck and had the time and ability
No, I gotta get it
to
off.
register the truck and get a little license,
I can
novelty
get it right
license
side.
plate for it.
Okay.
But he apparently did.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
gonna wash my
He
hands.
can fly. That's one of his abilities. I'd say though when he first resurrects, he's at his weakest, and
He can
by the
fly.
time,
He can fly.
but by the time he goes back to bed, he's at his strongest. There you go. Weird
All
Mothman
right.
type thing.
Yeah, he's kind of Mothman-y. Yeah, pretty tough mofo. Creepy. Definitely not afraid of anything. Yeah, very scary. So let's ask you guys who you think would win in this fight. Matt Cordell or the Creeper? Dude, that truck is freaking scary. Like the things that come out of it, like the kind of like the Cenobites with the grappling hooks and stuff.
Yeah.
This is a tough one. Who do you think would win?
I think the truck for me is a huge factor in this fight. Personally, I think Matt would rip apart the Creeper. He would rip off all those body parts if he got his hands on him. But I think that truck is enough to at least make a big effect in this. I think the Scorpion Spear and pulling him in with the spikes. And then the Creeper could then possibly have his way with Matt while he's dealing with the truck. Though I don't know. I mean, nothing really kills Matt other than fire and explosions, and I guess neither the Creeper or the truck can do that. I think the creeper would obviously come back in 23 years, but I think for those 23 days, there's not. Matt could rip him, piece by piece, and I don't think it'd be the other way around. I think Matt is actually a lot stronger. Can't fly. The creeper's definitely better at mobility, and would have speed on his factor, but Matt can catch chainsaws, and bullets don't phase him even less than they phase the creeper. The creeper can be hurt and shot. He usually doesn't die from it.
Doesn't affect him at all.
Really?
No.
I've seen him spiral and stuff a little bit.
Yeah, but he doesn't scream in pain or anything.
Well, either does Matt though.
Yeah.
Matt doesn't
They're
care.
both pretty tolerant of pain, but did you finish up?
I'm gonna say the truck gives the creeper the edge, but that's a slight edge.
So I'm gonna go with the creeper. I have a little different of opinion here. I do think Matt is very strong. I do think he has a high pain tolerance, but the creeper is also really strong and has a pain tolerance. The creeper can lift up people and freaking fly. The creeper has the truck. And we're doing this to knock out. I don't think the creeper can kill Matt permanently. Matt always comes back. But I do think he could get him down long enough for a knockout. I think he can pick him up and drop him in the ocean. I think he could throw him into a burning building. I think he can chuck a flamethrower or something at him. I think he could burn him or drown him long enough for a knockout. I think that's what he could do. Or, even kick his ass hard enough for a knockout. Like I said, I don't think he can kill him. I don't know if Matt Cordell can be killed. But I do think...
incapacitate him.
That's what I'm trying to say. I do think the creeper is stronger and he has more abilities. He's got the flight and he's got the truck. I think the truck could release one of those. I think the truck could release one of those. What are you doing?
I'm petting the dog.
You're distracting me.
I'm sorry. I was trying to do this.
You're fine. I'm just gonna get nervous. I think the truck could release a grappling hook and it would cling on to Matt, and I think he could actually drag him with his truck. Matt is a zombie. I think he could probably recover, but if he's, roadkill, if he's being dragged and his arms and his legs are being burned off by the road, that's definitely going to incapacitate him, and depending on how much damage is done, it could even potentially kill him. So I do think the creeper is going to win this one.
I vote the creeper. Just because he's the flying, the demon aspect. I mean, I just didn't really like the other movie, though.
You didn't even like the cool rap song?
No.
She was bored by it.
It literally,
I will say,
I was really,
Maniac Cop, Maniac 2 is the superior movie.
all right, well, I'll watch that one, but the first one, I was just like...
Except for how they did Bruce Campbell. They did him dirty.
They didn't want to give him more money, so they just kill him off real quick.
Oh, we need our cloth.
He's definitely the best.
All right. All right, so I'm going to call off the vote as soon as I'm done checking in the chat. Michael isn't here to weigh in, but maybe he'll come back before we're done. So, yeah, I'm going to call the vote as soon as I'm done checking out your comments. So get your votes in now. The creeper right now is in the lead. Respect his authority. Respect it. That was more like a Capri Sun thing. Creeper eats things to gain parts. He has dragon wings, means he ate a dragon at some point. Ben, I'd never thought of that before, but I kind of feel like there's a creature that he essentially is that has the hood and the wings, because those things stay the same no matter what he replaces, but I kind of like your theory that maybe he did eat a dragon. Creeper, for me, it can regenerate body parts, and super strength, can smell fear. I hope not certain smells. Plus, there's much more to it that we don't even know about. That's true. It's a very mysterious creature. I really think the creature is really cool. I don't think this movie gets enough credit for having such a cool, inventive creature. Mm-hmm. The sheriff from 3 watched the creeper dreams to find out how to best the creeper, then dies 2 minutes later. Yeah. He can fly, he can fly, he can fly. Dr. Pepper everywhere. I know. And the worst part is I did that, it overfilled, and now it's only this full, but I'm scared to try again.
Stop, save the computer.
I have no shame. If nobody else was here, I'd probably just lick it off myself. I've done that with a straw where you take it to clean up the smell. But there's people here watching.
I don't know. I just think that Matt is a little stronger, because where the creeper gets outnumbered, he flies away. when he's been surrounded by lots of cops, where Matt goes into a police station more effective than the Terminator himself, just killing them all.
That's true, but again, that's also a benefit for the creeper. He can evade getting hurt. If it gets too hairy for him, he can leave.
I do believe the creeper has the edge here, especially with the truck and the flying. I just think, technically,
I do think they're well matched, though. Everything I put on this card, I think it's a fair fight, and that's why, even though the creeper has a lot of these supernatural abilities like flight and stuff, I think Matt is going to give him a run for his money. I just think the edge is slightly in the creeper's favor.
I do think it's just slightly. Though I can see Matt ripping him a piece, because even if it regenerates, he could just keep ripping him apart for 23 days. Matt could go 23 days.
That's true.
That would be a KO.
But yeah, I see the kill being that the hook from the truck is going to get him, and I think he's going to get dragged to the gas station.
Right. Like completely impaled inside there, to where he can't move.
Yeah, that's where I believe
the
truck gives him the edge.
I'm going to check in with the chat. The creeper is too big and powerful. He takes the cop and gets a brand new super chin to boot. That chin is amazing. It's actually a condition he has, but you know what? I love a man with a nice chin. I think he's a very handsome person.
I think if you punched it, you'd break your hand.
I think you would too. Creeper has those fun throwing star things. Yes, he does. And the way Creeper is vulnerable to harpoon. Good point. If Matt can make the fight last 23 days, maybe. Bonjour, Dice Rollin'. Nice to see my buddy Dice here. How are you, Dice? Oh crap, I saw Michael take out a babysitter. I think he's heading back to your place. Dang it!
It's fine.
This is why people just should stop getting babysitters. Like, watch your own damn kids. Off to bed, Gory. Good night, Maverick. It was wonderful to see you. And yeah, check out the rest on the replay. All right, I am calling it. The winner is... Oops. The Creeper! Congratulations, Creeper. You are moving on to round 2. And like I said, guys, I know we've already gotten over almost 2 hours. The first round is the longest because we've got to explain their strengths and abilities. Moving on to the next fight. Now we're getting in some big, hitty fights here, guys. These are the big boys. The big boys are coming out to play. No more mortal humans. We are no longer fucking around.
I think we have one more mortal human.
Pardon my French, Dice, because I know she speaks French. Oui, oui, bonjour, mon chéri, voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Mr. Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
The bastard son of 1,000 maniacs.
Croque-monsieur tout de suite, which is I want a grilled cheese sandwich.
Brocky growling at Michael Myers. That's a good idea, Brocky.
Huh? Fromage is cheese.
Grilled.
Un du fromage.
I know.
What did they?
Anyway,
it's a Dexter one. He was like an omelette du fromage.
Croque de monsieur is a grilled cheese sandwich.
We're not
Croque de Madame is one with an egg in it.
Oh.
All right.
Anyway.
Vital information for the fight coming
You know
up.
what? We're just talking. We're gal pals. Oh,
right.
Michael's back. Michael, you missed a fight,
Our
but
next
it's cool.
challenger is Freddy Krueger, the bastard son of 1,000 maniacs.
Freddy Krueger, what are you, his dad?
Exactly. The bastard son of 1,000 maniacs. His mother was a raped nun. And, yeah, he's a child killer.
I don't think we're allowed to say those words on YouTube anymore.
I don't care. You're not monetized anyways, right?
Not yet, anyway.
Actually, I want to update you all. I'm 1,000. I'm almost to 3,000 watch hours. So, 1,000 more, and I will be monetized.
Exactly, and then I will
Danny.
stop saying those words. Until then.
So mean.
Oh, I wasn't mean to be mean. Just meant I'm not going to do any harm.
Anyway. Danny, I have lots of subscribers and I'm monetized. Moving on to Freddy Krueger.
Anyways,
all right.
Was a child murderer, eventually hunted down and got some vigilante justice after he managed to get a mistrial, killed by the parents of those that he killed. They burned him in a furnace, and he vowed vengeance to attack their kids in their dreams. Sold his soul to some dream demons. They look like three little weird demonic sperms.
You're doing like the whole intro to Freddy Krueger.
Exactly.
Or Freddy
I'm
was
giving
Jason.
his backstory. Where's where he
No,
comes
like that's
from.
almost exactly how he phrases it.
Right?
Good job.
And yeah, now he haunts people in their dreams. He is a dream manipulating master.
Be nice to the puppy, Michael.
What are his strengths?
All right, I want to say really quick hi to my buddies Mandy of the Living Dead and my buddy Destination Station. I've been reviewing a Halloween movie every week leading up to Halloween.
Sorry.
Fidgeter. And he reviewed Halloween Kills with me, and I like Scary on Wednesday. And this coming Wednesday, we're going to do Halloween 2018. So definitely ring that bell so that you don't miss that. Okay, Freddy Krueger. He has dream manipulation, so he can go into anybody's dreams and he can change the whole landscape. He can make your dream where you're on a school bus and now all of a sudden you're in some weird volcanic place. He is within the world of a dream. He has godlike abilities. He's not able to be hurt. He can change his size and shape. He can be like a big super Freddy. He can teleport, and yeah, he can completely change the environment, which is something that ties into another of his abilities. He's kind of psychic. He knows what you want from the world, like what your hopes are. He knows what you're afraid of. He knows what your weak spots are, so he's going to torment you. If you got an eating disorder, he's going to play with that. You like comic books, he's going to use that against you. If you're afraid of something, he's going to throw that in your face. You don't like that you're being bullied by people at school, he's going to give you a nightmare off that. He knows exactly how to get you. He can even trick you by luring you with things that you like, so that you think initially you're having a good dream, and he will let you know it's a nightmare very fast.
He's also an excellent hall monitor.
He is.
No running.
Where's your pass? Screw your pass. He has dream slaying, so that means if he kills you in the dream, you are dead in real life. If he injures you, with the exception of Freddy versus Jason, where she should have lost her nose, there's a few minor inconsistencies, but for the most part, if you get burned in a dream with him, you are burned in real life. If he hurts you, you maintain those injuries in real life, in your waking life, I should say. He devours souls, and those souls remain trapped within his body, and you can actually see them in his gnarled flesh. His weaknesses in the waking world, that he can be pulled by a victim into the waking world. Once he's in the waking world, he is vulnerable to injury. He's still more durable than the average mortal person, but he can be burned. But however, it was one of the stunts that was known for having a person who was on fire a really long time. He's on fire and he goes all the way up the stairs. Like a lot of
down and back up again.
Normal human beings couldn't do that, so he's still pretty tough, but he can be hurt. Nancy hits him with all those booby traps, and in the dream world they would bounce right off of him, but in the waking world he is hurt. He can be stunned. He does feel pain. He's afraid of fire to a degree that's not going to stop him entirely, but it will definitely give him pause. Being that's how he died initially. One of the biggest things is he needs to be remembered and feared by his victims. So it's a big part of Freddy versus Jason that nobody remembers him. They stopped talking about him, and he cannot be effective. He cannot be effective in your dreams and terrorize you if you don't know who he is. You need to know his name. And even if you do know who he is, if you're not afraid of him, he can't hurt you a whole lot. That's how Nancy defeats him in the first movie. Now, arguably, she has a dream after that, so she could just be terrorized. It could just be a weird ending to the movie.
Producer meddling.
But it doesn't kill her. She is back in the third one. Mm-hmm. So I've always taken it as she's still having nightmares. But I believe she did stop him by not being afraid of him.
See, that'd be the thing. If you managed to kill Freddy, you'd still have nightmares about him. They might not be real, but you would never know, and it'd drive you nuts. And
Freddy can kind of like I said in the dream world, he can do all sorts of things. So, he can levitate, all that stuff. And his weapon of choice is his knife gloves. So lots of people getting slashed up.
And he devours souls, so therefore that's what he consumes. But he, as a battery, is powered by your fear. Now, Pennywise eats your fear. Freddy is powered by it. In fact, the fact that he is godlike in the dream world, if enough people know and are afraid of him in the real world, he would have those abilities here too. The more people that are afraid of him, the stronger he is even in the real world.
In part 2, he comes through and he's actually able to make fire appear. Mm-hmm. But that's just because there's so many people at the party and they believe in him. They have been raised to be afraid of him. So in that one, he's in the waking world. He actually is able to do some pretty scary stuff.
Yeah. And then
he does some scary stuff in New Nightmare too.
And then that as well, where he comes into our real world, leaves that, and he's haunting Heather Langenkamp, who played Nancy. He also took on took on Jason in the real world, got his arm cut off, but still kept fighting and stuff. He is very durable even in the real world. The more that people are afraid of him, He's more powerful in both the dream world and the real world. In fact, in Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, the comics, he becomes so powerful that he restores Jason with all of his deformalities gone, and Jason has this long, flowing blonde hair, and he's all ripped and buff and stuff. So he's able to even use his power to enhance other people's abilities. But yeah, basically his weakness is to really not believe in him or be afraid of him. Everybody believes in the big man, right?
Yeah, so he's one of the big boys. So he definitely has a lot of powers, but I think we have found
and a signature knife glove.
I think we found the perfect opponent for Freddy. And that is Candyman. Freddy might be the man of your nightmares, but Candyman is the man of your dreams. He's sweet, like honey. All right, so Candyman is actually a pretty tragic story. He's a man who actually, had a good education and was making a pretty good name for himself in times when a lot of people of color weren't able to. During slavery times, he made a good name for himself as a painter. So he was hired by a person who owned a plantation to paint his daughter. Candyman fell in love with this guy's daughter, and the man decided to have Candyman killed. They took off his hand and covered it in honey so that he's devoured by bees and then lit on fire. It is horrible and tragic, but the Candyman used that to create a sort of an urban legend. Now he haunts Cabrini Green. If you say his name 5 times into any reflective surface, including a reflective book cover, he will appear and he will get you with that hook hand that is now a weapon. He's got an awesome pimp jacket. He can control bees. He's dead sexy. He has a voice like velvet. And I know from meeting Tony Todd, man smells amazing. Like, really good. Bottle that shit. Call it Tony Todd. Seriously, it's going to be like the next Elizabeth Taylor
Very
fragrance.
Intimidating.
Yes, he is.
Very tall.
I'm so very scared of him at the Crypticon. I wanted to say hi, but...
There is a greater mythology with Candyman. Just for clarification, we're only going to be talking about Daniel Robichaud. I can't remember his last name exactly, but we're only talking about him. He is the killer of Candyman 1, 2, and 3. He's one of the killers, a small part of it in the Candyman reboot. The Candyman reboot expands the Candyman mythology to show that there are actually other people who are Candyman. We're not going to count all of them.
That movie does still say he's the OG, though.
He is the original, though. So that's the one we're talking about, just because he has the most movies, and just to kind of keep it simple. Because I also don't know if the other ones, like, powers and abilities are a whole lot different. But I do know, like, what happens to the guy in the new one. That's something I've never seen before, where his wounds turn into, like, a hive. I'm just going to stick with the OG.
Yeah.
So let's talk about his strengths and abilities. He has superhuman strength and speed. Lightning fast. He can levitate and, like, fly at you. He's extremely strong. He doesn't really respond to pain. He's nearly invulnerable. Honestly, nothing really seems to hurt him. He can teleport. He's an immortal being. He's more of a boogeyman than he is. He's not human. He's like a boogeyman. He's a, I don't want to say creature because he's not a creature, but he's like a sort of like a revenant of sorts. He can become invisible when he wants to. He can use telekinesis. He's able to control bees. He has regenerative healing, and like we mentioned, he has flight and levitation. But he does have his weaknesses. Like Freddy Krueger, he needs his victims to believe in him. That is the whole catalyst of the first movie, is a woman who is researching determines that the Candyman legend is something created by people who are afraid of people who are actually like gang members dressed up as Candyman and perpetuating this myth to scare the people into submission. Mm-hmm. When she reveals that, Candyman gets very upset because he needs that urban legend to survive. As long as the legend survives, he survives, and that's why he goes after her. Part because she looks like the woman he loved, but also because it's going to build this legend. Your legend makes you immortal, and for him it's literal.
And the new movies, it kind of implies that's why there are other Candymans, because they keep the power and the legend going.
Yes,
they still feel him in a sense. He is the one benefiting from even their legends.
So he needs his victims to believe in him, but he also wants them to fear him. Mm-hmm. He does the whole "be my victim." God damn, he's sexy.
That's one of his strengths, is he's seductive.
Yeah.
He is seductive.
Lures you in and then cuts you.
Very well said, Bekki. That is definitely one of his strengths. Because, like, there's a part where in the first one, he kind of, like, mesmerizes her.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he is just this
She's all,
hypnotic ability, you know? Like, he has a very, like, alluring quality about him. He has to be summoned. But if you are with somebody who summoned him, it still counts, unfortunately, for Bernadette in the first movie. So you do have to say Candyman 5 times for him to show up. If you don't do that, you should be okay. His soul is contained in mirrors and sometimes in portraits. So in some of the movies, if you destroy the reflective surface that summoned him or you burn the paintings, that will send him away, but he can always come back because he's like an urban legend. So the moment people start talking about him and stuff again, he's back.
If you didn't specifically say his name, he can kill you, but you have to be within a
That's
close
what I
to
said
relative.
with Bernadette.
Yeah. Or even...
So, yeah, Bernadette didn't finish saying it, but she was with him. If you're in the room, you are subjected to getting killed as well.
Yeah.
All right, I think I covered everything, but did I miss anything?
I don't think so.
No?
All right. These are some
Let them fight!
pretty big hitters. Pretty big hitters.
I can't decide.
So I'm going to go ahead and put this in the chat so that you guys can vote. That one I did so quickly just because there's so much to say about both of them. But they're both incredible villains. Both movies.
Both charismatic, but in way different ways.
Yes,
Freddy jealous that he doesn't have the beauty.
Yeah.
He's definitely not as pretty.
Yeah.
Definitely
He's more
not as
charismatic
pretty.
and a very antagonist, but it's kind of cool how I mock you way. But Candyman, like you said, he's the seductive, play
He
it
is
cool,
just
play
like-
it cool kind of like charismatic guy.
He's like melted butter.
You think you're safe, and then you're not.
Yeah, like it's enticing,
Okay,
and maybe
so-
maybe you do want to be his victim.
I put it out to the chat. You guys can start voting. But who do you guys think would win? I think this is a pretty close fight.
I'm not decided yet. They both have such great qualities. I mean, Freddy's a little more creative with his kills.
Oh yeah.
I think this is going to be a
But-
tough one because I don't think Freddy would summon Candyman.
Well, no.
But he could be, there when Candyman is summoned.
Exactly.
And I don't know if Candyman dreams. However, we're going to put this in a scenario. Let's just say...
What if somebody dreams about Candyman and Freddy?
Well,
That's what I'm gonna
They
do.
summon
Oh,
Candyman
sorry.
when Freddy's already haunting them.
Yeah,
Like
but that'd just be
they're being
stupid
haunted
on
by
that
Freddy,
person.
so they summon Candyman.
So our
Might as
question
well.
is, are we going to do this in the dream world or the real world?
I don't think it
Oh.
matters
Yeah.
personally. I mean, it'd give I think it's more fair in the dream world. But I think it'd be less fair if it was in the real world because Candyman's powers are like at full regardless. Freddy.
Candyman's equally powerful anywhere, but should we
Candyman
get...
doesn't have to be summoned through a dream, though. Like, you have
He
to
could
say
be,
his
though.
name, but he could be...
Freddy was once defeated by a mirror in part 4, in a sense, and so therefore you could take a mirror into your dream and you could summon Candyman there.
All right, so if you're a dream master, and that's somebody who has lucid dreaming, who's aware that they're asleep, and they can also manipulate their dream world. If you have that, then you can summon Candyman. So we're going to say, for the sake of this argument, just because the scenario would be hard, they are both fighting within somebody's dream. So yeah, Freddy at full power, Candyman at full power. This is a tough one. I think Freddy is ruthless and definitely the gorier of the two with his finger knives and stuff.
I think he has more fun with it.
Usually.
I think so.
I think Candyman has some fun with it, but
Yeah,
Freddy
not
has
like
more.
Freddy.
I think for Candyman, it's almost kind of like a sexual thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Plus,
that's what I'm
Candyman
saying,
is
like,
fueled by the fact that he was like a person who was wronged. Freddy almost tried to claim that he was being wronged, but he wasn't. He was always
Yeah,
twisted.
Candyman was actually somebody who was wronged in his creation. Freddy's a horrible person who kind of got what was coming to him.
Mhm.
But yeah, they do both terrorize people in this kind of urban legend type way. Guys, for me, this is a really tough one. I do think Freddy is a lot more creative. Freddy can change his size and shape. Freddy does all these things that are just insane. Whereas Candyman, it tends to be pretty... Do you have a note? Nightmare is greater than dream. Freddy, he has 5 fingers. I mean, I'm sorry.
maybe he cut one off.
I think he's voting for Freddy.
I hurt his feelings.
Aww.
Oh.
She's an art critic. Don't take it personally.
Sorry. Here's a little.
Don't touch. He's gonna bite you.
And I'm just helping him. Helping
All right. Stop mothering Michael.
Please, I can't help it. I'm a mom.
Well, that is the only person Michael ever really liked. Was his mom.
If you're going by the Rob Zombie one.
Yeah.
If you're going by the original one, I don't think he ever liked anybody.
Well, he was just an empty, hollow.
Focus.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
So,
first.
Freddy is a lot more creative, zany, almost cartoony in the dream world. Candyman, I think, because you have to remember, this is somebody who was live at a long time ago, like during fucking, like, plantation era. I think a lot of what Freddy can do would kind of blow his mind a bit. Granted, he has been around to the modern day and age, but that's just not the kind of world he operates in. So I do think that would be unsettling for him. I don't think it would scare him, but I definitely think it would catch him off guard. Kind of like, I guess, how it was different for Jason a little bit. Now, also remember, Freddy knows what your vulnerabilities are. Now, his vulnerabilities is that he was attacked. He was in love. He does have vulnerabilities. Candyman does. And Freddy will exploit those. Candyman is not psychic. He does not know what you're afraid of and stuff. He just knows whether or not you believe in him, but it's because of what he hears. You know, he's always around, invisible, listening. He is not psychically aware that you fear him. He just listens for those stories. He needs the stories to be shared. He needs you to say it out loud. Yeah. Like his name. Say his name. It's important that you do, because it's not enough to just believe in him in your mind. You have to say it. Freddy knows. He knows if you're afraid of him. It doesn't fucking matter. I mean, he'd like you to, because that's going to help him be stronger the more his story is spread. But if you just believe in him and are afraid of him, that is enough for him to get you.
Unless Jason gets you first, and then Freddy gets pissed off because he's not getting any stronger because Jason's getting all the credit.
So, guys, this is a really, really tough one. I'm kind of like going seesawing back and forth between the two of them.
I'm gonna say Freddy, because he just has more of an edge in the dream world. Like, he has so many more things at his disposal to kill the person.
Here's what I think it's gonna be for me, because Freddy knows what you're afraid of, and he knows your vulnerabilities. And Candyman does have a heart that has been harmed by people. That's why he does what he does. You know, he was in love. He was victimized. I think Freddy can exploit that. I think Freddy can exploit that a lot. I think this is an extremely close fight, but I think the edge is going to go slightly in Freddy's favor. So I'm going to vote for Freddy.
I think how I would see this playing out is, let's say a girl is being terrorized by Freddy, so she summons Candyman to help her in said dream. And maybe she looks like somebody that Candyman likes, so therefore he's inclined to do so. However, and he's going to throw Freddy off guard right away. I think a lot of Freddy's manipulations of the dream world and his body morphing and all that stuff, like even if he turned into a giant snake, I don't think it's going to scare Candyman. I think he's just going to throw bees at Freddy. Freddy's just not going to care either, though, in a sense. However, I'm going to give Freddy just the edge, because I know if enough people believe in him, he becomes almost godlike and more,
That's true.
not just the dream world, but even in the real world. Candyman needs people to believe in him, but I've never seen his power get more powerful because of more people believing
He's
in him.
a mainline.
It seems like Freddy breaks the glass ceiling there and goes even more extreme at his peak. I don't know. I've never seen enough of Candyman's possible potential to get stronger. I'm not saying he couldn't, because possibly he could, hypothetically, but I've actually seen it with Freddy. I've never seen it with Candyman. I think in a fist fight, obviously, I would probably be rooting, or not rooting, but just believing my money would be on Tony Todd versus Robert Englund.
He's the
But,
in this match. He's the face. Like I'm rooting for him, but I think Freddy's gonna win.
I think a lot of Freddy's stuff wouldn't work on him, and I think Freddy would initially be off guard, because this guy who's this guy? It would throw him off more.
It's a fair fight,
and I think
he's never gone toe to toe really with somebody who can really hold their own with him aside from Jason.
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, if Freddy's pulled into the real world, I think Candyman has him, but that would have to be done some way. So I'm gonna say Freddy's peak is I've seen way more extreme than any I've ever seen Candyman, and that's why I'm gonna give it to Freddy. I could see it go both ways. I could see the movie happening. If they wrote the movie, Candyman would probably win, because, like you said, he'd be the face, and that's usually how they would write it. But it would be very plot, the plot would have to determine how he wins. And I think if they're at their peak, Freddy's just more powerful.
I mean, like, you know, Freddy was defeated kind of by Jason by Freddy. But granted, I don't really call a lot of that movie super well versed in the lore of either character.
Once again, Freddy was never at his most powerful in that. In the comics,
he was very weakened.
When they add Ash in the comics, he does become. But at that point, he's getting mad because Jason's getting all the credit. Freddy's not getting any stronger.
If Freddy was at full power in Freddy versus Jason, I think he would have beaten Jason easily.
I think he could have. At his peak. I think he...
But he kind of didn't really die. I mean, he came
exactly.
out of the water. Like,
yeah,
you know,
he was KO.
He was laughing
We're going to go
about
to KO, and I mean, Candyman will probably get KO'd in this, overpowered in the dream eventually.
Speaking of Jason.
But they'll both get resummoned. I mean, no matter who wins in Candyman and Freddy, the other one would come back. But,
all right, I'm going to, so we've had our votes in. Krueger, and now is the time to get in your votes. I have voted. This is your last chance to get your vote in, and then I'm going to end the poll and go with the winner as soon as I've checked in with the chat. So we have Manny of the Living Dead. Definitely sub to them. They have a channel. Also, Zigma, who's my brother in the chat, he has a new channel too, so check him out. He's covering more like Mustang related stuff and other things like that, but you know, really
there's
cool.
There's a possible Horror Addicts crossover on his channel.
Possibly.
So.
Christine.
Maybe.
Hey, Harley Bliss, good friend of mine here in the chat. Last vote for Now It's Dark because it is dark. Freddy for me. Fun fact: Candyman actress Virginia Madsen was actually really hypnotized in the parking garage scene. This is true. By a real hypnotist to make it more effective. Yeah, it actually really unnerved her afterwards, and she was like, "Yeah, I don't ever want to do that again," because she just felt like it was like an out of body experience.
Like having somebody else puppet you around.
Yeah. I can do Candyman. Can't do Candyman. He freaks me out so bad. In the real world, Freddy would be more vulnerable with no powers, but it'd still be a good fight. Yeah, I agree. Honestly, it spooks me that she was hypnotized knowing how Hollywood treats women and all. That's a good point. But she was in good company. She trusted Clive Barker and Tony Todd. So she was with good people. I know Tony Todd and her are good friends. Yeah. Hollywood is terrible. I'd say Candyman is an idea. It's an idea. If anyone believes in him, he has nothing to fear but being a victim. She's mine! Bekki looks scared to move because of Michael. She is scared. Actually, yeah. Awesome. So I'm going to call it. It looks like Freddy has won. Dun, 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 dun. Freddy Krueger has won. So he is moving on to round...
Begrudgingly.
I'm going to boo this man.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get some heel heat from me. Poor Candyman.
I liked Candyman.
Candyman is a badass. No shame against him. This was an extremely close fight. Nobody looks like a chump in this one, but Freddy did win by the skin of one of his damn finger knives. Did he have skin on that?
Like I said, I think if they made a movie, Candyman would win, but someone would have to pull him into the real world, and that we can't have in this fight. It can't be like a third party doing that.
The monkey's a Mustang, right?
What?
I don't know.
What you're talking about.
I was thinking about, they were talking about my brother's channel in the chat. Dusty in the chat, let us know. Zigma, let us know. Yeah, the Mustang Maki. Okay, good. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I got distracted.
All I heard was the monkey is a Mustang.
The Maki. I was making
okay.
sure because I said he
monkey.
had. I said he had a Mustang channel, but then I was like, is a Maki a Mustang? But yeah, I think I was right.
Isn't there a monkey in the chat? That's why I was like so confused.
There's monkeys everywhere, Stan.
The monkey.
Everywhere's. All right, so oh my god, I'm already losing my breath, but it's okay because rounds 2, 3, and the final go so much faster. Okay, but this is a big one, guys. This is the one we've been waiting for.
Yeah, this one.
Whew.
I already know who I'm going to vote for on that one.
This one's like wearing me out. I'm exhausted already.
They're big, heavy hitters you're
right.
talking about.
So, Leatherface. I think at this point you guys are pretty familiar with Leatherface, so I'm not going to go into his movies too much. Let's just say he is from a cannibal family, but in this movie we are not counting the family, just Leatherface. So no Drayden, no Nubbins, none of those guys. Just Leatherface on his own with his weapon of choice, his chainsaw. Because we're already so like running along, I'm going to try to go through this one a little bit faster. But essentially Leatherface isn't necessarily a bad guy. He has been raised to be kind of the attack dog for his family, And when people trespass on his property, he will go after them. And remember, in Texas Chainsaw Massacre, they went into his house.
Yeah, they did.
Uninvited. And by American law,
even in the new one, that's kind of what they do.
Illegal.
In the new one, they pretty much evict him from his place illegally.
Yes.
So
his abilities, he is technically supposed to be a mortal man, but he is one of those mortal beings that is supernatural in their abilities.
Gets completely impaled by a chainsaw by Dennis Hopper and somehow survives this.
Yes, in the first one especially, he's supposed to be considered basically immortal, but
the first one especially.
He's kind of one of those people who's just sort of like more than a man. He has brute strength.
He's like a savant.
Yeah.
He is able to butcher people. Dan, you want to go through his strengths and abilities?
Brute strength, the high butchery skills, high stamina, high durability, mask making and leathering skills. So he can make masks out of your skin. He can also do other things, make furniture probably. A different personality for each of his masks and different skill set for each of them. He's fierce, protective, loyal, and territorial. Like you said, a guard dog. Has slasher healing ability and durability, but still is technically mortal. I believe if you cut off his head, he'd die. Weaknesses would be some of those personalities with those masks are weak and cowardly. He is also pretty low in intelligence. Weapon of choice, of course, is the chainsaw.
All right, and I'm checking in with the chat really quick here. Oh, hi. Hi, baby. Brocky's a little freaked out by Michael Myers, even though
I'm going to claim this unused chair
it's
at the
like a
moment.
nice warm chair. Leatherface is a great dancer. He does a mad chainsaw dance. Leatherface is just after too much. It's just me after too much beer and barbecue. Dude, I feel that. All right, so yeah, I'm a big fan of Leatherface. I think he's an old softy. I've always thought, Leatherface is just a cool person to have your back.
Yeah. Michael, how do you feel about old skin face? Thumbs up or down?
He's never bothered Haddonfield, so I don't think it's a concern.
Texas is pretty far away.
All right, so let's talk about his opponent in this fight. I know Bekki just watched the first Hatchet for the first time and was pleasantly surprised.
I liked it.
Adam Green, baby!
I really liked it. How am I supposed to talk about it?
Oh, you're fine. So, Victor Crowley, do you want to give us a real rundown?
Give us a backstory real quick.
Yeah.
Victor Crowley. So, again, it's kind of a tragic one, like Leatherface. I don't think Victor Crowley himself was actually a bad guy.
No.
He was somebody who was treated unkindly by the world, just like Leatherface was. And when a person faces enough unkindness, they learn to think of other human beings as the enemy, because they've been enemies, just like they were to Leatherface. And nobody cared about me and bad boy.
Yeah.
Sorry. But Victor Crowley, people were very unkind to him, and the only person who loved him was his dad. His dad took very good care of him and never treated him differently for the way he looked or for, like Leatherface, he's not the most intelligent, but, was a person who had feelings. And then someone did a horrible prank, and they lit the house he lived in lit it on fire, and his dad was trying to get in there to save him, and he accidentally killed his dad with a hatchet to the face. So he ended up killing the only person who ever loved him.
He's a real hodgepodge between The Burning, Friday the 13th, and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies.
So then there was a legend that you would still hear Victor Crowley out in the swamp crying for his daddy. But if you will make the mistake of going into those swamps, you are going to be killed in some of the most horrible ways. I have seen Victor Crowley take someone's jaws and rip them apart.
That was my
Victor
favorite.
Crowley has the thing with the cell phone.
He shoves it up Felissa Rose's cooch and out of her mouth.
Very creative. He's incredibly strong. The mathematics of the human body do not make sense to Victor Crowley. He can crush open ribs and break backs like it is not a thing. He is extremely...
Rip off the top of your head.
Extremely
from the jaws.
strong.
That's such a cool kill.
Stronger than Leatherface, even.
Oh, yeah.
He's extremely durable. It is extreme. He might get bloody and stuff. Most of that's not usually his blood. But it is very hard to hurt him. It is very hard to do any damage to him. The man's a brick house. He's immortal. He has been killed at the end of every movie, and he still comes back in the next one. The only one where he actually had to be resurrected was Victor Crowley. Aside from that, he just comes back.
He does die in the end of part 3. His real weakness is that his father's ashes. Mary Beth, she cuts him in half, like all the way down the middle with a chainsaw. Moments later, those halves reconnect, and he gets right back up just moments later.
Okay.
So he's been survived by being cut down the middle by a chainsaw, and then like just regenerated back together. But finally, Maribeth breaks the urn of his father, and the ashes causes him to melt and actually die. That is like the only real known weakness that he has, because then later on, he was.
Oh no, he'd had his paw in my shirt, and it was
Voodoo
gonna have a problem.
He was resurrected by voodoo, and that's where he comes from. And then like Tony Todd's voice of him doing the reciting of the voodoo is played on a phone while these people are there visiting what happened, like the area, and there's like these shops where you can buy stuff, and they're like basically it's like kind of come check out this haunted swamp tour, and they're like their phone reciting of the voodoo resurrects him again, and now I don't think any more of his father's ashes, so the new trilogy isn't complete. I don't know how they're gonna kill him in this one.
And I will say, even though his father's ashes kill him, I still firmly believe that his father still loves him. I don't. It's nothing to do with like a vengeance
I think they
thing.
put him at rest. I don't think it hurts him. Like I think it kills him, but it kills him sweetly.
I think it kills him because Victor Crowley never forgave himself.
Yeah.
But yeah, so and his weapon of choice, as the title suggests, is a hatchet. These are both big old softies that like to rip apart people apart, but you know what? They were never treated kindly by people, and they don't treat people very kindly in return. I have sympathy for both of these characters, but I also know not to cross them or cross their damn territory. Don't go to the swamp. Don't go to Leatherface's house. You're going to be A-okay. But these two, we're going to have them mash up. You know, I don't know. Are they in the swamp or are they...
It doesn't matter. I mean, I don't see Victor Crowley traveling, but then again, I don't really see
what?
Leatherface traveling.
Leatherface family has traveled. They've had to. They lived in an amusement park at one point. So, and if they relocated his house, he definitely would go with that. So I'm just going to say Leatherface's family has moved to the swamp, and they're nearby.
Part 3 was kind of swampy.
Crowley would consider that to be his territory because it's his swamp. He's like Jason, where he has a set location. Leatherface, it's home is where your family is. So, yeah, that's our scenario. Now we've got Leatherface, old Bubba Sawyer, well, depending on the movie, and Leatherface versus Victor Crowley. Leatherface's last name is different in the remakes, but, you know, whatever. Leatherface
still
is
the
always
same
his
essentially
name.
person.
Leatherface versus Victor Crowley, and I did not spell that correctly. Crowley. There we go. All right, so I'm going to open it up to you guys to vote in the chat while we talk about who we think would win. Michael, you want to weigh in on this one, buddy?
Good talking to you.
All right, good talk. Good talk, buddy. Good talk.
The eyes say it all.
He's just like, so, when's my fight? Bekki.
Oh,
You're
I was like, what?
teacher?
I don't know. I am going to have a hard time picking between these two. I honestly am leaning towards Victor Crowley because he is immense and just so super strong, whereas Leatherface is a big guy too, and he's extremely strong too, but
I don't think he's as strong as Crowley, though.
I don't think so either, and I don't think that he has the same mental proclivity that
I've never
Crowley
seen
does.
him do the things with his hands that Crowley can do.
Yeah.
Leatherface is scary because he's got that fucking chainsaw. Having a chainsaw on the face is scary.
And let me tell you,
and
he's one
picking you
nimble
up
guy.
And putting you on the meat hook and stuff is really scary. He obviously is extremely strong. He worked in a slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
But I still don't think he's Victor Crowley scary. I don't think he can take your body and like rip it
in
apart.
half. Yeah, no. Exactly. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. It's just...
Plus, I would say Victor Crowley's a little more durable. Leatherface clearly is very durable. Like I said, impaled, I mean, sure, that would mess up your spine and everything with a chainsaw. Comes back in the next movie like it's pretty much nothing. Victor Crowley, though, cut all the way down the middle from a chainsaw. Still got back together.
Still came back.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I mean, I don't know. I think that also Victor Crowley is just, like, he's much more.
He's
I had a brain
like,
bubble there.
He's kind of like
say something.
I like to say he's got a backstory that's very close to the Burning, but he himself is kind of like a fusion of both Leatherface and Jason Voorhees. Like he's almost.
I can see that.
In
Kind
fact,
of
I
an
know he's
homage
like
to a lot of
yeah,
those
he
killers,
is. He's an
because
homage to 'em.
Adam Green is a massive fan.
Exactly. He loves those movies, and therefore he wanted to make his
But
own.
your vote is for Crowley, right?
I'm going with Crowley. He's a little more durable and a little stronger.
I think they are both, very intimidating, and Leatherface has slightly more of a legacy. But I will say, Leatherface, film to film, isn't much different. He is always got the chainsaw. He's always a big guy. But and Victor Crowley, film to film, is pretty much it's just similar too. But I just think Victor Crowley is a lot stronger, and I think Leatherface's biggest ace in the hole is that chainsaw. And honestly, I think you can chainsaw one of Victor Crowley's arms off, and he only needs one.
Like I said, he went all the way down the middle and came back. A chainsaw couldn't kill him.
Well,
Yeah.
One good point, though, for Leatherface, which I always thought was kind of funny, is how does that guy never fall on his chainsaw that he's,
Right, while
he's
running.
running through all kinds of
Yeah.
thickets,
He
and
does a
never
whole
hurts
dance.
himself.
He
Yeah,
does a
he's,
whole, I would be terrified.
I think he's skilled, and he's gonna. I think
well,
he's
I know,
gonna.
but he's tripping.
He's gonna
Leatherface won't be tripping. Leatherface won't be tripping.
I think Leatherface is gonna slow Victor down with that chainsaw and cut off a limb or two, but it's just not gonna
catch
matter.
you with the chainsaw.
Crowley's
A
gonna get it
chainsaw.
back. Crowley will outlast him, I think, in just almost every reason. I think
I
he'll get
do.
slowed down. The chainsaw will be a factor at first, but eventually it ain't gonna kill him. And
Also-
Crowley's just gonna come back meaner and more angry each time.
Leatherface, a lot of times he, in my opinion, is not the scariest member of his family. I think other
No.
people who are more bloodthirsty are scary because they know what they're doing. Leatherface, I don't think, always knows what he's doing. But I also, if you look at a lot of his movies, he wasn't even really killed because Leatherface doesn't have to be killed. Like, once the threat is gone, he's usually happy to go back to what he's doing. He's definitely not as bloodthirsty as Victor Crowley. The first one he is pissed off, but, he's not killed. But Victor Crowley has been at least brutally, taken out at the end of all his movies, and he still comes back. Leatherface really hasn't had as many things like that to come back from. Even when he has been killed, it's not been as vicious as the ways Victor Crowley has been killed, and Victor Crowley has still come back from that. So yeah, I'm voting Victor Crowley. So that's 3 of us for Victor Crowley. Michael, not interested in this one. All right, so I'm going to check in with the chat like we do with all these, and this is your last chance to get your votes in for either Leatherface or Victor Crowley. As soon as I'm done reading your comments, we're going to call the vote.
I just think magical strength is more powerful than brute strength. So
Yeah, when it comes down to it.
he's magical.
All right,
That gives him the edge.
checking in with the chat.
There you are. About ready with that?
We got a system. All right, Zigma,
Skin face.
he's not a big horror movie fan, so he always refers to Leatherface as Skin Face.
That's who you voted for.
He's the ultimate big brother, to be honest. I agree. That's why I always kind of had a soft spot for Leatherface. My mom got a real horror story behind Texas Chainsaw. I'd love to hear that. Yikes. Pretty Doggy, thank you. How is Leatherface even going to beat Crowley? He's a vengeful ghost, like the Breaker Juggernaut from 13 Ghosts.
Yeah.
Yeah, Victor Crowley is like something else, but I do think it's a close fight. I think Leatherface is not one that we can discount. I just think
He's
the
definitely
win is
slowing
going to...
down. It's just...
The girl in Addams Family Values that picks on Wednesday is the blonde girl that shows her teeth and hatchet. She's also, her name's Mercedes McNabb. She's also Harmony on Buffy and Angel.
Also, we haven't gotten that far into
Is that the one that played the stupid girl?
Yeah.
I wanted her to die so quickly.
Mandy says, I know Buster Rhymes is going to take out Michael Myers. Shh, don't say the B word. He's here.
We don't need any extra.
This one could be how Victor regenerates. Oh, sorry. Tatum, Victor Crowley. My dad is scary with a chainsaw. Cut his own knee once. Yikes, Elisa.
Ouch. Careful.
He dropped the chainsaw on his leg at the end of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's why Leather wears a leg brace in the other movies. I never noticed that before. Good eye.
He loses an arm in the remake.
I'm good with a chainsaw as Harley Quinn is with her bat. Damn, Mandy. Elisa's dad is good. Zigma says, when I was in Texas, I did go out looking for the Texas Chainsaw House. It was in the right area, but never found it. Nuts. That would have been cool if you could have seen that. Yeah, Mercedes McDowell was also in a Supernatural episode. She was a vampire in that.
Yeah.
All right, so let's catch that vote. It was a pretty good fight. A lot of people voted for Leatherface, but the winner is Victor Crowley. Victor Crowley will be moving on into round 2.
He is your victor.
And he will be fighting the winner of our main event. Can I get a drum roll? The main event tonight. It is a big one. I'm a little scared how this goes. Guys, please remember that he's sitting right behind us.
No, don't let that intimidation. Vote who you really think.
Sure.
I don't care how it ends for us. We
How
have to
did
be
he
just.
Even get here.
No.
He just came over.
You heard about
You
this,
guys
apparently.
know a lot about Jason Voorhees, so I'm not going to go in depth with all his movies, just because like these bigger ones, I feel like we're all pretty familiar with him. Coming to the killers like Jason Voorhees and Freddy Krueger, I feel like even mainstream audiences are well aware of who they are. So I'm not going to go through his whole story. You've heard it before. He was a kid. He
Drowned.
had he drowned because camp counselors weren't watching. He wasn't a very good swimmer. And then his mom went on a vengeance spree when they were going to reopen the camp. And then it turns out that he wasn't actually dead. And then he went around killing people to avenge his mom. So he was human until about part 4. Then he's killed. He comes back as a revenant zombie type. Then someone tries to drown him. That pisses him off. Then we get a whole new mean Jason who's had all kinds of adventures, including going to space.
And New York.
And New York.
And hell.
And hell.
Got the t-shirt.
He likes to travel. So that's the nutshell version, because I do feel like you guys are pretty well familiar with this one, so I don't want to extend this any longer than we have to with the whole backstory. Let's get into those strengths and abilities.
Super undead strength, just like our boy Maniac Cop. He's extremely durable. He's undead, therefore pretty much like immortal in that sense. They tried to execute him several times by the military, and he just doesn't stay dead. He has resurrection abilities, obviously.
I would like to add to that, though. The military actually did stop him. They did finally what I think everyone's wanted to see in one of these films. They blew his ass up. And that did kill him. But fuck, Jason Goes to Hell. Somebody eats his heart because it has a commanding presence, and then he becomes like a weird worm thing. Okay, for the purpose of this fight, I'm not going to count Jason Goes to Hell. We're just going to say that he's been to hell. As like a bragging point, but Worm Jason, I don't think Worm Jason needs to be in this.
Well, not Worm Jason per se. But anyways, let me finish. He's got stealth, teleportation abilities, because he can just appear somewhere else. I mean, we never seen him specifically teleport, but how else can he just appear magically a different direction? He's relentless. Nanobot upgrade, if you want to count that. He's got body possession if he loses his body, which the military did explode him one time, as we said earlier.
You have to eat his stupid heart, though, and then he becomes a worm.
Yummy.
But then they captured him later, after his battle with Freddy, I guess. They captured him, and they tried executing him a bunch of times. He ended up being frozen and then found in the future.
I'm gonna count nanobots and stuff. I don't like Worm Jason.
So yeah, his nanobot upgrade makes
Damn
him
Worm
just
Jason.
all these abilities, but even a little stronger and a little fucking tougher. Though he still will burn up in Earth's atmosphere even with his nanobots. His weaknesses, well, he has mommy issues. He can be manipulated to a degree. So manipulation works on him. I wouldn't say it kills him, but it can distract him and slow him down. Especially if you're a woman that does a good impression of his mother. Or just a good Tommy Jarvis who can...
talking to you, Jason.
If you're a little boy that can make yourself look like him as a little boy. I mean, there's ways to manipulate him regardless. Sometimes water's a weakness. I don't really know why, because it usually isn't.
I'm not counting that bullshit. People in Freddy vs. Jason should have done their research. I don't think he's afraid of water.
I don't think so either. That's why
And
I had
I'm
a
not
question
using
mark
that.
on
I think
there.
they only did that because he was drowned.
It's just because the director didn't really
We're
watch
not
the movies.
using any hydrophobia in here because that's
Okay.
freaking stupid.
Enough explosive force can incapacitate him. Like I said, that's how the army does that in Jason Goes to Hell. It doesn't. That's the beginning of the movie. He
It's
still
like with
continues
the
to kill
judge in
people.
Buffy. He probably could come back, but you can't when you're in pieces all over the place be all that effective.
And-
I don't know if he's obviously not even really dead because his heart's alive, but he would need the pieces together.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, if you blow him up in this fight, you win. Even though he would probably come back from it. Being stabbed in the heart with a Kandarian dagger by a family member also sends him to hell. So those are his weaknesses. His weapon of choice is a machete, but he's used so many different more. Like axes, weed whacker even at one point. That was the only motorized weapon he ever had. But, you know, he'll use anything.
He's an opportunistic kind of guy.
He'll
But
use
his
sauna
favorite
rocks.
weapon is still a machete.
Yes, that is his favorite.
Which I didn't know, just because I grew up with Jason so much. I didn't know machetes actually used for like gardening and hiking
Cutting through
and
bush.
stuff.
Yeah.
No, I just was like, what's the point of a machete other than killing people? I knew about
Make it
Jason
through
before
terrain.
I learned about the uses of
When
a
you buy
machete.
a machete at the store, they don't come sharpened. You have to sharpen them yourself.
That sucks.
He also will use the pole from a cemetery that was used to resurrect him, as you see him in the picture there, as a spear.
Yep. I think it was part of a gate.
Yeah, it was like from a cemetery gate. It was a pole that got
All right,
stabbed into him and
so
electricity.
Jason
hit him.
is a badass mofo. Anything else we want to add about Jason? Do you want to add anything about Jason? You like Jason, right? You should ready? You guys hang out? Okay, no.
Let's address the elephant in the room.
All right. Oh, fuck.
Literally.
All right.
His opponent,
His opponent is Michael.
Mike Myers. Yeah, baby.
Don't he hates that? He
Make
is
you
about
ranty.
that the way Bekki is about the Baby Got Back song. Oh shit.
Wayne's
Shit,
World, party
shit.
on.
No, get the fuck
Okay.
off.
Okay. Anyways,
I'm the one right in front of him.
Mike Myers. Well, depending on your origin, the original origin is this child who just one day becomes a silent husk of himself and decides to kill his sister. He is then put in a mental hospital where he's there and somehow learned how to drive while there. Breaks out as an adult. Starts killing people in his hometown, mostly babysitters. Why? Different reasons for different
Again,
origins.
Short version, you guys know who Michael Myers is. The man
He's
is
the
a
boogeyman,
legend.
the shape.
Mhm.
So, yeah, he is supposedly, depending on your incarnation, human. But he's really not. He can't really be killed. You can shoot him as many times as you damn well want. He's gonna come back. He's stealthy as all hell. He has, sometimes he has a sister, sometimes he does. It doesn't really make a difference. He's still gonna kill you. Out of fuck out of Haddonfield.
Get the
Loves
fuck
Halloween.
out of his house.
Has
Yeah,
a
that's
playful
the thing.
nature about himself. He enjoys a little bit of tricks with his treats, and his treats are dogs.
And
Sadly,
Sandy
but-
before he dies.
He'll put on a ghost outfit
Or, I
and,
mean, before he
bring you beer and wear glasses.
Now,
It'd
we
be fun
are
shit.
going to count Halloween 6 here, which means that there is some cultish origins to him with the Cult of Thorn.
Okay.
And, I don't think there's any other big caveats we need to include here.
One thing I remember reading somewhere, and I don't know exactly, that they said in order for Michael to get all over to the places that he did, that he had a walking speed of 20 miles an hour.
Nice.
Well, there you go. Damn.
Well, get those steps in, boy.
You're like Forrest Gump.
Right?
Walk,
Silent
Michael,
We laugh until he hunts us all down.
We laugh so we don't cry.
Anyways, Tatum loves Resurrection, by the way.
All right, so hit me with them strengths and abilities.
He's stealth, stalking a maneuver. He can stand in front of a bush, and then when you look away for a second, take a side step, and therefore you don't see
He
him
does
in the
that
bush.
thing that Homer does in the meme where he just gets absorbed into the bush.
He is an aggressive driver. No one knows how he learned how, but just has the ability.
Adam Green does.
Adam Green does know. Go check out
Let me try this
Arescope
again.
Studios on YouTube to find out for yourself.
tip
Where
it for
Kane
you.
Hodder
You can
plays
pour
Michael
it on the
Myers and gets
side.
those driving lessons. He has a above human strength. He can also pin you with a kitchen knife to a wall, which really makes no sense on the kitchen knife part, but that's just how strong Michael is. He doesn't really feel pain. You can shoot him. He'll keep coming at you. He
Or if
can't.
he does, he doesn't give a crap.
If he does not express pain in any way. So
Doesn't express himself at all.
he's very durable. He does have a healing factor. The new movies suggest, I guess, the more anger and hate.
The more he kills, the more supernatural he becomes, is what they say.
Exactly. The stronger he becomes. So that's, I don't know if that's exactly canon, but he does. His weaknesses, well, those ancient ruin stones, they will...
Yes, so specifically, I'll talk about his weaknesses a little bit. When Paul Rudd's character throws the runes at him, he can't cross the runes, so he stands there like a chump. So yeah, practice runes. It could help you. It could save your life.
He can't pass through them. They're like our barrier. Like salt is for demons.
Buster Rhymes, apparently, for some reason, Buster Rhymes can go up to Michael and do things that would get anybody else killed, poke him in the head, and Busted he doesn't kill him.
You're
and
not
then,
Michael. I'm Michael.
And then Busted can ninja kick him. Michael lets that happen. And yeah, Buster Rhymes survived the movie. What?
I don't know if he let it happen or he was just surprised that somebody was actually trying to
Like,
post up.
yeah,
Either way, he's
he
weak
was
to
like,
it.
What? Is that the case?
Other people have stepped up to him and he just handled them.
Trick
so
or
I'm not
treat,
sure.
motherfucker.
I'm not sure why there was pause with him and Buster
He had
Rhymes.
every right to kill all those people. They were
He
in
did.
his house.
Making a stupid reality show.
I would have been
Whose
pissed
house?
off too.
Turned
Michael's
his whole
house?
life and his family. I mean, even if he was a remorseful thing, imagine if someone cared about their family and they turned it into a joke like that, like you found
Right?
history.
Another
right?
weakness he has is Paul Rudd, which Paul Rudd is an immortal being that does not age. So he is special. You can't just be Paul Rudd.
Yeah, with a pipe and green syringes full of mystery goop.
Or runes. In fact, I want the Paul Rudd action figure with all of them.
Oh, a weakness that's not on there is big giant metal nets.
That doesn't.
Loomis caught him in part 5 with a giant metal net.
And it didn't work very well, did it? He got out.
That's how they caught him.
Well, they arrested him.
No, the people blew the cult got him
They
out,
arrested him. But
and then the cult broke him free.
Fine, I'll allow
Jason
it.
doesn't have a big giant metal net, anyways.
So depending on the movie, he might have family issues and stuff, but Zigma says in the chat that he's never officially been killed. So yeah, he's died a couple times, but see, the trouble is with Halloween is there's so many damn fucking
Renditions.
let's reboot it and
We
stuff.
went into a corner, so let's
But I
start
would
over.
say, okay, so let's break it down. So at the end of 1, he's not killed; he disappears. We find out later on.
And he was shot 6 times.
Okay, so I'm breaking it down real quick. At the end of 2, he is blown up. He is killed. He was supposed to be fucking dead. Then we have a break and have some Halloween fun. So, but then 4, he comes back mysteriously. So I think at this point we can say he is officially
Him and Loomis
a
have
boogeyman.
burns.
But at the end of 4, he's shot a whole bunch of times. And that time, apparently being shot with rifles, shotguns.
Shotguns, rifles,
Not
handguns.
a handgun. A
There was a
handgun doesn't
couple.
do shit. But
She
it
needs
did
the buckshot.
A
it
whole
did
bunch of guns.
kill him at the end of 4.
Yeah.
Then 5, we get into all this crazy stuff. So he actually has been killed quite a few times.
Well, in 4, he didn't die. You found out that he fell down this little sinkhole and then washed around into the thing. So he didn't technically die in 4, but he was completely
That's true.
incapacitated
That's true. They thought
to
he
a
was dead.
KO. He was because he didn't
Down
wake
to
up
a
for a whole
KO.
year.
It knocked him out for a damn year.
Exactly.
Which,
Where a
that
homeless
would
man,
kill most people.
a homeless man apparently fed him and changed his undergarments for a whole year.
6,
What a
he
nice guy.
stopped with runes or gets his ass kicked by Paul Rudd in a pipe, depending on which cut you go with.
Yeah.
Then in H2O, I like to believe, because I'm not a Resurrection fan, I like to believe he's killed by decapitation! I think that would actually kill him if he was decapitated. But apparently he's not killed. Then in Resurrection,
He was a different person.
he's killed by fire, isn't he?
Yeah, though it kind of hints that he's still alive at the end of
It
it.
kind of is implied that he's still alive.
So I wouldn't say he dies in either of those.
And the Rob Zombie one's shot, but then he disappears. And then the second one, shot.
Excessive force of police fire kills him.
And then in the new ones, he survived his house being on fire. And at the end of the second one, he survives a full town beatdown. So the dude is tough. The dude is really fucking tough. But Jason is also really fucking tough. We're talking about 2 guys here who he can't die.
Do I want to point out that Full Town Beatdown, though, is about maybe 15 people, and some of them are like, this lady has an iron. They
Yeah.
don't bring a lot of lethal weapons.
Don't bring an iron to a Michael Myers fight.
Right.
They were so
Like,
stupid.
a
So-
couple of them had guns and knives, but most of them just had shitty random weapons.
This is the big one, guys. This is the big one. I think these guys are pretty evenly matched. They are very similar. In fact, Freddy versus Jason, I would rather see a Michael Myers versus Jason because they are very evenly matched in their powers. This one's pretty intense. I'm opening it up to the chat so you guys can start voting, but shit. Ignore the masked man behind you, and who do you think would win?
I don't know. Honestly, I want to hear some more. Michael Myers. That's who'd win.
Should we check them in the chat and see what they're saying?
Who's your vote for?
I vote for him.
Let's see what the chat says. So I know. Well, I'm going to do another quick overview. So I gave how Michael Myers has been defeated. So starting with Friday the 13th 2, which is the first one we actually see Jason as the killer. Let's see. Jason's kind of a backwoods, kind of like, hillbilly type almost.
A sack on his head.
Let's see. He gets killed by his own machete. Well, he gets incapacitated by his own machete in the hands of Ginny, right?
And no, he breaks through the wall and you never see him and you never...
That's a dream.
Yeah, I know. So therefore he never is. He's just gone, and so is her boyfriend. There's no
real
ending.
The last thing she did is she hit him with the machete, so I assume that was what incapacitated him.
She, scared him with a chainsaw, kicked him in the balls, but she was still running from him.
All right.
She hides in the house. He breaks through the wall.
I'm not going to do an
ending
ending explained of part 2 here.
He's not really defeated in part 2 is my point.
Okay, fine. So part 3... How did she kill him in 3?
They hang him and machete to the head.
Then in 4, Tommy Jarvis, a 10-year-old boy, kills him by... See, Jason can be fooled. Pretty manipulated. So, I'm aware. He's manipulated by Jenny, and that's how she's able to get the upper hand on him. And so I believe she did incapacitate him, even though that movie ends with a dream sequence. All these movies end with a dream sequence. Almost every Friday the 13th movie ends with a dream sequence jump scare. But she was able to take him out by manipulating him and getting the upper hand. Jason isn't that smart. And Tommy Jarvis is able to manipulate him by kind of playing on like, I'm like you. But Jason gets smarter with each movie. He's not in 5, so we're going to skip that one. He is in 6, and this is like kind of like, I'm sexy Jason. He comes back and he's a zombie and he's like, look what I can do. I'm a zombie now. Sweet. I can fold people like their sheets.
Well, he actually rips a guy's arm off and he just looks at it like,
he seems like he's
cool.
really having fun with his new abilities. The end of that one, how was he killed at the end of that one?
Tommy Jarvis doesn't kill him, but he KOs him by chaining him to the bottom of the lake.
That's right. So then 7, now he actually is pissed off because he's been at the bottom of the lake for a long fucking time.
The last thing he ate was a propeller.
And so that one, we get angry Jason, who has full-on rage mode and such. And he goes against a girl with telekinesis. And she fights him on a dock. Ultimately, her father, she's able to resurrect her father, and he pulls him back into the lake. I think she just resurrected him the way she resurrected
Ghost Dad will put you to sleep.
I don't consider him to be a ghost. Anyway, so then part 8, he's back again. At the end of that one, his sad childhood eventually reduces him to a small crying child who is killed by toxic waste.
Yeah.
So he's vulnerable to toxic waste. Then what happened? Then he went to space. Well, then he went to hell.
He's just back.
But we're not fucking talking about that one. So screw that movie.
Even though he was reduced to nothing like the toxic waste, he's still somehow regenerated in Camp Crystal Lake. The police blew him up. They ate his heart. He switched some bodies around, got his old body back, but then he was stabbed in the heart with a Kandarian demon by a relative. It has to be that specific thing.
I don't care about the day.
Sends him to... Yeah, then these claymation rock monsters drag him to hell. And then Freddy resurrects him.
0 fucks.
But anyways, Freddy resurrects him. Because he wants to use him to...
I'm just going to say, he got blown up by cops, and then we move on to Jason X, which is a really fun Beer Pizza movie. Anyway, so in that one, he gets the nanobot upgrade. I will say that, fine if you're in space, but this fight is not taking place in space or in the future, so it's not going to really help him in this fight. But that one is burned up by Earth's atmosphere, so again, I'm going to say fire. Fire could take him out, but I don't think either one of these guys can really be ever killed. Yeah, so this fight is to knock out.
Yeah.
Because I honestly don't think you can ever kill Michael Myers or Jason Voorhees. So what can we get to knock out? It's going to be kind of like the Freddy versus Jason movie. I would give the win of that movie to Jason. Because it went to knockout, even though Freddy's still dead. So that's what we're doing here. Yes, they're gonna come back. They always come back.
Just put him in some Smith shoes.
In the remake, he's put through like a wood chipper thingy. His head is. So he's been killed lots of different ways, and he keeps coming back. Yeah, so they're gonna keep coming back. That's a given. But who is gonna win? I actually have some reasoning. So I'm going to just kind of think about this out loud. Now, I will say Jason initially was manipulated by people, but Michael does not talk. And you can't manipulate somebody if you can't talk. These two have very boring conversations together, to be honest. They really do. So that manipulation isn't gonna help.
Grunt.
So there's one of Jason's big weaknesses we can throw out because Michael can't manipulate him.
I mean, I don't think Jason can manipulate him either. But to be fair, it's a stalemate of that kind of mind game.
You could probably blow both of them up. Fire. I mean, all the basics can incapacitate them for a while.
Yeah, fire is fairly effective on both of them. Explosions are fairly effective on both of them. Though, I'm personally gonna give Jason the edge because
you're gonna get the edge.
I probably will.
What are you doing?
Simply because I don't think Paul Rudd and a pipe and some syringes or Busta Rhymes and his ninja moves would work on Jason.
Tatum, don't tell people how to vote.
That's just my thing. It's always taken a little more to beat Jason. Is all I'm saying. I know that.
I think they're just telling people to vote.
And if Busta Rhymes can kick Michael Myers that hard, Jason can hit him even harder. Jason's punched off someone's head before.
I will say Jason was manipulated by a kid and stuff, but that's because they were able to manipulate him. He's the only person who's ever actually taken him out. Even Freddy Krueger couldn't take him out. The only person who really was able to take him out was a girl with fucking supernatural abilities.
That even was just a KO because all he did was.
But Michael
swim
Myers,
to the next boat
I'm
a year
sorry, because we have to count it as canon. Michael Myers had his ass kicked by Busta Rhymes. Now, I don't really know that much about Busta Rhymes. I know he's a musician of some sort. He seems like a nice fellow. But I can't believe that he took out a being who's as badass as Michael Myers. But unfortunately he did, which I'm sorry, you lose a bit of street cred for me with that one. Like a lot of street cred.
I know, Wu-Tang Clan.
I think Leprechaun could take out Busta Rhymes. Was he in Wu-Tang Clan? I need to bone up on my music. Anyway, so Wu-Tang Clan, don't fuck around.
Plus Ant-Man sans the ant suit, still beating him up.
So, and also the ruins. I mean, you could drop. I mean, here's the thing. I don't think Jason can't ninja kick. No. Jason doesn't know what to do with ruins. Come on.
He's not able to use those.
Jason doesn't know how to do any cult shit.
But Michael Myers isn't a family member with a Canarian dagger. So
we're not counting that, Dan.
It doesn't matter if he counted it or not. He doesn't have those abilities.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen.
Rules.
Here, the passion's coming.
The passion is rising.
Anyways,
I might change seats here.
If Busta Rhymes can kick him that hard, Jason, who can punch someone's head clean off, done it on top of a roof, can hit him a lot harder than Busta Rhymes can kick him.
Michael, though.
But I'm just saying, if Busta Rhymes can kick him that hard, Jason can hit him harder.
I'm still thinking. Let me check in with the chat. So, Michael Myers wins is Michael Joe. Okay, hold on. I'm behind in the chat. So let me back up. So the last thing I read was from... I'm just going to go back up a little bit more. Quick, call Busta Rhymes. That's where I'll back up to. His attacks are surgical in nature, each stab and cut lethal. I'm not sure which one he's talking about, but I think he's talking about Michael. Paul Rudd absorbed Michael's immortality. I believe it. He's not aging. Tatum says he's good at what he does. I hope he doesn't die in ends. Jason died once and has been more powerful ever since. Agreed. Get a nuke and smash it with a hammer. Michael Myers will win. You guys are more... Jason's winning. Jason's a mama's boy.
So is Michael in the remake with Zombie.
Sometimes he is. Sometimes he's weirdly a sister.
We're in the Rob Zombie
in the
now,
remake
so I'm
when
gonna
Rob
say
Zombie
this one's
did that,
not a mom.
He stopped talking to his mom too. He was done with it.
He actually had. That's part of why he'd stopped responding to his mom. So
yeah.
Anyway,
still part of his backstory.
Let me finish getting through this chat. After Jason died, he became more aggressive and lethal. Before, no pain, more strength, no blood, just Jason. Jason's kill count is the highest. That's true. Jason did take out a space station.
Had over 20,000 people on it.
Michael's just now. That's true. Honestly, most of Michael's movies, he kills less than 10 people.
Most of them.
He's making up for it with kills. Hot fucking damn.
But unless he blows up a space station, he ain't gonna catch him.
He'll never catch him.
There's
He
20,000
just-
people on
he
that
just
space
can't.
station alone.
Cheesy.
He might kill everyone in Haddonfield, though, where he's going.
Right.
Michael's is a walking homicide. Jason is a massacre.
Interesting.
Tatum, don't be sorry, honey. I'm playing. You're doing a good job. You're doing all right, girl. You're doing all right. But yeah, I try to keep the votes very like non-biased. We present the facts, they decide. But girl, you vote for whoever you
Don't
want.
vote for our safety.
You can root on whoever you want too. Jason seemingly can't die, but Michael can drive, so he has that going for him. You guys are fucking hilarious. Oh, hey, Kevin. I'm more scared of Michael mostly because he's right there. Yeah, me too. Michael gets stronger with every kill. Busta Rhymes will now kick James Jude, Cordy, and Michael Myers. Guys,
Looks like you're doing okay.
Oh, wow.
It doesn't help that he's behind me.
I'm gonna vote Michael Myers. That's it.
You guys know me. I always have something to say, and I'm a little gobsmacked here. Not just because he's behind me, because they are perfectly matched, which is why I would really like to see a movie of these two against each other.
Mm-hmm. Would it be a silent film?
I mean, yeah, Jason's kind of a mama's boy, but Michael is the Cult of Thorns bitch. He does what they make him do.
Michael. He's outsmarted by a little girl a couple of times. Just to point out.
I will say with each movie, Jason gets a big upgrade with each movie, whereas Michael sometimes he gets setbacks. Like 6 was a big setback for him.
Resurrection was a setback.
Resurrection was a setback. So overall, I would say Jason seems to be going on an upward motion, whereas Michael, it kind of dips and dives. After Halloween Kills, definitely he has a big rise, but we'll see how it goes with Ends. You know, I still think Lori can potentially take him out.
I think he's going to die in Ends.
She can take it just by her pure
I hate to say it, Michael, but I'm going to vote for Jason. I think just slight edge.
Hey, I voted for you. Don't kill me.
I want to point out, though, Jason rips a guy's arm off without even trying. He punches a dude's head off. He hits harder than Michael hits, as much as Michael hits hard.
Okay, so... also, I like that Zygma said Michelle gets stronger with each kill, which is mean. That's what his mean stepdad called him in the zombie movies. Okay, guys, I need to go to the little Gory's room. So you have until I get back to get your final votes, and you two can do your final arguments.
I don't have an argument.
And I'm going to walk by this person. Nice, Michael. Nice, Michael. I never did babysitting. Just throwing it out there.
Just saying... Jason's got Frankenstein undead strength. Like I said, he rips people's limbs off without trying.
I'm just kidding.
Michael Myers, yeah, he cuts people up really good. Jason was kind of exploded by a SWAT team. Michael Myers withstood a bunch of firefighters. So, yeah, right. That was
And
pretty
the
cool.
ambulance drivers. And the trap.
Yeah. Granted, the firefighters helped him out of the
I'm
trap.
gonna kick you.
The firefighters helped him out of the trap, and how did he?
How did he think him? The way he does.
The way he always thinks people.
He doesn't
Even
know
I was
any
good to you, Michael. He did kill Danny Trejo. That's a huge feat in itself. There you go. Danny Trejo is machete.
He's the one who was nice to you.
So I mean, if you
He
can.
let you have your mask.
So that was the most pussified version of Danny Trejo I've ever seen, but still killed him.
I think in his old age, he's softer.
I think Rob Zombie just likes to spin it and make Danny Trejo be this sad guy. Like even in the new Three from Hell, he's like, what? He doesn't know why they're killing him. They're getting revenge because he's the one who put them in prison to begin with, but helped catch them anyways. But yeah, like I said, Michael Myers, really stealthy killer. Jason Voorhees is basically Frankenstein with a machete. And that's my closing argument. Doesn't matter though. It looks like the chat has decided. Intimidation is a factor here, and he's got a new movie coming out. So there you go. Evil might not die tonight. It looks like Evil does not die tonight. If the vote doesn't change by the time Gory's back.
He might be cooked.
Let's see.
From the inside out. 7
more votes. Hey, Tatum really got the Michael wagon going, so you better spare Tatum, even if she babysits for anybody. Michael gets stronger with every kill, according to the new movie. He does. Michael Joe says Busta Rhymes will not kick. Okay, we already got that one. Tatum says it's gonna be close. Rob Zombie Michael will destroy 2009 remake Jason. Well, maybe. That's another one. Even you said he stops talking to his mom, but in the second movie, Ghost Mom is totally manipulating him. She's got a little white horse and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, it's hot here.
Oh well.
Welcome to the heater.
Okay, I'm back to end the vote. No, I did not take a massive dump this time. I let my dogs out. Okay, I am calling it right now because I said I would call it right at the time I got back.
Somebody just voted for you.
Somebody did, but I stand by what I said.
It's close.
It was extremely close.
It eventually slowly turned the tide in Michael's favor. Oh, he has a present for you. I think this is a symbolizing that he wins.
Mm-hmm.
He has Jason's mask.
He took
How
it
did
right
he
off
get
his
his
face.
mask? It means he killed him.
Ah, yikes. Maybe that's
you
why.
can have your trophy.
I guess that
hang that on your
explains.
wall.
I guess that explains why we haven't had a Jason Voorhees movie in a while.
Michael, that's
All right, Michael is
your
the winner.
The winner.
Congratulations, Michael.
Go
Don't touch.
Boogeyman.
Don't touch.
This one? I mean, you like Busta Rhymes, so you should have.
Boo! Boo! I was saying Boogeyman. Boo!
Evil
Worms.
does.
Yeah, I was saying.
All right, Michael won, guys. Michael won.
Evil does not die tonight, apparently. The mouse has been dropped again.
No. Oh no.
We'll get through this.
I am so clumsy.
All right, so now we're into the. We can move on to these faster rounds.
All right, so yeah, these next two rounds go by super fast, guys.
We already know.
So Michael is going on to the next round. He will go against Victor Crowley.
Ooh,
So,
that's a tough one.
But we need to take you right back to the beginning, guys. We gotta go back to reality. Why do Eminem's song stuck in my head?
I don't know.
All right, so now we've got Leprechaun. We're not gonna go over their powers and stuff. We're just gonna talk about it. Leprechaun versus the Miner from My Bloody Valentine. Who do you guys think is gonna win?
I think the Leprechaun's gonna win.
I'm giving it
Why?
to Leprechaun.
Because he's got more
Magical.
magic and he's gonna steal all the gold from the miner. He's mining the gold.
That's how I'm gonna feel like this happens. The miner's digging away. He finds some gold. A leprechaun appears. He doesn't really have any interest in the gold, but the leprechaun feels threatened. He's gonna manipulate the miner, who has DID, and they're gonna go crazy in that mine together. But what is the miner gonna do? How is he gonna kill the leprechaun?
He's not gonna order a drink, that's for sure.
I don't think there's anything he can do to Leprechaun. If the Leprechaun has his sights on killing the miner for whatever reason, he's gonna eventually do it.
He's gonna do it and play with him while he's doing it, and have a lot of fun.
Either that or the miner's gonna be digging around.
Oh no, we didn't want to do that.
The miner's gonna be digging around. He's gonna find a dead leprechaun down there, and he's gonna pee on it, and it's gonna go up his pee hole and burst out of him.
See, here's the thing. Here's my logic. I'm voting Lep, and I'm going to tell you why. We have learned from Michael's history that people who can rap have supernatural abilities to kick ass, like Busta Rhymes did. It's not Michael's fault. The guy was a rapper. And Leprechaun can rap. And Leprechaun can also hang in the hood. And Leprechaun has magic. So I think Lep is up to no good, and he's going to defeat the miner. I mean, the miner is, at the end of the day, very strong,
But he's not
supernaturally strong for a human, but he's not magical. Now, Lep sometimes can be a bit naive, but the miner doesn't talk. So there's not a lot he can do to confuse him or anything. And Lep in part 2 kind of lives in like an underground dwelling anyway, so I don't think he's going to get lost in the mine. So I'm voting for Lep, guys.
It's slam dunk in my opinion. Speaking of rap songs and you liking that, did you guys know that there's a Chucky rap song?
Nuh-uh, there
Yeah,
is?
it's by a guy named Bushwick Bill.
I'll have to check that out.
After this, I'll play it for you.
All right.
Or I'll show you where it's
So I'm voting for the Leprechaun. Danny, who are you voting for?
Let me see here. I'm looking at one. Okay, so your typical pick is axes forged in steel, not iron. I wanted to double check that before I really had my vote. Because even though I'd still probably give it to Leprechaun regardless, but now you have definitely clarification that the miner really has no tool to take out a leprechaun.
Oof.
Since they're
Way
not,
to get a guy in his pickaxe.
though it was funny, I was looking through I was looking. There is an iron pickaxe in what's that? Minecraft, but that's your typical iron. A real pickaxe is made out of steel. So, yeah, I'm giving it to Leprechaun. I think it's gonna be an interesting, weird fight. But yeah, Leprechaun wins.
Do you
Ghetto
horse
Boys,
in this
yes.
fight?
Somebody's heard it
Leprechaun
before. I
or
love the
Maniac,
Ghetto
Runaway
Boys.
Valentine.
Kal-El.
It's also a battle of the holidays. St.
Yeah.
Patrick's Day versus
Thumbs up for Lep.
oh,
Thumbs
I
up
didn't
Valentine's
know
for
that
Day.
one.
Very
Lep.
themed.
All right, Michael says Lep. Okay, so here's the way it's gonna go. I'm gonna check in with the chat, and as soon as we're done, I'm gonna end the poll. So get those votes in quickly for whoever you think will win. Okay, let's see. You know, I think this was actually cooling down more when it wasn't moving around.
Just leave it facing Michael so he's
Happy.
It's so hot.
yeah.
Michael, you can open the door.
He's got a couple more rounds, but I don't know if he's gonna win. I hope he's.
All
Win or
right,
lose, you up
so-
for some pizza afterwards?
Does Michael like pizza? He likes dog.
Dog pizza.
There, you know,
Longest-
across the cul-de-sac is this really nasty little mutt.
No, all dogs are good.
Not this dog.
All dogs are
I
good.
like that dog.
Be
yeah.
nice.
It's
Okay.
Constantly pissing on it.
I don't think Michael needs nourishment, so I'm going to feed him a stuffed dog. Anyway, I'll feed him like the taxidermy dog from Scrubs TV show. All right, I'm checking in with the chat now. No interruptions, Mr. Man.
Mr. Man.
Bustin' Grimes will not kick James. I read that wrong before, Michael. I'm sorry. To be honest, Jason did crush a dude's head after Jason did it, of course. Michael did crush a dude's head after Jason did it. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to... If they kill him in ends, I think they're going to kill him, but I don't know. He killed the dad from Kenan and Kel.
He also killed Stewie. Look what I can do. Leprechaun did that first
Michael
though.
won. Hell yeah. My uncle says... Yeah, I voted for Jason, dude. You know, you and me.
Both Michael Myers and
Yeah,
Leprechaun
Michael
has killed
wins.
Stewie.
Boo, Jason is superior. I voted for Jason. I
did-
mean, what? Who did what? Not me.
I think he's stronger. But
So
whatever.
Jason again, Kate Hodder. I love Jason, but my son and me are Michael fans. No minor 49er. We've already talked earlier that we need to do a whole round of just Scooby-Doo villains.
I mean, after we finish this tournament, we can just do a fun Scooby-Doo tournament.
Rappers,
Nice and light.
rappers rule. Leprechaun has better shoes. He actually does. And if you watched my Gory Details, you know that Warwick Davis said the shoes were essential to the character. They were a little hard to walk in. They had big heels. But he says the shoes are to Leprechaun what the glove is to Freddy.
Because they make him do that weird walk, and he wanted that for the
And-
character.
It's true. Angela can rap too. She also does a mean camp song.
Yeah.
Not Easy-E. He got AIDS and died. Oh, so sad.
Nice.
Lep takes it easy. Tupac, Biggie, enough said. I love Busta as an actor, as a rapper. Freddie did have a rap song. Freddie had a whole album,
He also
actually.
can play guitar.
Ghetto Boys, Chucky, awesome song on his Greatest Hits album. I love Tupac. Did you know Will Smith made a Freddie song? He did. Nightmare on My Street when he was with Jazzy Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
Tupac is the best, Tatum.
Parents just don't understand.
Yeah, I don't think there are any four-leaf closures down there. The only rap songs I like are the ones that are in the credits of horror movies. Those are my favorite,
Yeah,
like the
especially
Maniac
the
Cop
90s
one.
style.
I think my favorite rap song ever is probably the Spookies rap, though.
That's really my favorite modern rap.
I don't know,
think
you're
old
gonna have
school
to
would be Turtle Power.
You're going to listen to Chucky. I think you're going to have a new favorite.
T-R-G-L-E. I love that one, too. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I also like a lot of old school stuff, like Run DMC and stuff. I don't know if that's considered rap, but I like it.
It is.
Beastie
Boys.
Are you guys cul-de-sac people? We are. We are in a cul-de-sac. Michael killed Artie, the strongest man in the world. All right, and here we are. I am ending it. And the winner is... Oh, wait, I'm going to get my phone. The winner is Leprechaun. Wow, Lep is doing really well. Lep is doing really well.
I think he's
Kicking
squeezed by...
ass.
He's, kind of squeezed by Chucky and Tiffany, but honestly, the minor just...
Dude,
Minor is
there's no
impressive as he
chance.
is. This is where it kind of makes matches sometimes. They
So,
start off with people that are very even.
Leprechaun has won.
What if the miner's pickaxe
2 fights
is made out of iron?
Well, that's what I
Oh,
looked
that's
up.
what you were talking about,
I was
yeah.
looking it up. Most
looked it up.
It's very rare for that to be a thing. I mean, so
Okay.
the chances of him having one is they're more usually made out of steel. more durable. They're better in real
Oh my
life.
gosh. So Ben, I was kind of, I had brothers and I grew up in a military base and all my friends are boys. So I liked a lot of the stereotypically boy stuff like Ninja Turtles and all that. But I did have one Barbie doll. And it's because I was obsessed with MC Hammer. So I had the MC Hammer doll that came with his tape of "Please Hammer, don't hurt him. You got to pray, pray." Like, I'm wicked, and I still get down to that jam. But yeah, he used to roll around in this limo my mom got me for him with the Ninja Turtles. I had a great childhood. It was awesome.
Was he officially a Barbie product?
In the creek.
Was he just Barbie style as a doll, or was he officially a Barbie product?
Yeah, I don't freaking know.
Okay.
I'll have to look it up.
You said you only had
He
one
was
Barbie
cool
doll.
though. He had these, like, you know, the parachute. Like,
did he fit in the turtle van, or did they have to ride in his
I
car?
didn't have a turtle van. My brother had a
he
turtle
would
van.
have
I had a limo, and they fit in his limo. He had a big white limo.
Maya, you ever play with toys? Yeah, he's more
My
into
mom
dead
got
animals.
me a big white limo for him.
Colors.
Yeah.
In the one
he
where
plays with people.
Buster Rhymes when he goes down in the
Yeah.
basement. Yeah, he's got the
That's true.
he colors.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know because that was all staged.
Yeah, they even had like where.
But
like,
was it? Because they didn't know about it when he went down there. Buster's
No, because Buster put it all down.
Yeah,
know.
he said that they did.
Yeah.
And they also had like a crib thing that they like tied him in, like a
Yeah,
hide
that's
a
all
chair that
fake.
was all fake.
All right, checking with the chat, and we'll get to the next fight. The Crypt Keeper rap song is fire. You know, I haven't heard that one, but oh, I know what I'm Googling when we're done. Ben Adams, whoop the laugh out loud. She is sack off. Don't give people my Wait,
What?
She in the sack off Johnson Road.
sorry. I thought I saw Michael Myers in the chat, but no, it's my fucking brother, not even Michael Myers. Giving out my address. Yes, I live on a street called Johnson in the sack off of it. So yes, I live in Johnson's sack. I live in ball sack. Lep getting his respect. The guy in the demon, he freaks me out seriously. Hammer had a cartoon himself. He really did. Gory, I never would have thought you were a 90s kid. You look so young. I'm actually an 80s kid. I was a 90s teenager because I'm probably older than you think.
I mean, we were still watching cartoons in the early 90s, though.
Yeah, I've been around since 1981. But yeah, it's pretty cool because the 80s were cool, the 90s were cool, and I got to experience them both.
I think Michael Myers should have got himself a Splatterday morning cartoon.
There's a little, somebody did like a TikTok video that it's so cute.
I mean, but
I'll show it to you.
RoboCop, Toxic Avenger, all these other things that were not appropriate for kids got one. How come Michael Myers got one?
Kevin, dude, we could have been the best of friends when we were kids. Oh, that's so cool.
Or they should have had like 80s slasher babies, like little baby Freddy Krueger.
I would have
Like
loved
Muppet
that.
Babies, but slasher babies.
Yeah.
All right.
Slasher babies.
Guys, for our next fight, let me get the poll up. Who would win? Angela Baker from Sleepaway Camp versus Danny Knightmare.
Well, she's going to be a lot more of a challenge than Pearl, I'll tell you that much.
This is a tough one. I mean, I love you. I'm not as scared of you voting against you as I am of Michael behind me, but I love you. You're a good slasher. You know, Angela versus Danny.
Are we in camp? I've been to camp. I've
She's
killed a
been
bunch
to
of
the
people.
city and stuff too. That's how she killed someone with a truck. So
I left a final girl, but that's all.
I'm sorry, honey. I'm gonna go with Angela.
You're gonna go with Angela.
She has a bigger array of weapons than you. You've never killed anyone more than our house. You hate poop, so that just would never happen. You are good with a lawnmower,
touch the poop,
but
though.
you don't know how to use a bow and arrow.
Actually, I do. I actually taught LOLZ how to do it when we were in Cub Scouts.
Fair enough, fair enough. But I think she's probably a better archer. She's a lot more random, and I think she's
Movie
crazier.
magic.
I think she's crazier than you. I think her heights of batshit crazy are far
But
greater
has
than
her
yours.
crazy imagination ever created life? No, but
No, I guess not.
anyways,
She's also a master of disguise. Not that you would care, because you'd still just kill the person anyway.
Yeah, she'd be more vulnerable.
But
in
if
her
she can
disguise,
make
to be
herself look
honest.
like me or LOLZ, you probably wouldn't.
But does she kill adults?
Nobody can look as
She
beautiful.
kills anybody.
Nobody
No,
can
but I'm
look
trying
as
to think of an
beautiful
adult that she killed in the movie. Well, the first
No,
one.
Three other
not the
movies.
first movie.
I know
but-
there's 3 other ones, but I said just the first one.
Did she ever kill any pro wrestlers? I
Snarky.
don't think so.
I'm going with Angela, honey.
Fair enough.
Who are you going for?
I'm not gonna vote on this one. I'm not voting. I'm not gonna literally vote. I want to say that I can hold my own with both her and Norman Bates. They don't have inhuman strength. They have a healing factor that only rivals my own. I think I'm a slightly bit more supernatural than her. But yeah, she's probably a little crazier than me. Though I also am more trained on how to kill people with my hands.
I think her insanity just gives her strength, dude. All the different ways she's killed people.
If I thought she was going to harm you or LOLZ, I would definitely go in a rage mode that I say that she couldn't reach. But she might be able to catch me off guard with her disguises as less threatening. I know what she looks like. Like
no
both
shame
versions
against
of
you,
it.
honey. You are a badass, but Angela.
She certainly is
something
more
else.
intimidating than Pearl.
She absolutely is, and your charisma and sex appeal isn't going to work on her.
I wouldn't use sex appeal on her.
But I mean, I think honestly, you guys could just have fun at camp.
I think we
honest.
could.
I think you'd end up being friends.
I think
most
people would
likely.
start dying at camp, and it would come down to like one person, and we'd both go to kill that person, and we look over at each other and be like, "You too? Holy crap!"
But then I think she'd probably want to get together with you, and then if she saw that you were married, she'd go after me, and then you'd try to kill her, and then we'd have a fight.
I think she'd rather just be camp counselor friends together, but then maybe you would get jealous.
I'm not going to handle that, Anne. Who do you think's going to win?
One time at band camp,
I'm gonna vote for Danny Knightmare because I want to see him go against the Leprechaun.
That's a great reason. Michael, so fellow slasher Danny here. I mean, he's kind of, junior-league,
He's
you're
also my
varsity,
friend.
but you're both slashers. Or Angela Baker from Sleepaway Camp. Him?
he thinks
Angela?
Angela.
He says Angela. All right, so we got 2 for Angela, 2 for Danny, and I'm going to check in with the chat, and then we are going to call it. Like I said, these second rounds, they are fast. So get your votes in quickly, because as soon as I am done catching up with the chat, and I'm going to vote myself right now, then we are going to call it. So here in just like under a minute. Elisa, you're a year older than me? That's awesome. So you're born in 1980. Also a good year for horror movies. I like to think I was born in a great year for horror movies. We had Halloween 2, An American Wolf in London, Howling, just so many good movies.
Everybody in here.
Yeah, but you're ageless. So, it does help that you bathe in virgin blood.
Well, my aunt, Bathory, she taught me.
I know.
Elizabeth Bathory, have you ever heard? I'm sure you know who that is.
I know who Elizabeth Bathory is. I also know your cousins, Lizzie Borden. So, I'm familiar with your whole family, sweetheart. Mr. Bones here, what's up? And yes, Mummy, I am very proud to be a British witch from Ipswich.
So cute.
That is really hard to say. British witch from Ipswich.
I also want to say that I've raised a half-demon son, and that is not easy to do.
Yeah, guys, give it to him for that.
Ben says you're better with a curling iron. But is he better at curling? Now I want to see you against Santa from Santa's Sleigh.
Oh, that guy would waste me.
Late 80s, 90s were my jam, still are. Tatum voted for you.
Oh, thank you, Tatum.
Ariel's born in 1991, so I'm exactly 10 years older than Tatum, which is why I will, I consider myself to be like a big sister to Ariel. Danny can use social media and Angela can't. Pardon me, burped.
I'm an
good
influencer.
point.
I'm just kidding. Can't say that with a straight face, but yeah.
I was born in the
85,
70s.
Tatum, nice, good year. The 80s were great.
You are a healthy Gen X.
I think Danny is probably pretty dangerous with a knife. I know I'm something of a little worried watching him with those bandbox videos. It's true.
I'm like a surgeon.
Right.
When I want to.
Are you talking about Tiffany, the mall singer? Elise Proctor.
Let's all go.
My
to the
cousin
mall.
is
Robin
Tiffany from the
Sparkles?
80s.
No,
Oh.
Tiffany, like
I think we're alone now.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's so cool, Elise.
Nice.
that's who I thought.
Elisa, that's awesome. Sorry, Mandy. I think we're alone now. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I said I was calling it, and honey,
Oh.
it was close.
Fine.
You had 47%. She had
Hats off to
50
her.
something, 52%, 47 to 52.
Oh.
That is a close.
I
That's
was
not
gonna-
counting my vote. I didn't actually get to physically
I was
count.
gonna show that I didn't vote before you did it, but oh well.
So
Just
I
to prove that
voted
I didn't.
physically. It would
Well,
have been for Danny.
I
I know.
said get the votes and I do it quickly.
I know, but
Check
I
in.
wanted to show. It's fine. They're gonna have to
She
take my
did
word
it.
for it. They're gonna have to take my word for it.
That's really awkward, Elisa, that she is your cousin, because we have the Playboy that she was in. I've seen your cousin naked.
Yeah.
Weird.
I do have a lot of Playboys.
Sometimes
He
you
got
gotta filter that out.
He inherited all the Playboys from his grandfather.
And we've met Felissa Rose a couple of times, and, you know, she's nice to me, so good for her.
I was
Okay,
a huge
well-
Tiffany fan. I would sing, and I had the record. That's how old I am. I had a record.
I wish you would have said that now, because it was pretty close. And if she voted for you, too...
Thanks.
Oh, I didn't vote at all.
That's what I'm saying. You should have voted.
Nah, it's fine.
We have a system. You want me to do the vote
I
again?
can't vote against myself, but at the same time, I didn't want to vote for myself. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Move on. We gotta wrap this up.
I'm trying to, but you put a wrench in my monkey.
Your monkey's always wrenched.
It's so hot.
Give her point. She's fighting the leprechaun. That's gonna be
All
interesting.
right. Next time when I say vote, vote.
No, I wasn't going to. I wanted
I
to
don't
show
check
that
in
I
with
wasn't
you guys.
going to.
See, I don't have
I wanted
a
to
physical
prove that I
thing
didn't
to
vote for
for,
myself.
so
Okay, so
my
if you
vote
wouldn't have
could have
voted for
changed
yourself, it wouldn't have made a difference.
I know. I just said I wanted to show them that before you.
Okay,
clicked on
so
it.
then it wouldn't have made a difference.
I know. It didn't.
it.
Okay.
I said now they're just gonna have to take my word for it.
Well, if you would have voted for her, she definitely would have won. Would you have voted for her?
No, I wasn't gonna vote at all.
Okay.
I wanted to show that I hadn't voted.
Even if
It's
Bekki
fine.
voted and you didn't, she would still. I don't think it would. It would at best be a tie.
That's fine. Let's move on. She can fight the leprechaun.
All right. Next
She's not
time,
gonna win.
I'm
follow
gonna
the
go
rules.
lick my wound. I did.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Moving on.
That's a tough one.
Next we have the Creeper versus Freddy Krueger. I mean, the Creeper is a product of the real world, but we'll do what we did with Candyman.
He
And
does
put them in the-
hibernate, therefore he sleeps, therefore he dreams.
That's true.
He hibernates.
So
for
that's
23 years.
easy. We'll have Freddy in the Creeper's dream. So they are both in the dream world. And in this case, we'll say that the Creeper can pull him out of the dream. Because Freddy's still pretty tough. Who is going to win?
Well, in the dream world, definitely Freddy. But if Creeper manages to pull him out, but he
Creeper
can't.
still has all his abilities in the dream, I'm going to say, too.
I mean, if this is the beginning of his 23 years, he can't pull him out for a good 23 years. So,
Really
I mean,
pissed
unless
him off
it was
in
the
that
very
time frame.
last day that Freddy decided to invade his dream. But I'm gonna say Freddy's invading his dream because this Creeper's killing some people, and
Here.
Freddy doesn't
Well,
want.
yeah, actually, no, I'm not going to do it.
Come on.
Creeper's getting like a, notoriety, and Freddy wants that. He wants people to believe in him and be afraid of him. Creeper's knocking off people, and they're believing in him instead of Freddy. Freddy's gonna go into his dream to put an end to this. Wait, why are we going?
Because people want to recount.
Oh, come on, it's fine.
While we're telling our
I
reasons,
forfeit.
while we're telling our reasons, you can recount. You can vote again.
Let's just let her win. It's fine. She
Okay.
won fair and square.
Not really. I didn't put my vote in.
Well, you don't have a phone. That's not
That's
my
what
fault.
I'm saying. So, like,
All right, fine.
It's fine. Who cares?
All right, the Creeper versus Freddy Krueger.
He'd mop me up anyways.
Freddy.
Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger.
I was so scared of him as a child.
What about Scary Terry?
Not even
Bitches.
getting into that.
Bitch.
Okay, so
Whatever, bitch.
you guys can now vote for the Creeper versus Freddy Krueger. Who do you think is gonna win?
I'm giving it to Freddy. He doesn't have to hibernate for 23 years. And even at his weakest, he doesn't have to rebuild his body.
Well, to kill a creeper, would you have to, like,
I think if he kills him
for
in the
that
dream world,
23, the 23 days he's allowed to eat, if you can keep him from eating in the 23 days, would he die?
it's hypothetical.
Here, I have an
No
argument.
one has ever stopped him yet.
I have an argument why Freddy's gonna win. I think this is a pretty good one.
Okay, I'm listening.
So if the fight initially begins in the dream world,
Mhm.
and Freddy kicks the Creeper's ass, because for the most part he is a physical being that can be damaged,
Mm-hmm.
where is he going to get new parts to regenerate himself? He can't get parts from Freddy, and
he
there's
has
nothing
23
else
years
there.
to do it, too. So he can really kick his ass.
Yeah, he wouldn't have any ability to regenerate himself in the dream world.
You're right.
So even though I think it's a pretty good fight, once the Creeper starts losing parts, and Freddy's invulnerable in the dream
But is
world.
the creeper a lucid dreamer?
And
He
this,
could
for the
be.
sake of this
I'm
fight, he has
actually
to
I'm
be.
doing this as a lucid dream because it has to be for them to have a fight.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter. He has to be a lucid dreamer.
I just try not to throw stuff.
For the sake of this fight, he has to be. Whether he is or not, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, he can't regenerate himself in the dream. So Freddy can remove his arm. He's not going to get it back. Freddy can take out his eyes. He will be blind. Freddy can remove his wings. Freddy also can do a lot of things the creeper can't. But Freddy can get massive insides.
Yeah, that's true.
Freddy can, he can make the creeper really tiny and step on him in the dream.
In the dream, the truck can turn on the creeper. He's
True,
used
good
like
point.
your own
Yes.
vehicles to manipulate against you and stuff. Like he can do that. Things that you care
And he
about.
knows what he's scared of.
Exactly. So I do think it's a close fight, but I think in this one, the creeper is outmatched. So
Yeah.
I'm going to vote for Freddy, and I'm going to do it now because that is when we're voting, Dan.
You're missing the point of what I was saying. I said I intentionally did not want to vote. I just wanted to show them before you push the button.
That he didn't vote.
That's fine.
I love you.
Oh, it's so nice. I'm gonna vote Freddy Krueger.
Freddy Krueger, Scary Terry.
All right, so we got 2 votes for Fred.
Plus, the creeper's just a creep. I mean, Freddy is too.
You want to weigh in on this, buddy? Can I call you buddy?
You go.
I think that's a no.
You like the creep or do you like the Fred?
So, one of these for Freddy, one of those with this hand for the creeper.
Freddy also hates Jason. Just want to point that out.
How about thumbs up for Freddy, thumbs down for the creeper?
All right.
Oh, so Freddy?
He's cool as Orange Cassidy. I love it.
All right, so we are going to check in with the cat chat. Now is the time to get those votes in as soon as I am done reading those comments. As soon as I'm done reading the comments, I'm going to hit end poll, and that will be the winner.
Hey, your other brother's in the chat.
Hey, Devin! Devin is totally the Marilyn of our family. He's just normal.
That's what I say about Chase. He's
We've
my
got all kinds of
Marilyn.
weirdos. We got
I'm
an
hoping
alien.
his kid will play our kid, though, in the LOLZ
We have
movie.
an alien, a mummy, a witch, a slasher, a demon, and then Devin, who's normal. Angela Baker won. Wow, Bex, you don't look so youthful. She doesn't. She's gorgeous. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Thank you.
Maybe it's murder.
Believe it or not, I'm not afraid of my age. I'm 44.
Yeah, I honestly don't think we need to be afraid. I'm proud
I'm not.
to be having been around for 41 years.
But thank you for telling me.
40's awesome. We're rocking it.
Yeah,
What's up?
definitely.
All right, Elisa can sing too. That's awesome. Can you rap? Tatum can sing too, but can you rap? Bekki looks 19. It's true. We're not doing a recount. Danny has agreed to stand by the vote. Because, just my husband's just better than Trump in that way.
I barely lost, and all I
Don't
wanted to
rate
say,
everything.
no matter who it was between her and Norman Bates, I
Sorry,
said,
we're not getting political.
well, I just barely lost, and all I wanted to say, if I fought her or Norman Bates, depending on who would win there, is I could hold my own with them. I know I could definitely take Pearl, and that's all I wanted to say. And since I barely lost, that means I hold my own with her. That's all that mattered to me. Thank you for making it close.
Freddy's dead. I don't think the creeper can be killed. And remember, every town has an Elm Street.
Ours is so pathetic, though, when I actually
And
use
you
Elm
know,
Street.
my Freddy Krueger impression sucks, but still doesn't suck as bad
Where
as the
is
guy in
it?
Choose or Die.
It's over by the college, and it's like 3 houses long.
Oh.
It's just this tiny little pathetic Elm Street.
Super Freddy versus Creeps. What's interesting is they both feed off fear. Creeps gets hungry and Freddy gets strong. I think it's actually a good fight. It is a good fight.
Yeah.
My brother Devin, my other brother, he's the baby. He says Danny Nightmare versus Nightmare on Elm Street.
He came close to having it.
They could, well,
Maybe we'll have a dream fight down the
You
road.
would have had to beat Leprechaun.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think you had to
And you'd
beat
have to make it to
Leprechaun.
the finals,
And
which
Freddy has to
no
make
one
it to
from
the
our family has
finals.
done so far. Well, the creeper should have powers in the dream world, like some kind of
He would.
dream warrior.
He wouldn't be able to manipulate the dream.
Ain't gonna
but
dream no more.
he'd have all the same powers I would say that he has in real life, but he could also be preyed upon.
By the way, guys, don't waste your money. If you see that Dawkins is in your town, don't go to it expecting to hear Dream Wars, because apparently he can't hit the note anymore and he won't sing the song anymore.
And
It's like,
what other Dawkins song do you want to hear?
you had one job. He has a song about a duck, but everything else sucks.
A duck? Well,
I had to play the duck song for you.
All right.
Creeper
Dawkins.
dreams of electric sheep. Boglin Club. Cal, get it right. Boglin. Michael, would you hand me my Boglin?
Throws
Thank
it
you.
across the room.
Boglin Club. You want to have it?
It's gonna eat it.
It has a white face like you. I mean,
no, it's
how did that come out racist?
It's actually everything but its face is white.
Okay, no, don't. It was not a racist comment. I was just, oh, that came out so wrong. So scary, Aryan Nation. Gory is in the Bottom Club, not because it's white.
She just likes killer clowns. She likes killer clowns that would look like a clown, all right?
I'm just digging myself a grave.
Right?
Like,
Moving on.
That's
Yikes.
Gory's big weakness is tripping over her tongue.
Out of context. Comments.
Yeah. Whoop, whoop. Let's just end there. Okay, so now that I'm done digging myself a grave, let's end it, and it goes to Freddy Krueger.
To end this nightmare.
I'm sorry, guys. Let's see here.
Should I be upset that Freddy's in red face?
Okay, this
We're just stopping.
Sorry.
We're stopping.
All right, let's find out. Oh, Michael, you're up again.
I just want Michael to leave the room for this one. Because I vote for Bekki.
So, Freddy Krueger is the winner. Well done, Freddy. It's 2 rounds for Freddy, 2 for Angela, Leprechaun. They're going to go to the semifinals. Next up, we've got, you know him, you love him, Victor Crowley, the big softy of the swamp, versus Michael Myers. Yeah, I don't know how this fight happens, guys. Michael does not leave Haddonfield.
No.
Unless he has to. He's actually, let's say he gets transferred to a mental ward near the swamp, breaks out, has to cross the swamp to get back to
Yeah,
Haddonfield.
because Victor doesn't go out of this
All
one.
right, I can dig it.
There you go.
All right, so Victor Crowley versus Michael Myers. Michael, who do you think is going to win?
He votes Victor. Oh my gosh. Wow. What a humble man.
So you can thumbs up for Victor, point to yourself for you.
All right.
He voted.
All right.
You know, I actually didn't let him vote for. I didn't let you vote for Michael versus Jason.
He voted for himself.
Yourself?
Yeah, he did. I remember.
Okay. And I'm way too close to his face, and it's making me uncomfortable. He is not like Jason. You know how Jason, they all talk about his kind eyes? Michael doesn't have kind eyes. They're black. They're black like his soul.
Well, remember, because when they were in high school, Michael was like the bully jock, and Jason was the nerd trying to take Carrie to prom.
I know, right? That music video.
It's awesome.
All right. Okay. Oh, God, it's so hot in here. Way too many people in way too small of a room. This room is itty bitty. Alrighty, let's get going. So, Michael Myers versus Victor Crowley. Bekki, hit us.
I think Victor Crowley is gonna win.
Why?
Because I think he's just got much more brute strength than
Magical
Michael,
brute strength.
and he's magical, and he just can last a lot more.
I don't think. Okay, I
varying
argue that Victor
situations.
Crowley is no more magical than Michael Myers is. There's sometimes some cult shit, but there is one Michael Myers
I've never
too.
seen Michael Myers come back together after being sawed all the way in half.
Fair enough,
That's
but
what
I'm
I
just
mean,
gonna say, magical isn't a word I would use. Just my
Well,
opinion.
it's because he's resurrected through voodoo. And the only thing that seems that can put him at rest is his father's ashes.
His father died of a broken heart.
Anyways, I'm going Victor Crowley, but all for the same reasons why I think Jason can win. Victor Crowley can rip your arm off with hardly out trying. He can rip your head off with much effort.
Victor
Michael
Crowley
Myers-
can rip off your arm and beat you to death. with it.
Exactly. He can rip your arm off while you're holding your phone and then stuck it up your cooch and it'll come out your mouth. And then the phone will answer. And they'll be like, hey, are you there? Can you hear me?
Oh boy.
So,
Can you hear me now?
I know that Michael is very brutal and a surgeon with that knife, I admit. But knives don't seem to work on Victor Crowley, and he doesn't dismantle people like he does. But then again, he beat Jason a second
Guns
ago.
don't
so
kill people.
if he could beat Jason, then he could possibly beat Victor Crowley. That's all I'm gonna.
Michael
give him
kills people with knives. Ow.
Right.
Okay, I gotta think about this one. So, I will say Victor he's a big,
Behemoth.
yeah, but it's all brawn, no brain. Michael is smarter,
Yes.
but we're not talking like a physicist here.
It's a little more stealthy.
But he is
clever.
smarter. Michael will not be afraid of Victor, that's for sure.
No.
Victor won't be afraid of Michael.
No.
Victor doesn't have any restraint against.
He's gonna be more
the
brute
people come to him.
aggressive.
They don't have, but there's a time in
I think
Michael's
Michael's
where
more
he didn't
like-
kill the little boy
Like,
that was crying because those guys. It was in the Rob Zombie one you guys don't like, I think.
She loves the Rob Zombie ones.
The one where the
Part
little
2 is one of
boy's
my
getting
favorites.
bullied by those other kids, and and then he sees Michael, and he just like, no, don't do it.
He
And
kills
Michael
a kid
doesn't.
in the 2018 one, though.
Yeah, but he didn't kill him that time. So I'm just
I
saying,
know.
there's like a little bit of a thought process. Whereas
Well, they
Victor
kind of
Crowley
humanize
just
him a little
thinks
more. They humanize him more
He's
in
a
the
little
Rob
bit more
Zombie
human.
ones. In the Rob Zombie ones.
All right, so... But I also don't know how Victor Crowley would respond to somebody who was different looking like he was, or like a dad with a, like a little boy or something that would hit him where he lives. So
If you're in a swamp, he's going to try and rip your head off. That's just me.
all right, so let me
They both like to have a little bit of fun.
So you guys voted for Victor Crowley, right?
Yeah.
I haven't
Yeah.
decided what I'm voting, so let me talk out loud and kind of figure out my thoughts here. Physically, Crowley is highly outmatched for Michael. I don't think any of Michael's weapons are going to do any damage to Victor Crowley. I do think being ripped limb to limb is going to incapacitate Michael Myers until he's resurrected again.
Yeah, at least the kid.
Let me think. About the only way I can think of to incapacitate Victor Crowley would be some kind of firearms, and Michael's never used a firearm or dynamite or an explosive. You need something like that. You would need something pretty impressive. So I hate to say it, dude, but I'm voting against you again. I'm voting for Victor Crowley, guys. And it's tied up, so this is a tough one. We've only got 10 votes, so definitely get your votes in.
Yeah, there's some people slacking. I don't know who they are, but there's some people slacking.
Definitely get your votes in. It's pretty close. I'm going to check on the chat, and then maybe we'll add some more. Crowley rips Michael's head off. Vic versus Jason, but I don't want to give Mikey... This fight seems a lot like the Michael versus Jason matchup.
Yeah.
Crowley is Jason on steroids. Evil dies tonight. Evil rides a bike. Would you like a Klondike?
Part of
What
the
would you
Chucky
think
Michael
so?
is
song.
sexy and he knows it. Oh, somebody asked if you would do the sexy dance.
Sexy dance. Sexy dance.
No, he says no. He says no. He says no.
He ain't doing no sex.
Everyone, please comment after live stream. Thanks, Tatum. Well, they have both fought 5-foot Daniel Harris, and Michael fared quite a bit better than Victor in a fight.
Well, well, I mean, until she broke his ashes on him, she couldn't beat Victor.
Well, yeah, he doesn't actually kill her until she's not Daniel Harris anymore. Let's say Victor is Lori and Michael will win. But he's not. He's so much stronger.
Also, Adam Green really likes Daniel Harris, so he really pushes her as the ultimate badass final girl. Which, there's nothing wrong with that.
Michael and Victor.
Much as I like Jamie, she just isn't Mary Beth.
It's 50-50.
It is absolutely 50-50. Okay, I'm going to do something I've never done before. Next vote breaks the tie. Have you voted?
Mm-hmm.
I voted. but
Well,
I
you
don't have
voted.
a
What's your
thing.
vote?
My vote is for Victor.
All right, then
Crowley.
you're the tiebreaker. I'm giving... You tied it up. Okay, I did say next vote breaks the tie, but then she told me that her vote was Victor Crowley. So now it's tied. So, the next vote
Come
breaks the
on,
tie.
somebody spit one out
So
here.
if it looks like it's tied on here, then that means the vote was for Victor Crowley and he wins.
Hey, Mr. Beefy, are you out there? You should.
If Michael Myers votes, then he wins. It's the next
if
vote.
you rob him of this, he might get a rate. He is technically winning on the votes.
We need one more vote. We have 15. We need 16 votes.
I don't know. Good thing I don't think
One
Meyer has enough
vote.
counts to tip the scales here. I don't know if he even has an actual
I don't
count.
care who you vote for, just as long as you vote because you believe they will win and not because somebody you...
I see that he has a
It's your
phone. I
favorite
don't know if he
or
can
whatever.
vote on it though.
I've got him sitting right behind me, and I'm voting for
I
Crowley.
think
That's
he
a
was
bold
playing
move.
Bedazzled on it.
Bold move,
I
Cotton.
don't know.
See how it plays out for
I
him.
thought he was playing Angry Birds.
Or Bejeweled, the Jewel game. We need one vote, guys. Any come on, guys, vote. We need, how many people are watching?
I don't know.
There's 20. Let me refresh it to make sure that's accurate. It says there's 20 people
That
watching.
means 5 of you haven't voted.
Vote.
That's what I'm
4
saying.
of you
Oh,
ha-
16. So it went to Michael.
There you go.
All right. So we had 16 votes. It went to Michael. It was a tough one. I can see why some of you were waiting. But Michael, hell yeah, dude. High five this one. Come on, you want to?
You beat Jason and
No.
Victor Crowley. I'm impressed. I honestly thought Victor might take the whole thing.
I don't want to be
Victor
rude,
would.
but I feel like it's sweaty in here, but do you think Michael has BO?
Does he use deodorant?
I don't
Not
know.
me.
His overalls are nice and clean. I want to point that out.
I'm just worried.
Freshly laundered.
They are. Look, there's no oil stains or blood stains. Nothing.
Here, just in case he's hot.
He's looking
It's
sharp.
hot in here.
He's looking
All
sharp.
right, so Michael is the winner. So what does that mean?
All right.
I think we should open the door.
If you want to open the door, it's
Michael,
your
would
door.
you open the door for us, please? Just a crack.
Thank you, buddy.
And the dogs are great because we need more mammals in this room.
It just came straight in. They're like, we're at the door.
Oh, but already that you can feel it. It's already so much better.
I know. It's like a wave of coolness coming on.
Okay, that was a great idea. Great idea. Oh my god, that feels so good. Enjoy the AC.
You guys really don't understand how hot it is in here.
All right, let's
It's all
move on to
you
the
and
next round.
Danny, and apparently Michael.
You're sandwiched in between all this hotness.
Yeah, Michael's setting them thirst traps.
You're our boiling point.
Oh damn, AC is amazing. All right, so Michael. Wow, guys, that's so cool. So we have seen Michael against Jason Voorhees, Victor Crowley, and then Freddy Krueger. These are the greats. This is like that's amazing. This is exciting, guys. This is exciting. Oh, Mommy says, wait, she didn't do it. Well, Mommy, 17 votes. Oh, well, it went up to 17. And it was still Michael Myers, so he would have won.
It was tied at 16 because you counted Becky's as
No,
well.
it was tied at, I had 15 votes. 16 broke the tie.
15 is not an even number, so that couldn't have been
It wasn't even
Oh,
because
that's
I counted her vote.
I don't know. I mean, either way he won.
It wasn't even because I counted her vote, so that I was counting hers into it.
All right.
Anyway, trust me, I know what I'm doing.
All right, but either way.
Who runs the show around here?
Michael Myers.
This guy.
Apparently.
Well, now. Next one is just Michael sitting here staring at everyone for 4 hours. All right, guys, this is getting incredibly interesting.
Not kind of what I thought these semifinals would be.
We have 4 people in the semifinals. We have the man from Ireland, Leprechaun, Angela from Sleepaway Camp, Freddy Krueger, and Michael Flipping Myers, or as he's actually named, Michael Audrey Myers.
Yeah, baby.
Michael Audrey Myers. Yes, that is his middle name.
Does he make you Randy?
Oh, wait, did somebody get timed out?
That was my fault last time. I kept doing that, not understanding what I was doing.
No, Ben Grimm.
Okay, I don't see anyone saying that someone was timed out. Oh no, Mommy accidentally deleted somebody by, well, she says she didn't do it. I'm just going to make him a moderator, and that will make him invulnerable. You're not permanently a moderator. It's just going to keep you safe while you're in the chat here. Okay. All right. Was he put in timeout or something? Replace pinned. Oh, no, I pinned his message down. God damn it. Now I'm doing stuff. Unpin. All right, it's all fixed.
For now.
Okay, Leprechaun versus Angela. Hit me.
Leprechaun for the same reason why he beat the miner.
Yeah.
Angela.
I think he would make mincemeat out of Angela.
Angela will probably get some sort of deal where she wishes for a perfect camp, and he's gonna twist that into putting her in some sort of camp. Why do you keep doing this?
But I
You
knew
are
it
cut
was
off.
going to happen.
You did it
I
last
was
time.
waiting for it.
Why would you do it twice? You're cut off that you've drank too much Dr. Pepper. I will pour your drinks.
There is
from now on.
no such thing as too much Dr.
I will
Pepper.
pour your drinks from now on. You are party fouled enough. There's no alcohol in it.
Just let me tip it for you.
Right?
I'm
I
not
have a
home, I'm
bartending
drunk.
license.
You.
We forgot to put that in my cool abilities. I have a bartending license.
I'm sorry, you lost.
Anyways.
Oh,
also-
Dory, my mother's dog deleted you. Sorry.
she will do that. I have no hard times believing that Dory would do something like that.
Dory would.
Anyways,
I
want
think
to point out
Dory was trying to vote.
a special leprechaun ability that we forgot to mention. If he bites you, you become a were-leprechaun.
Oh my god, yes!
Yes, that's true.
And I feel like that's Angela's fate in the end of this.
I kind of love
I'm
that.
hankering for some potatoes.
Oh god.
And she's gonna have like
That
this-
sounded really racist. Sorry.
Hey,
This
I
is
think
my-
white people are allowed to do other white people accents. I think that's how it works.
I disagree. 'Cause
Kim's
I've heard-
Convenient told me that.
As somebody who's British and has heard way too many bad British accents, I disagree.
I have
Alright.
a little Irish in me.
I definitely do too. I'm a mutt.
What? Bob's Irish?
No.
Sorry.
Actually, he's not. It's a funny story there. I did one of my daughter did one of those 23andMe things, and it turns out I am not what I thought I was, and I think my grandmother might have had an extramarital affair.
Oh, well, that
Yikes.
happens.
Yep, that's what you find out.
My
with these
family's been
things.
dipping into that, and they found out they had a sister they didn't know about. There you
See?
go.
Okay, guys. So
I'm not
back,
actually
back
Italian.
to what are we doing? Okay, Leprechaun versus Angela.
Leprechaun.
Leprechaun versus
He
Angela.
bites her. She becomes a were-leprechaun.
Leprechaun versus Angela.
She has an Irish-themed
Leprechaun
camp that
versus
she runs.
Angela.
Do an L for Leprechaun.
Poke your nose for Angela, and poke your mouth for Leprechaun. He doesn't like that. Blink once for Leprechaun, twice for Angela. Ah! He's creepy when he blinks. What? Oh no.
I was trying to do it discreetly.
Ah.
You know, to be fair though, Leprechaun was killed with a 4-leaf clover, and Angela's kind of kooky enough to know certain things about some stuff. I could see her shooting a 4-leaf clover in
She'd
his
have to
mouth.
find one.
Yeah, that's true. Well, but they always find them.
I
Jennifer
do
Aniston
think
found one.
she's pretty insane, and she does know a lot of weird stuff, and I think she would believe in leprechauns.
I'm still voting Leprechaun, and I'm giving him the edge. But I could see Angela being weird enough
I
and
think
crazy enough and
she's-
good enough with a slingshot because she is good at that kind of stuff.
She's a better opponent for him than the Miner. I don't think she's going to fare as well as Chucky and Tiffany did. But I'm going to have to go with Leprechaun
I
as
still
well.
voted Leprechaun, but I just to be fair, I could see Angela
Oh,
getting
nuts. We could have
some
asked. We could.
lucky
Well,
shots in there.
we're not going to have him break a tie with it that he's involved in. I was like, we could have had him break a tie, but he was in it, so it doesn't count.
Yeah.
All right, so Leprechaun's doing really well here. I'm checking with the chat. As soon as I am done, I am going to call the end of this one.
Are you now?
You guys.
Wait, what?
Uh,
I wasn't meant to.
do,
have
do,
an
do,
accent.
do.
I don't think it was an Irish.
Funny
one,
little
whatever it
side
was.
note.
Yeah, Cal, you're a mod for the night now. You got a wrench, so you can fight your way out of timeout. No worries, because everyone makes mistakes as a mod. Everyone does. It's too
I
easy.
totally buggered it all up when I tried.
All right, so that was really fast because there wasn't a lot of comments. Michael wins on age. Laugh out loud.
Oh, because of how old he is. He still managed to beat Victor Crowley.
Yeah, probably.
Even though he's geriatric at this
All
point.
right, well, it doesn't matter
Killed
that
the whole
that
town
was.
as a geriatric.
It doesn't matter that it was short because Leprechaun won by a lot. He kicked Angela's ass. That's actually the most he's won in any of these. Though I think Angela would put up a fart. Mommy, don't be sorry. It's fine.
I think that she has abilities to where she could, but I would still say, like, if they fought 100 times, he would win at least 80 of them, like, percent. I give him the edge. Also, I just think it's hilarious that she turns into a were-leprechaun and she runs her own, like, Irish-themed camp.
I can
But
dig it.
still technically lost the fight.
I am extremely surprised. So Leprechaun, Lep, my boy Lep, who I love, he is going into the finals.
I mean, as I watch his fights, it makes sense. But as when we just saw the openings, I wasn't thinking about who he'd fight next. And yeah, I'm surprised that he made it this far. That's cool. He wasn't my first two picks for making it to the finals.
Yeah, Katie,
It
we're
makes
still
sense
here.
though. The more I think about it, at the time I wasn't really focusing on all the people he would fight. But yeah, he's a magical little being, and he'll kick your ass.
Okay, so yeah, he did great. I'm so surprised that he's going on to the next one. So who's going into the finals? I love how fast these following rounds go. We spent so long on the first one. It's always like this every week.
Mm-hmm.
Who would win? But yeah, the next one's just it's mostly because we try to be fair to everyone and really go through, which I think is part of the fun of this show. I mean, for me, it is.
Leprechaun would have kicked my ass. Like, even if I would have gotten that one, I'd be out by now, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, so now it's Freddy Krueger versus Michael Myers. Well, we already have somebody counting on sharing their thoughts. Yeah, I'm happy that Lep won too, Tatum. Zig, my brother, is chiming in. He thinks Michael Myers will win, though I will say he's so versed in Michael Myers that he once referred to him as Michael Voorhees to me, because he has no fear of Freddy. Michael isn't afraid of a whole lot, but
I don't know if he's really afraid of anything.
But I also don't think, let's see, who's Freddy gone against? The Creeper? I don't think the Creeper would have been afraid of him either.
He doesn't need you specifically to be afraid of him to have all these powers. He needs people to be afraid of him in general.
Well, that's not entirely true because he went against Nancy. But he did go against Jason. I don't think Jason was necessarily afraid of him.
But he still managed to manipulate and beat him up in the dream world.
He figured out what he was afraid of.
Yeah.
So I don't think Michael Myers would be afraid of him, but if they're in the dream, if they're in the dream of somebody who is, like we did with Candyman, then it wouldn't really matter. So we're gonna again put this in the dream world for Freddy. So either Michael's asleep or it's somebody else's dream. I don't think Michael is. I don't think Michael would know to pull him out.
Also, I saw Freddy in the real world.
Michael doesn't pull out.
I saw Freddy in the real world, like, take it to Jason. Like I said, his arm was cut off, and he still kicked Jason's ass in a lot of ways.
Jason won that fight.
But Freddy was distracted when Jason used his own arm against him. He was distracted by the one girl.
That's true.
And then his heart exploded because his own glove hand, where Jason was wielding his arm, shoved it from him. But it seemed like Jason was down and out until that distraction. Like, at least he was losing. So I was saying, even if this was in the real world, I think Freddy could take Michael Myers. But that's just me.
This is a tough one.
This is a tough one.
This is very tough.
Though I wonder if Freddy is actually who taught Michael how to drive. Because he had to learn.
In the dream world?
I mean, he was in a mental hospital. He had to be dreaming about driving. Somebody had to teach him.
All right, so give me a chance to work through my thought process. Sometimes I need to talk out loud a little bit. So give me a second. I'm going to have some awkward pauses. But, just ride this train with me for a bit. Okay, so Freddy Krueger can do all kinds of crazy things in the dream world. However, Michael really just can't die, and he will come back. Freddy is very intelligent. Freddy probably would fight. Freddy can read your mind, and he would know that the runes are going to work on him. He could just do that, and Freddy would think it was really funny to just have him be incapacitated. Freddy's psychic. So, I think he's going to have a lot of fun with him. I think Michael's is going to be stronger than he expects. But Freddy will know that the runes will stall him.
I think that the stronger he thinks Michael is, the more he's going to have fun with him.
I think so, too. I think he's going to play with him a bit. I do think he's going to get overconfident, and Michael is going to give him a really good fight. And we'll say let's say, okay, they do that, then Michael maybe inadvertently pulls him into the real world. Okay, so they're in the real world. What happens now? So let's take it to the real world.
Let's say like Dr. Loomis somehow woke Michael up while they were fighting.
All right,
I don't know.
I want to take this one to the real world.
Like I said, Freddy did a hell of a fight against Jason
in the real world.
Real world. So I don't see.
That was a very weakened Freddy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he would be weakened if he's in the real world, wouldn't he?
It depends on how many people are afraid of him.
It depends.
He's
but
been godlike
if
even
Michael
in the real
Myers
world,
is there, he could be taking some of that fear for himself.
The whole town was afraid of him, and Freddy's dead, and he moved to a different town.
It's pretty freaking close, guys. I do think Freddy's weapon's more effective than Michael. It tends to like kitchen knives. I think that glove is a lot sharper and scarier, and he's able to do a lot more with it.
Well, and he's always got it with him. I mean, when you're wearing it rather than carrying it.
Well, that's he cut Jason's fingers off, and Jason couldn't hold his machete anymore. But Jason, there you go.
Yeah.
This is a tough one. Let's check on the chat and see if they can help us. Michael didn't get killed in fire. That's what Mummy says. That's a good point. Unfortunately, Freddy is a little afraid of fire, but Michael wouldn't know that.
Michael was also saved by firemen.
Freddy's a crispy
They
critter.
inadvertently saved him. Not that he was afraid. He was going to contently probably just burn to death, but...
Thanks, Tatum. Katie, that's my mummy. Mummy be movie. Freddy is a crispy critter. Yeah, but he's still alive. Freddy is a dream demon, and ultimately Mike is still human based on what Halloween you watch, I guess.
There's never one that straight up said he's not human, though. Even when he was, like, by the curse, he's still a human vessel, I guess. That has a vessel of this pure hatred.
I thought he died in
Evilness.
Halloween 2 from fire. That's true.
He did.
Actually did die by fire in that one. Good catch, Kal-El.
Well, we thought Loomis died in fire, too, but obviously Loomis didn't.
Michael doesn't
Yeah.
talk, laugh out loud. That's true. He's definitely in the battle of the words, and
But that was the same with Jason.
Freddy's
though.
gonna cut a better promo.
Michael's just gonna go, die!
Don't be mean. You know he's still upset about that.
You can tell when he's upset.
He's upset. He's like the Hulk, he's always
He's always angry.
Arg.
Guys, this is a tough one. Okay, I will say Jason did beat Freddy, and in our fights, Michael beat Jason. So I definitely think, based on our evidence, that Michael could beat a weakened Freddy even better than Jason did in Freddy vs. Jason. Kind of, that movie was done fucked up. They got a lot of the facts wrong because they didn't watch either of any franchise. I'm not saying it's a bad movie, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I do think it missed the mark. All right, so...
I'm gonna go with Michael. Can you turn around for a second?
Here's the thing. This is what I'm going to go with is Michael Myers has had his ass kicked by Busta Rhymes
All right.
and Paul Rudd.
Laurie Strode.
Let's see. Okay, who's actually kicked Freddy Krueger's ass? Amanda, I think that's her name. Amanda did it, but she became a dream warrior. And she used the abilities from all of her friends.
And then
Nancy did it, but she's a booby trap queen. It's really hard to beat Freddy Krueger. I mean, final girl types have beaten him, but nobody who's a chump has beaten him.
well, the two girls that did beat him, he got revenge on both of them in sequels. The only one who did survive him was, what's her name? 4 or 5?
But yeah, somebody with final girl abilities kind of has to kick Freddy Krueger's ass.
And in part 5, she still had to use, like, her unborn baby and Freddy's ghost mom to kind of beat him.
She kicked his ass in 2 different movies.
Yeah, but it kept coming back.
Well,
the second one,
yeah,
the 5th
but-
movie plays right after that 4th movie ends.
My
so.
point is, you're not saying anything that's saying that I'm wrong.
Oh, I know.
Freddy's only been killed by final girl types. He's never been killed by, like, LL Cool J or Busta Rhymes or something.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He also gets more powerful because
That's the
they
thing,
beat
Michael
him the
Myers-
first time, but then they didn't beat him the second time.
Michael Myers wasn't beaten by LL Cool J, but he still didn't effectively kill him.
I like Laurie beats Mike. Nancy couldn't beat Fred.
That's true. Laurie's beaten Mike, and Nancy can't beat Fred. So yeah, I'm convinced, guys. I am voting Freddy Krueger.
That's my vote.
Well, in Resurrection, he beat Laurie.
The point is, Laurie has beaten Mike. I mean, he does ultimately kill Nancy, but she is a bit older, and I don't know. I'm
Didn't
voting
beat
Freddy
Heather
Krueger.
Langenkamp, though. He didn't beat Heather Langenkamp.
I'm voting for Freddy.
I'm voting for Freddy too, but
Mommy, I know you don't like Freddy Krueger, but it's not which one you like more. It's which one you think would honestly win a fight.
She says it puts me to sleep.
I can't lecture my mom too much, or I get put in the corner. The bad girl closet.
Throw you back under the gooseberry bush.
She would never do that. My mommy loves me.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
You start filling her head with ideas.
well, I think we have it though.
All right, you voted. You voted Freddy.
Yeah, I voted Freddy.
So
What did you vote for? You vote?
I voted.
All right. I think it's over. Don't underestimate LL, especially if his mama told him to knock you out.
All right, so even if Freddy got your vote, Michael would still be in the lead. So I'm calling it, and Michael Myers won again. I
Yep.
disagree, but what do I know?
It just depends on which Michael you're going after, but I do think he might have an edge in the dream sense that he's just a void of darkness. I don't know what there is to play off on that, like for Freddy. And I guess, so they kind of have to fight in the real world. I still think Freddy could take him for certain reasons.
Okay, this is the weirdest
whatever.
matchup I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is.
Never
Not how
thought
I thought this tournament
This would
finale would
ever
be.
happen. I actually kind of thought it was going to be Freddy against Leprechaun here, which would have been magical being against magical being. But no, it's Leprechaun versus Michael Myers.
I thought it was either going to probably be Chucky and Tiffany versus, or Leprechaun versus...
Cal L says Freddy got
Victor
robbed. Gory,
Crowley.
how did you let this happen? Hey, I voted for Freddy.
We
I
voted
voted
for
for
Freddy.
Freddy.
Freddy
3 of
too.
those votes were for Freddy, and still, we got outvoted heavily.
I think what happened is Freddy got fingered.
Oh! I think Michael got fingered by Freddy, but still won.
All right, you're killing it, buddy. You're killing
Doing
it.
that magic kitchen knife of yours.
We
Geez,
did a whoop, whoop.
You're slaying all these magical beasts. That
It's
just,
like I'm
Did you
always
think-
killing it.
Did you think he would win?
in the box office, he did.
He's killing it.
I think his last movie did better than Freddy's
All right,
last
let's
movie.
check in with the chat really quick. Michael may not speak, but does he grunt? He does actually grunt a lot. And he does say die at one point. Lori beat Mike. Nancy couldn't be Freddy. Yeah, good points.
We know Michael dreams in at least the Rob Zombie versions because he's got
That's-
that ghost mom with the
That's
horse.
kind of Freddy's goal, Mommy. Good point, Zigma. Hey, don't underestimate. Yeah, oh, we heard that one. I'm so happy that you're here, Disco. You're awesome. Thank you. Freddy got. Yeah, I read that one. I don't understand how Michael got that through that one. Yeah, me neither, Kevin.
Story of tonight for me. But whatever.
I think people are afraid that Michael's gonna kill us if he loses.
That's kind of unfair.
I'd like to see Wishmaster versus Leprechaun. Me too. I think we're gonna add it to our dream matches, which is another one we're gonna do. And he was hit by a smooth criminal.
All right, here's how I'm going to set this last main event up, all right?
I'd love to hear this one.
So, Michael Myers, wearing his patented mask, there's a little tag you notice with a coin on it, a silver shamrock coin. It's a solid gold coin, belongs to the Leprechaun, and he wants it back. But
You are so smart!
Michael ain't giving up his mask for nobody.
Baby, you're the best. That's great.
There we go. Now we got to
My
fight.
husband's smart, y'all.
This is how this fight begins.
He went to college. He was there when I graduated.
He wants that because you know those the silver shamrock. They have those things in them, the pieces of Stonehenge.
Zing.
But this one's made out of solid leprechaun gold, and it says silver shamrock on it. He wants. So they're fighting over the mask. Michael ain't giving it to him. Leprechaun wants the coin inside.
But
They're gonna fight.
But that's not. The Leprechaun doesn't have to get physical. He can just and
I'm
the
not
next thing
saying.
you know.
I'm not saying he's gonna
No,
lose.
he's setting
I'm
up
just saying
the
that's
fight.
how
So
they're gonna
we're
fight.
saying-
Why they're gonna fight.
I've always had a theory that Michael's mask is a silver shamrock mask.
Well,
Silver shamrock is
Yeah.
Irish. Let's say, what if those things on the back of the mask are made out of coins, and one of them's Lep's gold coin? Now Lep and Michael are going to fight. We're setting the stage for how they're fighting. That was brilliant.
They've powered masks with Stonehenge before. There's no reason why they wouldn't use leprechaun gold, which is magical, and these, I think the witches would know about that. They would use that to also power masks.
Yeah, we know about, like, everything.
Exactly. So, they powered Michael's specific mask with a magical leprechaun coin.
I think we've given them enough to set the stage as to why they would fight, but now who would win the fight? Danny, I want to hear it.
Leprechaun! Screw this guy. I want to see him go down.
I think Elisa would also like to see him go down, if you know what I mean, and I think you do.
His weapon...
I'm filthy tonight.
Okay.
you're very filthy
If
tonight.
Michael Myers happens by chance to get a piece of solid iron and like a pole or something, a sharp part of a fence that made his weapon, yeah, maybe. But his kitchen knife isn't made out of iron.
No.
That's for sure, and that's his weapon of choice. So unless it's substantial, like on how, like with the plot dictating it that way, I don't think you can kill the leprechaun.
I did not think
so.
Leprechaun was going to make it to the finals, but I just got chilled.
Yeah, I'm voting for Leprechaun because he's clearly a magical being, and he can do things without even being.
Michael did just beat
Like,
Freddy Krueger, who's
15
magical.
and-
And he beat Victor Crowley, who's
and
got a little
Jason,
bit of
who are
magic.
supernatural.
Yeah, but they're too close of magic. Like Victor Crowley, they're both. They're all tortured from their parents or whatever.
Even Michael is somewhat supernatural.
I
because of the
just... okay, let me...
Yeah, I get
Leprechaun?
that. But I still
You
think
win?
Leprechaun could like
Did you win?
move him around.
All right.
levitate.
Zigma says Michael Myers is going to win.
Is that what
Or not
said?
Sigma.
I don't know. He probably does. He's been voting for Michael on most of these.
Oh, sorry. I read Sigma. I was looking at Michael. If kids and a large adult covered in paint that's a little so can take out Leprechaun, I think Mike can too. Mike would have to put a 4-leaf clover in his mouth, though. Mike don't have no slingshot.
And I don't see why he would ever do that. Like,
Michael just told me that he votes for himself.
yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
All right, guys. No worries, Cal. Actually, this is the last vote, and then we are done. So wait 2 seconds. We're almost done.
I can't believe this. This is crazy.
Guys, I mean,
this is great.
I have voted against Michael this whole thing. I thought Jason would beat him. He did not. I thought Victor Crowley would beat him. Michael slaughtered him. I thought Freddy Krueger would beat him. Michael smited his ass to the ground. Now, Leprechaun versus Michael Myers. And you know what?
So far, Leprechaun's putting up the best fight.
He sure is.
Honestly, I'm still voting against Michael. Not a popularity thing by any means. I just think he's gone against people who are stronger than him, and I think it goes for this fight too. I love Michael. I love all my slasher boys. But in this case, I do think Lep has magic. Now, Michael's not going to wish anything, so he's not going to go out like that.
Yeah, that's not going to work. I don't even think the where Leprechaun would work on him either.
Mr. Beefy came back.
Leprechaun isn't physically, like, I mean, he's strong, but he's not stronger than Michael Myers. Michael Myers is a lot stronger than him.
Yeah.
But Leprechaun has a bigger array of weapons.
And more intellect.
I think if he ripped his arm off, Leprechaun would just magically
I think Michael's actually pretty smart.
patch it back.
Grow on.
Yeah.
Leprechaun for me.
So Leprechaun has grown to giant proportions before. He's been bigger than
That's
Michael Myers.
true, without even being in the dream world.
Exactly. He's gotten huge before.
He had a lightsaber once.
Yeah, he's had a lightsaber once. I think that would be effective on Michael Myers, personally.
So I'm voting Leprechaun, though I do think it's pretty close. I don't think Michael's a badass.
I don't think...
He's not impressed.
I think he's pouting.
Is he pouting?
Are you pouting?
Sorry. Oh, shit, now he's leaning forward again. Now I'm a little uncomfortable.
He's just barely losing this.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Do you guys have any last thoughts?
I think Leprechaun's going to swim up
Leprechaun
your
for the
pee.
win.
He's going to swim up your pee and burst out you.
Well, we've been doing this for 5 hours. This is our longest one yet.
Are you
Shit.
serious?
Yes.
7:30 to 12:30. Yeah.
Wow.
The passion.
Yeah.
This
It doesn't
slashers.
even feel like it's been that long, though.
People
That's the
take
crazy
their
thing.
slashers more seriously than I
And
think
I've
they
been
take
trying
most
to
of the
keep
other
these
ones.
pretty short, but I'm going to check them in the chat, and then I am calling
It
it.
took
So
us
get
forever.
your votes in now, because I'm calling it as soon as I'm done reading it. Lep wins the pot. Everyone vote.
Wins the pot of gold.
Tatum says she chose Michael. Zigma says Mike has a 4-leaf clover up his ass to get away from the traps he's been in.
That's true. He's a lucky guy.
Mr. Beefy says Leprechaun. What was the line from? That was a line from Leprechaun 3. Gory left out. Oh, all right. Sorry, I forgot. How would Michael fare against the metal? Say, Kevin knows what I was doing. Yes, absolutely, the metal. Mike kills with metal, but not wrought iron. He has a kitchen knife made of steel, but not wrought iron is what it would
Stainless steel,
take.
but that doesn't effectively hurt leprechauns.
No.
I just make him laugh.
Kitchen knives are made out of steel, so it has to be
Some
wrought
limerick
iron.
would come out.
Nice to see you, Christine Lopez. Welcome. And I promised I'd end it. Guys, I did not see this coming. I did not see this coming. I thought, I don't know what I thought, but I did not think, oh shit.
Good game, right, Michael?
You scared the crap out of me.
I think we hurt his feelings.
You scared me. I was not expecting you to scream.
Did he leave? I think he left.
I hope
Hopefully
he
he's not
left.
going to get a knife. We better end this before he
We
comes
better
back.
wrap this up because these are.
Oh, the door slammed. He
The
left.
door slammed,
He is pissed.
or he's getting a weapon.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We
Wait.
got to get moving.
Hold on. It looks like... Oh, shit. He's walking towards the pizza guy.
Evil die tonight.
Free
Evil
pizza for
died
us,
tonight.
though. Hopefully. Maybe he'll share. I don't know. He's mad now.
Can I get a shamrock shake with him?
fish.
If he doesn't take the pizza for himself, I'm gonna go get it.
Guys, I did not see this coming. Did anyone think Leprechaun was going to take the whole thing home?
No, honestly.
I'm glad he did because he's one of my favorites.
I thought he was gonna lose to either Freddy or Victor Crowley because I figured one of those two on that side was gonna win. Freddy or Victor Crowley, maybe even Jason. I really didn't think Michael Myers was gonna make it that far, but maybe it's for the best he did. I don't know. He didn't win. Sorry, Leprechaun. Holy crap! Best slasher there is, apparently. Thanks for voting, everyone. What do we got next time, Gory?
What do we have next time? Let's take a look. So Leprechaun, congratulations. Yeah, did not see that coming. But
Your winner.
Your winner, you voted, he won. And next week on Fight Night. Next week, what do we have? I get way too into that. Dun, dun, dun.
That's our category.
I'm looking.
Ooh,
Soups. So soups are any supernaturally powered people. So we had a few people who were like, why wasn't Tina in the final people one? It's because she's a soup. So people were supernatural powers. So I tell you what we got next week. I might change up the card a bit, but here are the fighters I have now. Carrie versus Tina from the New Blood. 11 versus, we have 11 probably versus Alice. I might change it up, from Resident Evil. Charlie from Firestarter versus Horace from Shocker. Swamp Thing versus the Toxic Avenger. Sookie from True Blood versus Danny from The Shining. Willard, King of the Rats, versus Jennifer, Queen of the Insects from Phenomena. Boone from Nightbreed versus the Invisible Man. Brandon from Brightburn versus Anthony, the really evil kid from the Twilight Zone.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be an exciting fight night. I hope to see you there. It's at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 p.m. Eastern on Sunday night here on Fight Night. Hope to see you in the Gory Hole. You guys want to close out?
Same Gory channel, same Gory time. I'm going to be down. My vote's probably going for Anthony, but we'll see.
Have a good night, everyone.
And until we meet again, blessed be.